And we are live. If you're watching this live on YouTube or you're watching a replay of this, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to have a handful of agency owners hop on this call. Some of these are going to be OGs where we're going to be talking about what's really working for them in terms of their agency, what worked really in the past, worked well in the past. So it's kind of like a mastermind session. Then after that, if there's some time left, I'm going to be going around and answering some questions. Okay. So that being said, hope you get value from this video. If you would like to be on one of these coaching calls, if you scroll down to the description within this video, there's a link. If you click on that link, it'll take you to a page where you can book a call to have a conversation with myself, or I can learn a little bit more about your business, what you're doing, and then let you know if I think that it makes sense for us to work together or not. Okay, so without further ado, hope you enjoy.
I'm the first one here.
You want a cookie? I'll give you a
Yeah.
cookie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll wait for Tony and the other guys to hop in, and then we'll get started.
Uh,
What's going on, Tony? How you doing?
Doing good, man. How about you?
Chilling, living the dream.
Nice.
Excited for today. I love doing these like mastermind sessions where we have people hop in and share a bunch of golden nuggets.
Yeah,
Um, so excited to get some of your golden nuggets for the guys today.
for sure.
What about you, man? How's your day going?
It's going good. We're in the process of moving. I think I told you last time we're moving offices.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, Leveraged, some of the skills we learned here for that, which is cool. And it's taken up a lot of time and obviously kids and stuff. But
Yeah, yeah.
things are good, man. We're like set for the next few months, which feels really, really nice.
When you say set, you mean like overheads covered or something like that, or is that
Oh yeah.
heck yeah? Hell yeah. Sweet.
Yeah. And that again, We can go into this more, but just to give you an idea, that has to do with that airport that hired us for one piece of content, and the guy who's working as my like fractional CMO. Basically he's like that, so I don't have to pay him as a full-time. I wish I could, but I can't, right? It's probably somebody like in your world as well that you have that's like a fractional partner, but not an actual partner. They're just getting paid as a contractor, which is how I would recommend people move forward until they're ready to make that next step, which is obviously a big step, right?
Yeah.
But we got asked to make a pitch for like a long 60-second like commercial for our local airport. And instead of making, $120,000 budgeted large cinematic scale video pitch, well, we did that, but we also did like a UGC campaign thing, right? So we ran a UGC campaign for them and they said yes. So we got 7 area influencers to create content for us. And then we chopped up a really sweet commercial. That's just snowballed. We snowballed into running ads for the airport now, which is kind of out of our jurisdiction, but I think we discussed this briefly. They don't really have the same kind of um lead generation quota. It's more about how many people went to my website, which is pretty simple to hack, right? And how many people saw this ad and how long did they watch it for? It's a little more traditional. But, because we've become like an authority figure to them, um, they trust us to manage their ad income on top of the content that we create for us. So we get a slice of their pie every time they get it. And when I say income, it comes from other airlines, so Avelo, Breeze, all these like tiny, JetBlue, they give like 10 grand a month or so to any given airport just so they can push, flights into that area. And they have to spend that. It's not like it's way different money than we're used to, where it's like, oh, I didn't see an ROI this month, or I only got X amount of leads. Um, so yeah, we can go into that a little further. I don't want to miss anybody if anybody else is coming in.
Yeah, no, I think that would be really cool to hear because I think that really separates you from what we heard from like Drew or Aman. And again, like just 90% of the agency owners where it's very, hey, what's the ROI, tick for tack versus like this. And so what might be, I mean, this might like get some of the guys to be like, you know what, that sounds actually really cool. That gets me to be able to create my, scratch my creative itch and then not feel like I'm walking on eggshells. And so maybe some of the guys might even, I don't know if you plan on going over this, but like, well, how did you find these guys? How did you maybe come up with the pitch and all that? Like, whatever you feel comfortable sharing with, in case somebody wants to, follow in your footsteps and kind of try to model your success.
Sure.
That might be cool for them. But again, whatever you want to share, hopefully the guys, I'm going to try to write questions down as you talk. But yeah, anyways. Um, I guess we can go ahead and get started. I know it's just Estalon, me, and Ronnie in here, but we can go and get started with the process. Cam and Aman are hopping a little bit later. I think Cam has like a call, and so that's
Mhm.
why he's hopping a little bit later. But I'm guessing like Riviera and Jorge and those guys are going to start popping in. But I'll go and get started. Um, unless there's other things that maybe you want to shoot the shit about for a few more minutes to give the guys a little bit more time to hop in. Um,
Well, I mean, I think the other thing that I would speak about would be the local service ads and how that differs a little bit from what we've learned. What we started with as our niche, because I don't think these two dudes know what we started with in terms of
right.
dog grooming
Right.
and kind of why we strayed away from that. Um, and how, this is still similar to where we're counting leads. It's just all done within the Google CRM. What's up, Daniel? How you doing, man?
Yeah, how's it going?
Good, good.
Long time
Um,
no see.
Yeah, you as well, man. You as well. But yeah, I mean, it was both of these kind of accounts sort of fell into our laps, and we got really lucky that, A, the lead generation worked for the lawyers, and B, there's not really, I mean, I do think that we've had a higher completion rate than like more traditional cinema style commercials that they've done, right? So the airport we're speaking about, they probably do about like 100,000 to $120,000 commercial per 2 quarters, right? So instead, we pitched a $57,000 UGC campaign. And that was basically like, hey, we're going to find 5 or 6 influencers in the area, get them to shill the airport in one way or the other. In this case, we made like a template. We sent it to all the UGC people that said yes, which, I mean, full disclosure, was anywhere from like 250 to 500. So our profit margin on this is like silly, right? I don't even want to like say how much it is, but it's over 80%, which is pretty solid, right? Because I've worked on other large cinema projects where it's like a $47,000 commercial and we spend at least like almost like 29, right? So we're taking home like 11, 12, something like that. Maybe a little bit more here and there, but due to the fact that we're just subbing all this out and then editing it later in post, which is a great way to do ad content too, right? So if you have a product and you can get 4 or 5 influencers to use that product and make a quick video about it, then you make a killer hype reel, excuse me, with all of their reviews and all their referral content that they make, and that's what we did. And then we started running the ads for them. So our profit margin there was, I think, around like 6,000 for every 20,000 they spend, which is super solid, right? That's also per quarter. But it keeps rolling into new content. So they're like, oh, cool, we trust you. You run these ads for us. What do you have for March Madness? What do you have for the Super Bowl? And we're making our pitch right now for March Madness, which they've already accepted. So we're finalizing the script. We're going to go shoot this Friday at our airport with some basketball players. And then we're going to have that running by, I think it's like March 17th, which should be pretty simple. We're leveraging AI a ton for that in terms of visual. Obviously, I mean, we're leveraging it a ton for organizational too. Make us a call sheet, make us a script, make us our pitch piece. I don't tell a lot of people this, but we use Gamma a lot. Like Gamma is the shit. I don't know if you guys use it or not, but like you can poop out a proposal in 2 seconds. It looks more professional than what people get paid like 5 to 6 grand in LA to do for like a small short or a small commercial pitch. It's out of this world. Absolutely. Can't recommend it enough. I know we're live and you're probably putting this out to some people, but as I get older, I realize even the people in our little niche that know what we're doing and we're giving our secrets away to them, 10% will use it. And we're at the top 10% of content creators, period. Right. So I'm probably speaking to the top 10% of content creators who are actually doing the work and doing the stuff and having output, whereas the other 90% are not. And then out of this group, maybe 10% will actually act on that. So I fear less than I used to in terms of giving out that kind of information. But man, it's a game changer. We take conversations. We'll have a conversation, and that was one thing I learned from CMCC without rambling. You can stop me when you want to start asking questions. But was record every call, right? Recorded it on Loom. I still have my Loom account. Super important. So I have like a 30-minute to a 40-minute discovery call for a large form client, not just a quick fix, not quick fix, but a quick turnaround client that is a small ticket item. This is for like a big client who wants to spend 50 or 100 grand with us. Within like an hour, I can have that turned around. If I take that transcript, put it into GPT, talk to it a little bit, say, hey, this is what we want to do. This is the direction I want to go with it. And then I put that into Gamma as a presentation. It pops that out. And then I can customize the artwork in GPT or in Claude or whatever, and then flip it back in, and it looks awesome. I
That's
can give
super
you an
cool.
example too if you want.
Yeah, I've been making notes. I'd love to see like the pitch deck. I'd love to see. I don't know if you can share the ads or the content. I'd love to see some of that stuff.
Mhm.
Uh, it's just like to like being able to put a visual. But thank you for sharing that workflow. That workflow makes a ton of sense. I know Riviera and Esteban, they swear by Fathom. So those guys are using Fathom as opposed to Loom. Are you familiar with Fathom, Tony?
Yeah, it's like a
Okay.
note taker as well, right?
Yeah.
Mhm. Let's see what we got here. So if we do Super Bowl, and maybe this will give us an idea of
just for context, Estelon and Riviera. Actually, why don't we do this? Since Riviera's here, Ronnie's here, Estelon, let me go ahead and just like do the intro. So you weren't here, Tony, last week when I did the intro. Let me go and like just do the intro really quick, have a little bit of structure to the rest of this call. Because I know we just kind of been shooting the shit a little bit. But yeah, if you want to, you can go and pull that up. But I'm gonna go and kind of share my screen really quick with the guys and just kind of like do a really quick intro. Um, and we'll just say the coaching call or the mastermind officially starts right now. So again, these guys kind of heard this little spiel the last time, but I'm gonna run through this. It'll be new for you, but basically, guys, you guys know the deal from last week. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be introducing each OG member so that you have context. They'll go over the suggested topics in terms of like the questions that I wrote out for them, and then cover anything else that they may want. And then we may have dialogue as they talk, kind of like what we did with Drew. But I think maybe the most efficient thing is to ask questions at the very end. Um, Q&A, and then we'll go into a Q&A again, like towards the tail end. So also, guys, please be taking notes, right? Please be taking notes. Riviera, Eslan, Ronnie, please be taking notes so that we respect Tony's time and make the most of it where we can all level up together. I'm making notes as you guys can see. And then yeah, towards the tail end of this coaching call, if there's time again, yesterday the last coaching call went on for a few hours. So this one maybe we'll go on for a few hours. I don't know, but if we do, then next week we'll do regular coaching. But if there's some time, I'll go and answer some questions for you guys. That being said, giving Tony an intro. This is from my perspective. Obviously, I'll ask him to fill in the gaps, but his background before he met me is in video production, and he did that for many, many years before he met us. He purchased a cinema marketing cheat code like Aman back in 2020, I believe, but he never really implemented it during that time. And the reason for that is because he already had a solid clientele base and he was already doing really cool stuff. Super cool. You guys all know Mr. Beast, so he's done some work alongside Mr. Beast. And then, a few years later, I noticed Tony poking around on my Instagram stories and check out more of my organic content, and hopped on one of these coaching calls actually, and he decided to join the coaching program back in December of 2023 with a partner that he had at the time named Adam. At first, what's interesting is that him and Adam really struggled with the six-figure, 6 week sales funnel. And we went back and forth for quite a bit. And then something just clicked for them. And it's interesting because they're the first people that actually filled me in on the Dunning-Kruger effect. And I use that all the time, Tony. I'm always like telling that people like, oh, you're just at the, valley of death or valley of despair.
Yeah, the Valley of
You'll get
Despair. That's right. Adam found that.
Yeah, yeah. And so they were for a while at the Valley of Despair. I don't know if it was like 10 sales calls in, but things eventually clicked. And then before you know it, Tony was off to races. And what's interesting is what's really cool. I mean, Tony obviously has a ton of experience with sales and stuff like that, but obviously selling through paid ads is a little bit different. But once they did, man, I never had to coach Tony or Adam ever again. Like Tony was just closing deals left and right, slinging since then. So after the six-figure 6 weeks, what they did is they niched down to dog groomers. Now, what's interesting is, again, niches are so interesting to me. It's like so many people have so many agents. We have hundreds of agencies. It's like the niche makes such a big difference. And this is something that we battled for quite a while. I remember a lot of voice notes I sent Tony where I kept saying to him, I know I sound like a broken record, was like, dude, you got to figure out the LTV. You got to figure out how to try, you got to figure out how to make these guys more money because otherwise you're going to have issues. And lo and behold, that is the issue that they ran into. They do still have one of the dog grooming clients. I remember there was at one point where they were like trying to give away some of the dog grooming clients. Now Tony's in a place where I caught up with Tony about 2 weeks ago, and he's in this interesting place where like Drew is like very much, you guys heard, like just scaling up in one thing, only one thing, focusing on that one thing. Very traditional. Like he doesn't use it. What's untraditional about Drew is like he's using a free to fee method, which is not normal for the agency. And then you have Cam and Aman, who are again just focused on one thing, and they're traditionally like call funnel. But what's interesting about Tony is like he's kind of like got this work-life balance, and I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'll let him talk. But work-life balance is something we spoke about a few weeks ago, where he basically has these big video production. That's what we were talking about, by the way. So Estelon and Riviera and Ron, we guys hopped in, may have like not had full context of what we're talking about, but like Tony will close these like $50,000 deals with like airports. And what's really interesting about these kinds of deals is it's not like a traditional agency where it's like tick for tack ROI, like a dentist or all the niches that we're familiar with, like, hey, I didn't see an ROI. Instead, these kinds of clients are like, hey, we have $100,000 that we need to spend this quarter. We just need to find the right person that to get that money to. And it's kind of like Hulu ads or TV commercials. Like we don't necessarily know if there is an ROI or the lead came from or any of that stuff. It's just we have to spend this budget. So they have to spend the budget on somebody to produce. They have to spend the budget on the ads. And so that's really cool. And that's one of the things I think would be interesting to talk about with Tony, but because that's really scratching the kind of like the fun part for him because he's a videographer at heart, like many of us are. And so he has to be really creative with that. He's got some other passion stuff where he's got like this like these like music like kind of like music. I don't want to speak on it too much, but he's got like the Instagram. We have like artists hop on there and create content for them, and those accounts are blowing up. He's trying to figure out how to monetize that with YouTube. So this is like a passion project where it's like, hey, look, jab, 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 and then one day I'll figure out when to punch and try to monetize it. And then lastly, he's got the agency stuff, and he's got two lawyers that are divorce lawyers that kind of fell in his lap, and I'll kind of let him talk more about that. But then what's really cool is again, it's like he basically brought them in, set them up. I don't want to talk on it too much because I don't want to take anything away from it. But from my conversation with him, it seemed like a pretty easy setup, and they just pay month after month after month after month, and they're generating a tremendous, a good amount of ROI. And just it's like, hey, let me set this up, and then I'm good. So it's like I bring this up because it's very different than like working with like maybe like a med spa or like a videographer or something like that where you're like super hands-on versus Tony's just like set it up and I'm chilling, they're chilling. Um, so those are kind of the three like jars that Tony has his hands in. Tony, if I obviously missed something or if I misspoke, please clear that up. But just wanted to go and give Tony a really quick introduction, and then obviously he's going to share with us whatever it is that he's prepared. He's got like a kind of slides and some things, and yeah, we'll kind of take it from there. Guys, do you guys have questions or anything in particular top of mind before I hand it over to Tony to introduce himself and get started? Is there anything at the top of mind that you guys are interested about that kind of speaks to you based off what I just said? Like, is there something that you're like, hey, I really want to hear more about this? Just so when Tony starts talking, he knows kind of maybe what to like focus on. Briere, Ronnie, Estelan, do you guys have anything in particular that you guys want to hear a little bit more about?
I think we're good, man. I think we're good.
Briere, is there anything that particular that jumped out? You're like, yeah, I really want to focus on this.
If there's any difference between like a whatever those clients with the 100K budgets versus a smaller like, a law firm or a small team, or if there's a difference
Mhm.
other than just bumping ad spend. But other than that, that's the only thing that comes out.
Okay, cool, cool. So that's it, Tony, in terms of like my POV introduction. Obviously, I may have missed things, so I want to go and hand it off to you to introduce yourself and we go get started, man.
Yeah, cool. Um, well, yeah, thanks for the wicked introduction. I appreciate it, Krishik. And I just want to hear real quick I know Daniel was in dental when I first met you. You were doing like Invisalign and stuff. And I kind of want to hear what everyone's niches are, just so I can maybe if I hear something that might apply, I'll try to throw that in antidote. And what's up, Jorge? I remember you from back in the day as well, always on the move. Um, are you still in that same niche, Daniel?
Yeah, just not currently actively trying to get client acquisition there, but I do service some old clients in there.
Mhm.
But right now I'm primarily doing photographers.
Okay, cool. Um, Estelon, you wanna
Yeah. How you doing, Tony?
Good.
I'm doing actually the same niche as Daniel, so photographers.
All or wedding or nude or
It started as all, but now we're kind of going towards wedding photographers, but doing a specific strategy to like get those photographers and not going directly for wedding photographers. Does that make sense?
yeah, definitely.
Tony, I'm going
That's
to
a
give you a little bit of context after you go on to Ronnie because you're going to be like, what the heck?
shit, OnlyFans or something.
You'll see. You'll see.
All right, Ronnie, what's up?
Hi Tony, how are you?
Good man.
Doing pretty much the same thing as Eslon and Daniel. We are doing portrait photography, but we're pretty much just trying to get people in through the door and kind of get them open to doing wedding photography. And if they're open to doing wedding photography, we just start from there. And Yeah, that's currently what we're doing right now. We're getting people in from portrait photography, and if they're down for wedding photography, we really just start off with that at the moment.
Yeah, because it's like a, 250 or $350 ticket versus a potential $2,000 to $3,000 ticket if you jump them, and then
Yeah,
you show them the way so that they have some allegiance to you. That's probably pretty smart. Hopefully, you're all operating in different areas to some degree.
yeah.
But there's also no shortage. I mean, and I think it's a smart niche. I'll stop before I get back to Jorge. Um, because there's so many, they have a great ticket value of like, somewhere between 1,500 to like 10 grand, depending on how great they are, or 25 grand. I've heard as much as that, depending on the wedding. And there's no shortage of them, and there's no shortage of weddings, and we keep getting married over and over and over again. It's like babies, right? If you were to do newborn photography, that crushes here, right? Because I'm where Camp Lejeune is in Wilmington, North Carolina. There are so many newborn photographers because we have the largest marine base in the entire United States. So people are just churning out babies, and they need photos because all their dudes are off to sea fighting. You know, we don't have to go any further, but you know, uh, there is a very, very big need for newborn photography here as well. Food for thought. But I like that. I like that concept. And Jorge, I do not remember your niche that you were in. I apologize, but I don't know if you're in the same one that you were maybe a year ago or not.
Hey, sorry, I'm in and out here, but yeah, I don't know if you remember, I'm still doing jujitsu clubs,
Yep.
so martial arts, but mainly jujitsu, MMA, none of that taekwondo stuff.
Okay. Is that going good?
I'll say we're definitely getting better. We're definitely going in the right direction. It's
Cool.
the best it's been in terms of product and service delivery, but still on and off with the marketing, but I feel like we're getting closer.
How many clients are you keeping at once, would you say? Just out of curiosity.
Right now, for
Okay.
So,
Cool.
so, so Tony, let me give you a little bit more context on the guys because I think if you have a little bit more context on them, you'll kind of
Yeah.
be able to, as you talk, maybe you'll kind of be able to know what where to maybe focus on to give these guys a little bit more value. So, basically, interesting. So I'll talk about Jorge first. So Jorge, back when again you were here, we were doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu business owners, and we have the marketing, we have service. On the marketing side, things were like good. Like we were getting cost per book calls, pretty cheap. He was able to close the issue there was like I think Jorge was like just disqualifying people too early and not having enough sales calls and not being pushy enough to close. When it comes to so that was a problem when it came to marketing sales. When it came to service delivery, the problem is that he was just doing the traditional stuff that most Brazilian jiu-jitsu agency owners do, which is like a free trial. So what Jorge did is he actually there's a obviously Alex Hormozy. There's
Sure.
a guy named Soho who is friends with Jorge who actually purchased Jim Launch's program. So basically, you have Jim Launch, you have a guy named Soho who's basically a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu business owner, but he's running the same play. And so this
Right.
guy was making like 40 grand a month chilling. And so basically, Jorge learned from Soho. And so now he's running Jim Launch's play for all the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu clubs. So when it comes to service delivery, now it's like, hey, we're a lot more profitable because of the play that we're running. So service delivery is chill. The problem with the marketing stuff is now all of a sudden the call funnel broke. It's not working for whatever reason overnight. And so we tried a bunch of different things, a bunch of different targets, a bunch of different ads, and then eventually we built a low ticket funnel. And so far that's been working. And so we're trying to push further. We tried like a follower funnel, IG growth funnel. Now we're doing a low ticket funnel. So we're trying to get purchasers in for low ticket and then ascending them into his high ticket offer. So that's what's happening with Jorge. That's where we're at right now with him. We're trying to figure out marketing. I'm confident when it comes to sales. I know he's going to close. When it comes to service delivery, I'm confident of his ability there. It's just the marketing is like really screwing us right now. So we're just trying to figure that out, but we are getting close. Right now, the other day we made two sales. I'm looking for us to make three sales. Once three sales are in, we're going to tweak up the low ticket funnel, increase the average order value because right now we're just charging 47 bucks. We're going to throw some additional products in there so that average order value is like 160 bucks. This way, the sales calls are all going to be free. So
Paid
that's the
for.
goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So the average person, if they spend $100, so if we spend $160 to make a sale and the average person spends 160 bucks, all the sales calls are free. So that's kind of the goal there. Now, Riviera, Estlon, and Ron are interesting. So this is interesting. So basically, Riviera, when you came in, Tony, he was doing dentists, and then we came in, I said, hey, you're already getting these dentists like amazing results. I think one of his clients he's made like 100 G's for or something, 150 G's. So it's one of those niches. You set up the ads and boom, you're pretty chill. It's easy peasy. The problem is, and so the next step was to try to figure out client acquisition for him. So marketing and sales. The problem is that the call funnel did not work. And then after we went back to a drawing board, we saw that every agency was running instant form ads. That was the only, like all these agencies were doing that. I was like, what the heck? What's going on here? Why are they not running a call funnel? So we tried that, still having issues, and then we pivoted from that to like a different niche, like HVAC, and then from HVAC we pivoted to another niche because that was like super expensive. It's super expensive. Those CPMs really high for those guys because those guys are making a good amount of money. And then from there we pivoted to another thing from doors and window contractors. And then he told me like, hey, Krishik, I'm actually like running ads for my girlfriend Wendy. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he was like, I'm running ads for her. She's a portrait photographer and it's working. I was like, why don't we just like sell to portrait photographers and you just do the same thing you're doing for your girlfriend? And so we started that. The problem with that is the same problem you had. So the client acquisition is good, cost per book call is good, cost per acquisition is good. Problem is they're not making these portrait photographers enough, right? Because the portrait photographer is charging, the way I don't want to spend too long here, but the average portrait photographer, I don't know, average order value, let's just say is like 300-400 bucks.
Mhm.
Ad cost is $100. So that leaves about $200 of margin profit. But then that's not enough to pay Daniel. And so so I'll talk about Estalon now. Estalon hopped in. He wanted to do dentist because he actually worked for an agency in the past, and that agency is like an 8 or 9 figure agency, and they do like arches. So they don't sell Invisalign, they sell arches, which is like 40, 50,000. So that agency was doing really well. So Estalon came, he's like, Kushik, I just want to do like what I did there. Like I just want to build my own thing. The problem with that is I had my experience with Riviera where I'm like, hey, client acquisition, I can't really figure that out for you. And like you need to be able to spend like $3,000-4,000 for an acquisition of a dentist easily. So like figure out, do the 6 figure 6 weeks, do a simple niche, get some cash flow going. Once you're in a good space, now if you want to explore dentist, once you're like good with cash and built the skills, go explore that at that point if you want. But it's going to be very expensive to compete there. And then you have Ronnie, who is in a position where he's like, hey, I don't really know exactly what I want to do. So I'm like, all right, just go do portrait photography, just like Riviera and Eslam, because we've already kind of figured out the services and stuff. Now, here's the pivot that we're making. Here's the thing. Obviously, like portrait photography does not make nearly as much as wedding photography, right? And so what we've realized is like, hey, we can but the thing is like, if we market for Eslam, Ronnie, Riviera the same way as these other wedding photographers, now we're in a red ocean. Hey, are you a wedding photographer? You want to make more money? Well, there's a bunch of people already doing that. So instead, what we say is, hey, are you a portrait photographer and you want to make a bunch of money? Our cost per book call is like 20-30 bucks. Our cost per acquisition is like 400 bucks. So what we do is we get people in, and then when we do get them in, we ask them like, hey, for portrait photography, do you do maternal? Do you do engagements? Do you do this? Do you do that? Because we know that the moment they hop in, we don't want to set up the portrait ads like Rivera has set up. We want to set them up with wedding ads because we know that that's going to make them actually money, and then that's going to be able to allow them to afford us as the agency owner. So it's a little bit of a spiel, but like that's kind of what's going on with these guys, so that you're fully caught up.
No, that's helpful for sure. And again, I think that's really smart. And it is a bottleneck that we ran into as well. But if you're actively like, hey, you're used to making 3,000 or 300, you can make 3,000 in this way. Obviously, the portrait people have thought of it, the portrait photographers. So it must be a hard transition to be like, hey, have you thought about weddings? Of course I've thought about weddings, but I'm sure there's a way to mitigate that as well. Yeah, I mean, that was our biggest flaw, was picking something with a really low ticket, right? We picked dog grooming. The average ticket was somewhere between 80 and maybe 250, $300. So we'd get 25 to 30 leads, but we'd almost have to guarantee 25 to 30 leads to get them to make their money back on a $2,500 a month cost, right? Which doesn't work. And I mean, maybe I should jump right into the lawyer thing, because I think that's what's really making money with this system, right?
Yeah.
So with that system, we maybe get $1,000 more than they spend. So if the dog groomers, which was our first niche in cinema marketing cheat codes, to recap, I think we were eventually getting up to about $2,500 a month. Eventually, I got a couple to 5,000, which are the ones that stuck, right? So with that 5,000, and now that's been our new like across the board. Like if they can't F with that, we don't F with them, right? So if they can give us 2,500 for our own personal service fee and 2,500 for their actual ad spend, then we're kind of not messing with them. And people are like, well, that's crazy. But you have to also guarantee that they're going to make $5,000 off of that 5,000 they're giving you, right? So that gives us leverage in the lawyer world. It doesn't really give leverage in the, what you see on the screen here. I think you see on the screen, which is the airport, but we can get into that in a second. But for the dog grooming world, it absolutely didn't work. We'd be lucky if we went $1,000 over. And for as much pain in the tail as it was for them, it wasn't worth it for a lot of them. Some of them saw the value in retained clients, right? So they'd get 25 clients. We'd actually do it. And it was a lot of work, right? It was like 20 to 30 hours per month per client. We kept 14 clients at once at one point, which was like it felt like an accomplishment, right? Because we went for this thing. We started with 3 or 4. We boosted up to 14. We actually fired a few on the way down because we started getting so much work with other side stuff. But there were a few that kind of refused to leave and loved our services. We're like, please don't go. We'll pay you whatever. I'm like, okay. So those people, we still have a couple that are just auto paying through Stripe on the GHL that we set up with Mason and Koshik like 2 years ago or whatever. And then I've definitely gotten some other retainer clients as well, specifically in the lawyer world. So in my suite for my video production, oh, go ahead.
How much so how many clients do you still have that are the dog groomers? One, two, how much are they paying you? Three, how much are they paying for ad spend? And then four, on average, what are they making per month? So basically the ROI questions.
Right. I still have one from dog grooming, and she's just a hero in Texas that super cool. We kind of one thing to say about our clients is that we can color outside of the lines a bit, especially with AI, right? If something can be built like this in like 2 seconds and we send it to them and they love it and we're heroes for a month. That was one thing I learned from her, Mosey, was to like just inundate them with stuff that you created. Even if it doesn't seem like anything that day, like send it to them anyway. Right, because it's going to show them that you're continuously working for them and nobody else is working for them that much, like literally nobody, even if it only is like 2 minutes a day. That particular client started out with a 2000 split. So 2000 on ad spend, 2000 on our service fee. That's kind of how we've drawn it ourselves, and that's what we seem to make work. Other times when we first got started, it was like $1,500. We're barely getting people to be convinced to use that, or maybe even $500 for like the gym that we started out with, which is still kind of our client, our very first client from CMCC. Like they come back to us for commercials and running ads and stuff, and we'll occasionally do that as well, but it's not a great ROI for either of us, I don't think. It probably is for them, but it's definitely not for us. Let's say that. So yeah, she was a 2000 split. I think she whittled down to 3,000 a month. So it's not a ton of money. It's like 1,500 and 1,500. But our main goal is to just keep getting above that $3,000 mark or that $4,000 mark. For her, in terms of LTV, I mean, that's like 5 to 7,000 is what we figured. You know what I mean? Because they're charging like 250 to 350 for a doodle. Mobile grooming. Mobile grooming is another reason like we kind of stayed in it, because they do have higher ticket items, but it still ended up being tons and tons and tons of leads, right? So instead of like 2 solid leads for one client, like a dentist or Invisalign or Arch, which I don't know, I probably should know what it is, but I don't. They're just so much less in terms of that. And like if I'm doing dog grooming, 25 leads is insane. That's a lot of work. 2 leads is not much work. 2 leads to make a client happy is not much work at all, right? Like you could just straight call people. You could cold call people and like make that worth both of your times. Because for the divorce attorney, which is what we're running ads for now, one of the, their average ticket is somewhere between like 3,500 to 10,000, depending, right? I think exact average is about 5,000 per ticket. 5,000 is exactly what they're spending with us. So if they do that once, then they're in great shape and they get visibility, right? Can I jump into that question? Is that cool? I feel like
Yeah.
I don't want to go over the place yet.
Yeah, no, you're good. So just to confirm, so the dog grooming person that you have, anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000 per month ad spend and service fee, and they're charging 250, 350 because they're mobile dog grooming
Mhm.
services. They have these maybe other services, maybe a little bit higher ticket, and they're taking that 4K that they're investing, 3 to 4K that they're investing, they're turning that you said into 5K or 6K a month, or what are they turning that
Yeah,
into?
they're getting 30 to 40% retainer on their clients that because they do good service, right? So those people need them to come back every 2 months, especially if they're a doodle. So we're factoring in the LTV for sure into that.
Okay.
But they didn't all work out that way. Some were like really, really large corporate giants that had a really high bar for us, and we hit it, and it still wasn't good enough for them and C'est La Vie. So again, I just warn against low ticket items that have a high volume versus high ticket items that have a low volume.
When you say 5K, is that 5K cash collected, or is that 5K that you're extrapolating
5K
considering?
cash collected. 20,
Oh,
we
okay.
started a couple with them, couple with 2,500 and 2,500. So 2,500 ad spend for the month and 2,500 um
Okay.
our
Got it.
service.
Got it. It's like Jorge's low ticket. They invest $4,000 a month. They make back 4 or 5,000, but there's money that's going to come thereafter that's going to compound, and that's what we're considering. And that's why it works.
There was a few that we filled up so much that they didn't need us anymore too, which again is probably why Hermosi scaled so much, is because he'd fill up gyms and be like, cool, you don't need me for another 6 or 10 months, right? Because everything's full. Everyone's going to stay on for now. As long as you keep your service level high and keep your clients happy, then they're going to stick around, right?
Got it. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Cool. Sweet, man. Yeah, I think guys, you guys have questions on the dog grooming stuff before we move on to lawyers? Estelon, Riviera, Ronnie. Any of you guys have questions? Aman, Cam, hope you guys are doing well. Anybody have questions really quick?
I'm going to go dark for a second. Can you guys see the Google business profile bidding and budget?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, cool.
All right.
So
Well, let's transition. Yep.
yeah, in our video production company, we have been renting a office space for like 8 years. And down the hall was this lawyer, and they had a 4.1 ranking on Google, or a 4.1 collective review stars, essentially. And they had very, very bad SEO, and they hired GoDaddy and I think it was Google itself to create stills. Like GoDaddy straight came to our office to take stills of them and then run ads and run stuff for them. And she let me look at her budget, and it was at least 500 a month. And I was like, all right, cool. So I kind of rolled the dice, and this is one thing that you know, we did not necessarily discuss. I'll put my video back on for a second, but um within like CMCC, a lot of marketing companies do some kind of setup fee, right? Because it does take time to set up. In in this algorithm, in this way we're trying to approach businesses. I understand the urgency to just get going and waive the setup fee, but it might be smart to at least show that you're waiving that, because everybody else and their brother is used to some kind of setup fee. So we set up a $2,500 fee just to get going with these people, and then eventually graduated into $2,500 a month ad spend and $2,500 a month um, retainer, or service fee, or whatever you want to call it, right? But that 2,500, that first one, they never see, right? They're done. Goodbye. Say goodbye to it. You're not going to get that back. Although they did. They made 40 grand with us the very first month. No bullshit. So we set up all these things. They didn't have any of these things going for them. And there's like three niches. I don't remember what the other ones are. I want to say it's insurance. I know lawyers is definitely one of them. And there's something else that kind of needs to be verified, like what you see on the screen right now.
Really quick,
So,
what are the things that you set up for them? Just really quick. The three,
so
four things that you set up. You said
right.
set up the Google ad.
Say that one more time.
Like you set up the Google ads, the reviews. Like what are the 4 or 5 things that were like the deliverables that you set up for them?
Right. I honestly used the 9 like Google tips that were on the CMCC. I think you still have that in a Loom or something on there, right? And those hacks, and it was like it made sense, right? Because all it said was like Hager law. It's like cool. You guys don't have anything about divorce in there. You don't have anything about where you are. And those are the two big takeaways from that video is like in Google, let's just speak about Google particularly, which is obviously pertinent because people search it often. If somebody doesn't have where they're located or what they're doing in that title, it's a really, really easy fix, right? So like we jumped into that. We jumped into the fact that they had a 4.1 review, which out of like 50 people was pretty bad, right? So we helped them um, generate some of those reviews, not cheaply or fakely. Like we genuinely got them to like reach out to their old clients and reach out to friends that actually use them and stuff like that, and got it back up to 4.6. On top of that, again, this is just for local services ads. Let me see if I can pull this thing out of the way. So it's ads.google.com/local services. If you do that, you'll be able to see what you're able to do in your specific area. And it's basically a CRM that they already have set up, and it's just plug and play. So let's see, billing information, obviously new headshot I gave them. They had to upload their lawyer license, which professionals. So if we went there, we see in this particular case, these 2 lawyers are the ones that work there. That's obviously our billing, our budget, and 216 per week for this particular one, 938 max. That's what we're spending, and the leads we're getting are pretty amazing. They're making a ton of money on us. So like I told Koishik, we made $40,000 for them the first month. I couldn't believe it. And she said it so nonchalantly. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. These are all people that have called. So what we'll do monthly, it's not the perfect CRM, but it's Google's, right? So they get a phone call. And what we can consider a lead is a phone call that's picked up that's warm enough to have a conversation, right? So they got 37 leads last month. I think they made about 35,000 on those leads. And yeah, I mean, it's been super simple to set up, like you said. If I go to divorce attorneys in Wilmington.
As you're talking to, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just
Yeah,
want
go
to
ahead.
just make sure like that the question I got, I just want to make sure I cross my T's, dot my I's there. So the reason I'm asking is for the guys like, okay, well, what does $2,500 per month get you? And so what I heard from you was we set up their Google My Business. We worked on their reviews to increase from a 4.1 to 4.6. We set up, we did headshots for them, and then we set up Google local service ads. Am I missing anything, or is that it?
That's essentially it. I mean, being that we were in the same office, it was like easy for us to pop off new headshots. So we gave them some new like headshots. We gave them some new AI stuff. We ran, and I mean, one thing that we're missing here too is that we ran ads like this for a long time on Meta. We got over 350 leads on Meta. We cross-referenced every single one with them, and none of them converted. None of them, right? They average 7 leads per week on Google, and they average about a 30% retainer, which is pretty amazing, especially for a ticket item that's somewhere between like $3,000 to $10,000. And again, I think there's a couple other niches you can explore. Obviously, any lawyer niche at all. This is just divorce, right? So we've done two of these clients, set up some shots for them. I think these are actually the ones that like GoDaddy came and took. But they were already getting 500 a month, and I was like, "What do you think about upgrading? What if we can get you exactly what you spend back to us, and then whatever else is a bonus?" And she said, "Sure." And I thought we might get like 6 to 7,000 back, but it ends up being somewhere between like 30 to 50,000 back, which is outrageous. Yeah. So that's basically where we're at with the attorney, and it's not my everything, right? That's one thing that I kind of like maybe didn't understand when I started taking this course is it's good to do all or nothing when you're going at it immediately, right? Like we want to make sure this niche works. We're going to put a lot of our money towards that niche, and a lot of our efforts towards that niche. But eventually it's autopiloted, right? I think part of the reason Koshik wanted me to come back here was that we had, a dog grooming client for 2 years that was just on autopilot, just letting the stripe turn. And, every month or so we just check in, make sure everything's running smooth, and that's it. So that's like a $1,500 call. That's insane. And it's even like higher stakes now that it's a divorce attorney, because I'll check in with them like every 2 months. I'm not trying to brag about that either. It's more just like the system's working. They're not going to question it. If they're going to make 30 or 40 grand off of it, they're like, yeah, of course, we're going to keep this up. I'm not going to cancel this. So, now those retainers are like $2,000 or $2,500 directly to us. And then on top of we've learned to try to match the ad spend to our service fee. And I know there's like gray area that you can have in there. And if you find a way to hack, like let's say your leads are, you get 7 leads per week in this case. If you can hack that for half of what you're paying, by all means go for it and keep the remainder of the money. But for us, what worked easily and more clearly for the client, so we didn't have to say, oh, it's this for ads and this for your actual, like, our service fee, then we're just making it even. So they spend 2,500 for us, they give us 2,500 for ads, and then we know we have to make at least 5 grand to make it worth their while. But we've never not hit 10 grand with this particular client.
Sick. Guys, you guys have questions so far?
So you're using just Google ads for your lawyers?
I know it sounds ridiculous. Kind of. It's Google, it's local services ads is what it's called specifically, right? And there's like 3 or 4 niches that you can get Google verified with, right? You get this little green check mark next to you. And all it is essentially when you're typing in this, the client comes up on the top, right? It's pretty simple. However, it's not just like, oh, we're getting you good SEO. It doesn't like stop there. I can go back and verify that this phone number is the one who called them and booked the $5,000 ticket. It's just another CRM. So this is a very remedial version of Go High Level or ClickFunnels or whatever, right? Instead of names, we're getting phone numbers and where they're coming from, but it's essentially the same exact thing. So I should have looked up. I kind of meant to create the time to look up what the other niches were that use this local services, and the verification. The verification is key. Again, that's like what like really changed everything for her.
Estelan, really quick, bro.
Yeah.
So what he said, I think, and correct me if I'm mistaken, Tony, but he had generated hundreds of leads through Facebook and 0 of them converted. And
Zero.
so,
I couldn't believe it.
and then when it comes to Google Ads, he'll get, I think he said 3 a week, I think. And out of that, I forget what the percentage is, like 30 or 70% close.
Around
And
7 a week and 3 close.
okay. So
Yeah.
7 a week and then 3 close through Google. And again, this is intent-based people. Again, think about the niche. I'm getting divorced. I'm not looking for a Facebook ad to come up. I'm getting divorced. I'm trying to find somebody to search. The other thing that you mentioned is that it's a type of like Google ad. It's not Google ads. It's Google local service ads. So think about instant forms versus messenger ads versus like lead ad, like for purchase, they're different types. And so Google local service ads, I don't know how much you know about that, but basically what's really cool is that you only count the lead if you actually have a conversation with them. So you only get charged for that. And so again, just consider intent as well. So those are just a few things. Maybe that's kind of what you were getting at, Aslan, with your question.
Yeah. Yeah, appreciate that.
And
Google
then
service.
Google local service ads. And then what he did, by the way, is like Google My Business, which is within the course. If you go inside the Summer Marketing Cheat Code, there's like Google My Business, how to set that up. So that's a big thing that he set up. And so what Google My Business does is it basically kind of acts like it's like the best of Google Ads and Google SEO. Google Ads and Google SEO both rank you to the top of the page. Google Ads is free, Google SEO is not. Google My Business is free and ranks you at the top. So it's just really cool. So it's super killer and it works really well for certain niches. And it seems like this is a good one. I think when I think of like high intent, this is what I think of. I think it works really well. So anyways, back to you, Tony. Sorry about that.
No worries. Yeah. That was a good question. And again, we did try. I mean, we spent $4,500 plus in Facebook, and I was like dumbfounded because we did the whole 3 month trial, right? We hooked them on a 3 month trial. That's another thing that we feel like we kind of graduated to, is that we like no longer did 1 month trials or 2 week trials or whatever. Like we felt like we had enough clients and enough in the operational budget that we could hold out for 3 month clients, and that was huge, right? I know not everybody here on this call has that vanity, but it's something to work towards, right? If you can start working towards having that retainer, because it is very hard to show someone within a month, especially if they're not paying attention, if they get too busy, if there's a funeral, whatever, right? Like they just like we had like banger months for some pet grooming clients, but they were just too busy and didn't pay attention. And by the end of it, they were like, "No, nah, we don't want this anymore." But it should be pretty easy by the end of your 3 month trial to show them like how great you are.
Tony, I had a
So
quick question.
yeah,
Uh, when you do the Google local service ads with Facebook, as you know, you have to go in there and tweak, maybe 2 or 3 times a week. When it comes to these ads, is it set it and forget it, or are you having to do things to manage?
fully, and it is fully set it and forget it. And I think that like the crazy thing to me is that like there's minimal copy involved. Like it couldn't be any easier. It's almost kind of like stepping back in time to the old SEO stuff to make it work, like the local services thing. So um I don't know how long that's going to last. I think it's been around a while, but yeah, I wish I had a more complex answer for you, because we've done the same thing with meta ads, right? And we did that with them. We tried smaller demographics, smaller areas for our geographically speaking, right? To try to get to like the rich area, right? So we only want rich people because they kept getting people that didn't have enough money in Meta. And then we tried different ads to go to people that had more money and things like that. And none of that worked. And again, we went over our list at 3 months, and I was like, I can't believe there's zero conversions from Facebook, because she was giving me an update weekly, like, hey, we've converted this many people from ads. Sweet. They were both Google and Facebook. So once we started concentrating all that money from Meta into or excuse me, all that money from Meta into Google, it was like game over. And it was like, oh, okay,
What
this is
what was the Facebook ad? Was it like an instant format? And if so, like what was like, is there
a
an article
ton, a ton,
created?
a ton, a ton. Let me see. I was trying to get into it before. I'm gonna stop sharing for a second, just in case I gotta do a little password or something like that. But let me see if I can get in there real quick.
Yeah, because I was thinking about that when you were talking. One of the questions I wrote down for you was like, "Hey, have you tried Facebook ads?" So you went and answered that before we could even get there. But I was thinking to myself, like, what would work on Facebook? And I was thinking to myself, what if you were to launch an ad and give away like a PDF or an ebook, or had a video where you say, "Hey, look, if you are about to get divorced and you want to figure out how to not give away 50% of what you own, download this PDF that'll give you the top 5 things." And so that would give us like, I don't know, that's just what was brewing in my mind. But I'd love to see the kinds of stuff that you guys were testing.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull that up. And we've created some cool white pages, as they're called, for them, that they kind of didn't like and didn't want to run with and didn't feel like were legally accurate, and they could never really get back to us with what that was. Okay, so I'm in my lead center now.
I'm also wondering, like, when it came to the Facebook ads, is it that maybe they don't have enough sales skills to know how to have those conversations? Is it
No,
that
because she's a closer with Google. Like she's closing 3 out of 7 leads. That's solid. You know what I mean? Like she was definitely. I had a similar thought for sure, but let me see if I can pull this up. And I even tried to close to answer your question. Maybe I'm. It's been a while since I've been into Meta, so let me share my screen again real quick. Everybody see this?
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, there's 58 as of recently. Like none of them should be under ads itself, right? All ads.
By the way, Tony, I do have a cheat code for you. I'm going to share this cheat code with Aman and Cam in terms of increasing LTV. Basically, how do you create a situation where you have your clients in golden handcuffs, where they have no choice but to pay you? Even if they churn, you continue to make money. And so, based off what you're sharing here, I think it applies to you too. So, when I share that with them, I don't know if you're going to stick around, you have to get going, but I do want to get that over to you because I think that could help you out.
Cool, killer. Let's see. Yeah, so we created some cool AI stuff that was like, and this is exactly what you were kind of speaking on, like some kind of giveaway, right? 5 legal shifts that could change blah blah blah. Luckily for this campaign, there was a recent you know, Trump-induced uh, law that changed the way we get divorced and changed the divorce laws in North Carolina. So it was kind of like, let's educate people on that, right? We did a couple that were like, you didn't ask for this, but you still deserve peace, right? Like, bummer, you really didn't. There's a couple that were just, let's see. Yeah, here's a great example. Marriage laws are changing. Will you be ready? Right. So this was even preparing for that change that did happen. And that one converted decently, but it was kind of like newspaper style. That one worked okay. Your family on the beach. Headshots perform really, really well, even though we're, some of us are more you know, inclined to look good and some aren't. Like pretty much all headshots work really, really well. This is more like speaking to the woman drinking her coffee, thinking about divorcing her husband. Shot of the two of them working together. Another shot of a lonely coffee cup on a 5600 Kelvin day. And this was another divorce paper. So we were giving this divorce paper away with the send message. We tried everything too. We had like different send messages. We had call. We had quick forms, right? The three banger forms and stuff like that. Um, yeah, I mean, maybe we'd be interested, but like again, this particular client probably not because they wrote it off. They're like, this is a waste of money, and everyone we've gotten from Meta is trash, and everyone from Google is great. So I probably would have been a good thing to reach out to you for in hindsight, to hack this, but you can see that we definitely put in some time and changed a lot of things throughout the course of our time on Meta.
So I know the guy. I know a guy who runs a coaching business and agency where he works specifically with lawyers. I don't think he's like super niche down, but I think that one of the things he does teaches Facebook ads, so I can get his contact information over to you if you guys want, if you want to check out some of his stuff. But I think that's crackable, man. Like
Yeah.
I think that, and I've talked about this inside the course, but I think that like you want to view every traffic source as a unique world. So Google local service ads, and there's a unique sales process for that versus Facebook ads has to be taken through a different sales process. And I'm sure she's a closer, but I do think that there's probably multiple steps, and I think you have to be more involved to make that work. Everything all the way from the ad level, like check out your ads. I see what you did, but I definitely think like if there's more testing, more things like video ads, maybe calling out, being a little bit more calling out in the creative. Hey, being like, because there's like as you know, there's like unaware, there's problem aware, solution aware, product aware. Maybe you are familiar with that. And so a
Mhm.
lot of the ads that I'm seeing from you are like not solution aware. They're going after people here, which is like, am I problem aware? Am I not problem aware? So I'm not even sure that there's a problem. Two, I'm sure that there's a problem, but I don't know what the solution is. I know what the solution is. I just need to find the right solution. Product aware is like, hey, I know I need to hire a divorce lawyer. I just need to find the right one. And so I like to go way here. This is where I like to go when it comes to Facebook ads. So I think that there's some testing that could be done there. And then again, obviously it's like the nurture and discover sales process as well. So but and I think that, obviously with Google Ads, it's like you have high intent people. These are people that are searching for it. So that being said, I mean, I'm what I'm saying, all I'm saying is I'm glad that, they're generating ROI and all this stuff. I just think that if you were to go down that rabbit hole, I think it's crackable, is what I'm saying. It's crackable. And if it is
Yeah.
crackable, then you have significantly higher LTV that you can generate for people because then you have multiple sources, right? And that's kind of one thing I'm going to get into with Cam and Aman is you have this traffic source and hey guys, like you're making 30, 40 G's, but there's like 10, 20 G's here on Facebook if we were to crack that. You guys want to give a shot? Yeah, you know what I mean? And so that's kind of the mentality is like if you're going to go all in on that, like I would I think there's money to be made there. Just it's going to take dollars and time, research and development.
Sure. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I tried closing some of them, but there is also like a legality thing. Like for instance, with lawyers, when Google sets up the lead, right? So when someone sees your listing on Google, they give you a call. There is a quick recording that's like, this is not necessarily legal advice, which one of our clients really hates, which I totally understand because it is kind of legal advice, but Google has to put that on to mitigate the liability for them, right? With Facebook, it doesn't necessarily have that, and we were doing like Messenger. Um, the, I don't know why, but it was just really low quality leads that didn't have big intent, right? So we were getting like low intent, maybe people that were like testing the waters more. And that makes sense to me too, because when you're just thumbing around and you see an ad, you click on it. Half the time, as we know, the lead forms are just culling information anyway. Like if one individual, and I hope everyone on this call knows this, but like at one point in your meta career of having like meta period, if you say yes to allowing a certain like ad, it literally just gives you the name, address, and phone number, right? Like you have to click off that and say, no, I don't want that information given. A lot of the lead forms that we get are from people that clicked that yes once, clicked on our ad, but didn't have intent. So we still get their information, which it's okay, but it's not like a great lead. Obviously, it's a very cold lead in my opinion, or a cold lead. That's kind of the feeling that I got from here is that a lot of these people were like testing the waters. Maybe I'll get a divorce next year, but I'm going to look into it now. They didn't have high intent. They were just kind of seeing what was out there. When you say I want a divorce in blank county, you're probably being pretty real about it, right? On Google versus Meta, where you're just scrolling at 1:30 stoned in the middle of the night, and you're like, well, maybe this is the right thing. I'm just going to see what this attorney's all about, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Did you funnel hack and like go through a few ads in your process?
Be more specific. I mean, we run a funnel period outside of Meta or Google, or
No,
like
no,
do we
no.
run?
So when
Go
I
ahead.
say funnel hack, what I mean is like, for example, like going to Facebook ads library and then searching up other people's lawyers ads and then seeing what they're doing. Did you try that?
Totally. And that's where like that coffee, like empty, like room kind of came from. Everything was like blue. And I said 5,600 Kelvin, which is obviously more blue daylight. Um, yes, to answer your question, a few of those came from that. And we also noted that there was a few giveaways like top 5 things you don't want to do in North Carolina before getting a divorce, which are fully legit, by the way. Like people like do this like cheap like $99 divorce thing, and like you can save like tens of thousands of dollars by not doing that. Like it's totally doing God's work as well because you're saving somebody a lot of money by doing that. But those were like the two or three of the main ones. And then headshots were the other thing we saw that people were just running, and they work, and it's kind of like real estate where you're like buying the person versus buying the house in some ways when you pick an agent.
Yeah. I don't want to spend too long because I know you have so much more value to share.
Yeah,
One last question, I guess, is like, did you by any chance see, and I can do my own research for this, but I'm just curious here, is like, did you by any chance see like an ad that went to like maybe a calendar page to like book a call or anything?
that's a good question. It's been a couple of years, honestly, since we started this, so I can't say for sure. And it's not something, being where we are right now. I think Koshik mentioned this at the beginning of the call, but like we have like two outstanding proposals for like 50,000 plus. And then we just got a 37.5 approved and like a 49K approved over the last few months. So the next 3 months are pretty much written for us, including the fact that we have like 2 or 3 retainer clients that are going to pay our Stripe, God willing, right? So like we have the attorneys, and then we have one dog grooming client left. So that's like 3 retainer clients that are going to pay pretty much no matter what. I try to make it a point, and just food for thought. Like when you get way too busy for all that stuff, check in like a week before payment. And I'm sure Quishik can tell you this is like a really smart idea. It's like you at least want to get a temp check, or at least give them a heads up of what you're working on next, right? Just so that like they don't feel high and dry, and they see that like, $4,000 or $3,000 payment come out of their credit card, like, ah, man, I haven't heard from that dude in a while. Instead, it was like, oh, I heard from him last week. It's all good. He gave me this update. You know what I mean? And it's not trying to screw somebody over. It's more just like, hey, we're still working for you. The machine's still working. Want to make sure everything's cool on your end, right? Here's what we're planning on doing. What do you think of this video? Like we created some cool Kling AI video. If you haven't used Kling yet, it's awesome. For one of our divorce attorneys that turned out really, really well. We're like, hey, we're going to start running this. So we are, without overcomplicating this, we are running a small ad set from Google that's just straight to their website or straight to their Google. That's not necessarily part of the local services, right? So you can run local services ads, or you can run ads that simply just say, Koshik is the best filmmaker and you want to hire him, right? So that's kind of what we're doing with those, is like showing some despair, showing some adversity, and then showing some triumph in a cinematic way to drive to this particular divorce attorney. So that to me is a little bit more branding, a little bit harder to gauge in terms of ROI for them, but I do think it's helping to some degree. Maybe a couple $100 a month goes to promoting that cinematic ad.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. My also like, and we can move on unless you guys have questions on this. What I was specifically referring to, and again, this is I can do my own research here, is like when it came to funnel hacking, what I was wondering about was like, okay, instant form ads maybe not the best quality, send messenger ads maybe not the best, but was there ads that you saw that went to like a call funnel from Facebook? That's what I was specifically asking. Because I wonder if maybe if you have a video ad, you hook problem authority solution call to action, drive that traffic into a call funnel, you're optimizing for schedule, maybe that's going to get you higher intent people. That's kind of what I was getting at with that question. Just kind of getting into like the
No,
weeds.
and that might have been just like laziness when it gets started, like didn't feel like that we had enough time for this person, or at least like discovering those two different orifices that you're speaking of, right? Either it's just like the send message DM campaign, which worked like fantastically and we got a ton, or a lead form, right? So both of those we saw. There may have been take me to a third party site to really juice me up, but if it happened, it wasn't often. So that might be the hack right there. You might have
Yeah,
nailed it.
yeah,
To create a little bit more authority, a little bit more trust before the right hook.
yeah. Um, guys, Tony shared a lot of stuff for anybody that's in here that's like divorce lawyer sounds really cool, and Google ads sound really simple to set up compared to managing Facebook ads and pulling my hair out and being in there 2, 3 times a week. But do you guys have questions for Tony before I think Tony's going to transition, talk a little bit more about like the higher ticket clients and more production heavy stuff. But do you guys have questions before we move on? Uh, Riviera, Estelan, Jorge, do you guys have questions? Cam, Oman?
Cool. What's up, Aman? Long time no see. Sorry I couldn't hang out last week. Um, so everyone can see this ILM Airport Spring UGC Creator Campaign.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Great. UGC, as you know, user generated content. I was telling everybody at the beginning of this call, we got like a random call from somebody who probably had to fill a quota. And some of you probably have been a part of this, where it's like you've gotten a government or a military or any kind of state entity. They have to get at least 3 quotas to be able to like hit the yes button on a budget, right? I think we were their throwaway quota and they hit us up. Instead, someone who's working as our fractional CMO, which basically means a part-time chief marketing officer who comes up with really great ideas, I just can't afford to pay them for full time. Came up with this UGC creator campaign, and it can pretty much be applied to anywhere, right? You should be applying it to something in your ads, and you kind of probably are, right? It's basically just a bunch of testimonials in some ways, but in our case, we sought out influencers and micro influencers. Micro influencer is somebody who's probably like 5 to 10,000, maybe 15,000 followers, that aren't asking the huge bucks, but still great content, still great. What's the word I'm thinking of? It's escaping me now, but they basically have a great reach, right? So this is essentially creating the same thing. They have this new campaign. Hopefully they're not watching now. Follow your ILM curiosity. That's the new 26 campaign. This was a idea of what the investment would be for that particular campaign. So this is why we don't need to get like 10 or 15 clients. Although I would like them. I would love 10 to 15 retainer clients. Right now we have 3. And we get projects like this that are going to last us at least 1 month. If you look at that, we're super skinny in terms of people. Like I said, I have like somebody who's a contractor and then a couple other subcontractors that I use. And then on shoot days, I'll bring in maybe 3 or 4 additional people. But I'm not operating where I have to pay a salary to anybody but myself. So this number here is, I mean, if you guys look at that as just like straight profit, that's going to get you through at least 3 or 4 months if you're playing your cards right in terms of your personal life, right? So everything on top of this is now a bonus, right? This was just a random, like somebody reached out, somebody recommended us, and then we gave them something that they weren't thinking about. They came to us thinking about a traditional cinematic video shot on an RA, shot on a Red, $800 paid SAG actors, all that fun stuff. And we flipped the script and said, what if we just did this instead? And the results were pretty awesome. Not only did we create like a really kick-ass cinematography or like cinema heavy commercial, but we had better organic reach than they've ever had before. So they ended up getting like 380,000 views organically, 0 paid ads whatsoever, which is kind of a big number. And the reason or the way we did that was essentially just finding people that had these micro influencer bubbles, had them post this video. Some of them went viral, some of them did not. And then we culminated all those videos together and made a really killer ad that they probably spent over $100,000 with us over 1 full year in terms of ad spend. So not only did we get the video itself, and this is what I thought I was coming to CMCC for in the first place. We got the content to create, but we also got their ad spend, right? And that's what kind of Koishik sold me on in the first place, which obviously full circle, it was right. This is working. But to recap, shooting for these really big pieces of content, and then also getting the back end in terms of ad spend is like huge, right? So if you do get reached out to, do your best to like convince them that you're the right person. And it makes sense that you are the right person to run their ads for them on the back end. Like, hey, I'll create this content for you for $5,000 or $10,000 or whatever, but here's the ad for the next 3 months after. Like, what do your people have exactly? Usually their answer is like nothing, right? So it's been really, really easy for us. And that's one of my biggest takeaways from CMCC is to own some of the back end work on the content that you create, right? Not only is it better for you, because we've had scenarios, and I use this at clients. This is like one of my biggest turning points for clients that I think I get to say yes to back end ad spend is that I have CEOs that spend $50,000 on content and they end up posting my Dropbox link to Twitter at midnight on like a Tuesday. And they say, why is our video not getting any traction? And it's true. That's literally happened to me where the CEO took a download link, put it on Twitter, and then was like, this isn't going anywhere. And of course it's not going anywhere, right? So your motivation on the back end is to make sure your content is going into the right places and giving them an ROI. So it's a win-win situation. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes. Okay, cool. So this particular one, we convinced them for a $54,000. We kind of gave a compare at Again, this is Gamma. I totally love it. It's an easy way to make proposals or um, free content, like Kaushik was saying. Like if you have like a 25-point paper that you're giving away for free or for $47 so they can join in on some kind of email campaign or whatever, you get them on your list. This is a super simple way. And you can swap out all these all these pieces of artwork very simply. You can create different icons, you can change different icons, all that fun stuff. It puts PowerPoint to shame. I could build circles around PowerPoint with this for sure. And it just looks better, just so much better in all cases. Giving like an idea of what the 8 weeks would look like. This is not something I built like line by line by line. This is me just giving AI the conversation that we had and it interpreting it into what deliverable we were to give them, right? So, and this is all accurate too. This is what we did last campaign. 2 to 4 million total impressions, 300 to 5,000 organic views. With my big head, 5 to 8% engagement rate. So this is kind of gives you an idea of what we're trying to convince our bigger clients to say yes to. And not only did we get this, but we got like another quarterly for the rest of the year. So that means they're spending $26,000 per quarter. And our take is only about $6,000 on that per quarter. But again, that's a set it and forget it. So that means I'm getting $24,000 a year on set it and forget it with zero lead generation. I mean, obviously they want to see a high spike on their website, right? Right now we're driving to their own landing page, but that's where the buck stops. They're not like tracking from the landing page to other airlines, right? They just want people to go to that landing page, and that's all that matters, right? And I'm not doing anything. I'm sure I could be like using some kind of crazy GPT operator, Manus operator thing to just hit that website over and over again. But for us, it's like higher value. We're going to make more money being honest with this person. And we've put like a QR code on some of our videos too. So we'll run these on CTV, which is like streaming TV, right? So we're doing Hulu, we're doing Disney Plus, in some cases YouTube TV, and we're hacking football. So we did like a football style ad. We're doing a basketball style ad because March Madness is about to come in. We've already pitched like their summer and their fall ads as well. We haven't gotten those approved yet, but if all goes right, we could literally survive just off this client likely. And then everything else that comes in automatically is like a hallelujah. Like when I see that, I'm just like, holy moly, like I haven't talked to this person in 3 months and they're still just letting that stripe go, and they're still making, I mean, it makes sense because, I'm going to stop talking because I have talked a lot. But with that one particular client, they're spending, 4 to 5 grand, depending on which attorney I'm talking about. They're getting 30 to 50 grand. So why would you ever turn that off? Like if I want that for me, like how do I get that 25,000 profit per unit? That's amazing, or per month, let's say. So I guess maybe Kaushik's fascination with us is that we still utilize the system that we learned at CMCC, but we kept some of our larger form or created some larger form clients that have like a high ticket. And we're kind of riding on those coattails as well, if that makes sense. I don't know if I summed that up correctly.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you so much. Guys, I know this was a little bit different in terms of, this is kind of the larger production. I think a lot of people when they see our ads are like they're thinking this is what I'm going to get. And so there you have it. Tony's got it. And so do you guys want to ask Tony more questions regarding this? Again, I know it's not necessarily lead generation, ROI, and but like, how he found the client, what he needed to say, what he needed to do, what production was like. Do you guys have questions for Tony? Riviera, do you have questions, Aiden?
Yeah, is it like the same level of like kind of the same process how you would close typical like how you did through the CMCC, or is it any other learnings you had from your experience closing these bigger enterprise type of deals?
It's a good question. I think a little bit more handholding, a little bit more flair on the front end. I think we create these, onboardings and SOPs for our quick clients that we have our whole discovery call written out and we have our whole sales call written out and all that. I think we had to freeform or have to freeform a lot of those, right? But speed has been everything, right? Like I think we've had really fast turnaround in terms of our proposals because of Gamma. I wish I was like getting paid and I had an affiliate link for you guys because I'm sure like a few of you would keep it forever. But like again, you could take this conversation right now, shove it into Gamma, put a little bit of original artwork, or let it create it for you, and then you have them a proposal by the afternoon. And I mean, or an hour, whatever. But we wait at least a couple hours so it doesn't seem like it just pooped out immediately after our conversation, or that would feel cheap. Um, Onboarding is almost the exact same. I think that like I skipped over a few things in terms of like we're not going to invite that client into Slack necessarily, but we do speak about the cadence and being able to keep up with us. And if they don't keep up with us, then it's not going to be the best product, et cetera. Right? It's in their best interest. So I feel like a few of the things that were from CMCC got watered down a little bit, but then a few of them also we utilize pretty hard. One of the nice things I think has been Stripe. I've used that like crazy through GHL, through Go High Level for we probably have like 3 dozen clients that I could talk about on this call, but I don't want to hijack the whole thing. But I mean, I think we've generated over like $250,000 in Stripe over the last 2.5 years. And 50% of those clients I didn't even talk about. Some of them were headshots, some of them were podcasts, some of them were website builds. Not necessarily in our niche, not necessarily our direction. So I didn't feel the need to do that. But I mean, just having that credit card link for whatever you want, whenever you want, right away is like super crucial. Um, just that speed, like get it done fast because when they want to strike, you better be ready for them to strike too. You know, this airport client is always just like ready to go, and she always has tight deadlines and but that turns into like a $25,000 deposit. So I usually do whatever I need to get that.
Is it is your point of contract like a marketing director there, a like who and how does that kind of work? It's you just run everything by that person runs it by somebody else, like
Yep. Yeah. I mean, there's no like, hey, let me speak to your boss in that case, right? Like I definitely understand like that dynamic for owner operator businesses, things like that, where you're like, oh, I'm talking to the secretary, I'm not gonna give my whole pitch to them. Don't really bad idea, right? I've done that way too much. I burn my voice doing that. But in this case, this person reached out to us for another quote. As I mentioned, I think they were just filling a quota to say, hey, we got our 3 quotes and this is who we're going with, our old faithful, which wasn't us, right? The only reason we got that was because we did something out of the box or outside the box and threw it their way. And she actually responded and liked it. But to answer your question, a lot of these businesses, like airports, um, only have one marketing director, and they are kind of marketing director operator in terms of marketing. Now, she does, without giving you guys too much information, she does have another big production company in town she's been using for a long time. They do websites, they do some other like traditional ads like TV, radio. And then they have another firm out in Colorado that they utilize for social media, copy, and PR, press releases, right? So, yeah, did that answer your question a little bit, Daniel?
Oh
yeah, that's
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
um guys, I think Estalon's out right now. There he is. Um Jorge, I don't know if he's there, but who else has Aiden, do you have anything for Tony? Aiden, Aman, Cam, Estalon, Jorge, do you guys have anything for Tony regarding this?
I might have just been spacing out, so that's on me if that's the case. But can you talk a little bit more about like how you, I guess, and sorry, I missed the first few minutes of the call. But would you be able to talk a little bit, like just quickly review, I guess, how you like came into this client or these kinds of clients, like how you know. Yeah,
Which,
like your process and that.
right. So you mean the big clients that we're getting a chunk of change from, or the divorce attorneys?
The big more enterprise level.
Mhm. I mean, I think just being somewhat Google ranked and being in the scene helped us, right? It was kind of dumb luck just to get a call from them to get a quote. And again, like I know for a fact, like Live Nation hits us up like every 3 months for a quote that they don't plan on utilizing us for, but they are required to, right? So state entities, same thing, right? We flipped the script on them because they were asking for some sort of cinematic video or a cinematic commercial, traditional, something shot on a red, something shot on an RA, something shot with like SAG actors. And we were like, what if we do it this way? What if we just hire 6 or 7 UGC micro influencers and then cut the commercial from that? But not only do we get that, we get this rad bonus of organic viewership, which totally worked. Like it blew everything that they probably spent $250,000 on the other production company. They probably spent about 100 on us all in, and they got 3x their return on us and probably maybe one on the other one. So a little bit of dumb luck, a little bit of just being there, making content, being in your city, getting somewhat ranked in your city. Cause I mean, she just like looked us up and called us. And then having the right pivot when the time was right instead of just giving her the status quo, which is what she wanted. She wanted to get another cookie cutter proposal about a video and following your curiosity and cliche voiceover, but instead she got something completely different, and that was like a year and a half ago. And now it's been like, wow, I can like rest a little bit. Wow, I have money in the bank account. Wow, there's like a 5-figure treasury heading our way. And again, like I mean, for me, like part of the key has been like being able to utilize some of that divorce attorney money or the dog groomer money or those retainer client monies on business development, right? And I'm sure like most of you guys understand, like if you're doing BD, if you're doing business development, you're not paying yourself, right? You're like just doing stuff. You're creating systems, you're creating onboarding, you're creating whatever it is. You're fixing your laptop or making it clean or getting enough information on your, you know, AI bot. You don't pay yourself for any of that. So when you have those big chunk clients, then it makes it like really easy to float yourself for a few more months, but then create BD and create these systems and things, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Solid question, and hopefully that answered your question. In terms of like the inception of how this story started for Tony with this client. Um, Guys, anything else? Aslan, do you have anything for Tony?
I guess if I had a question would be, so you're doing things with airport and then with lawyers. What's your future looking like? What are you still going to do both at the same time, or are you wanting to eventually just scale one?
That's a good question. And I think, I mean, that's one thing that I'm like trying to reason with, and maybe Korsha can help me here. But like, I think the point of this course is to dive so deeply into the one niche. And I mean, riches are in the niches or niches, however you want to say it. There's no doubt in that. But at the same time, like there's room for growth. And I think the reason that Koshik wants you to concentrate on this one niche at this time is to do like a rapid fire part of the course where you get it all done. If you didn't do that, if you kept your random like student film business or portrait photographer business or whatever else you do and not concentrate on that, then the course is going to take like 2 years instead of 3 months, right? So that's kind of how I'm viewing this right now, is that I want retainer clients. I want like 10 or 12 divorce attorneys to be with me for the rest of my life, not to get divorced from my wife, but to keep paying me money to, run ads. I also want other clients that are like music, right? Live Nation is one of our biggest clients, even though they're a bunch of a-holes. And some of these big ones that are creative and fun that are going to take me to like Tampa Bay, Florida next week, right? Like I enjoy that. I still enjoy that. And that's why, like that's what attracted me to Koshik is like his videography and seeing him like do cool MMA stuff. Like I had done MMA stuff. I just worked with Derek Brunson not too long ago. Pretty big
UFC.
fighter. The other one, which I can't remember, it's not MMA, it's PP something. You guys might know.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, like to answer your question, like I don't think it's all or nothing, and I think Koshik will tell you the same thing. Like you don't have to only do this thing. Being an expert in something is super critical, and like being an authority in something is super critical. But like there's got to be room for other stuff, or it's gonna suck. And Hermosi says to like do it until you get bored with it, and then go past that point. I think he's right, but I don't he didn't say don't do other things on top of what you're already doing. You just find a way to do that, and that's okay. Like I'm still able to follow my passion. I'm still working with like top tier musicians. I'm still building my own IP within that world, which I don't want to really get into tonight, but it's like one of the things that I do. And this is fueling that. So to answer your question, I want at least 12 retainer divorce attorney year round, and then like five big, 5-figure projects per year, and then I'll be full.
Aslan, when I think of like videographers that come to me, obviously there's I don't know what 1,600 inside of the Facebook group at this point. Um, I've seen so many different variations. Like I've seen people that are like 9 to 5ers trying to become full time. I've seen the wedding filmmakers. I've seen the corporate videographers. I've seen the real deal videos. I've seen and so I can kind of like put people into different buckets. And so when I look at Tony, he's kind of at like I've seen people, mind you, that like mu film music videos for like DJ Khaled and so, like so many. Like I have like a handful. If I wanted to reach out to pretty much any artist, like I feel cringy saying it, like I pretty much can reach out and like make a connection. And so what I look at is like what I have seen in my experience. And again, I looked at like Paul Xavier. He was kind of like the first chap. He was like the chap before me. He was trying to sell to these videographers. And a lot of the people that went to him, I'm kind of like saying that those videographers are like where Tony is, like kind of now. And what I mean by that is like a lot of these videographers would come in where it's like it's cool to say, oh, I work with DJ Khaled or whatever, but like those videographers are not making money necessarily. The videographers that are making money are like the ones that have like these big enterprise clients. That's what I kind of noticed with the people that came to me. I have spoken to many filmmakers that have can I wouldn't say many. I would say like this is like the top 5% that come to me that are already making like 200, 3,000 a year that are doing what Tony is doing, which is they have big enterprise clients, big commercials, Nike, Adidas. Like I've talked to maybe the top 5%, maybe top 1% of the people that I've seen inside the market cheat code that came into my world, that opt in some kind of funnel that I had a conversation with are that. But it's like what I've noticed with them is like there are two kinds of those people. There are people that engineer it, and then there are people that like don't necessarily engineer. And I think that if Tony wanted to go that route, he has to engineer it. So here's what I mean by that is like most filmmakers are not that level. Most filmmakers do not have the enterprise clients, right? They just don't, or else they wouldn't be here, right? Those people that are not those enterprise clients, I think if you want to make the kind of money that those guys make, the 200, 300,000, you have to niche down in lawyers. You have to niche down duck. You have to niche something down. And then you have to fucking go ham. More traditional like Cam and Aman or like Drew. Like that is just what has to be done. You can't just fucking fuck around and just do what you want. You have to be niche down and go all in, build systems, all that shit. If you want to make that 300, 200, 2, 3, 400,000. So that's that category. And then I see people like Tony, which are more on like the big production enterprise side. But the thing is, I don't know if you were here for what Tony said, and this is like all love for Tony and maybe for something for him to sleep about and think about. But the thing is, what he said is that he said it fell in his lap. So he's on Google, he's in certain places, and somebody reached out to him, and before you know it, this person reached out to him in somewhat manner changes his life. But the thing is, what the fuck happens when it goes
Not
out?
repeatable in that
Right.
particular instance.
And
Yeah.
so to answer your question, Aslan, he has like a few different routes. Route one is again, he can just like get a bunch of lawyer clients and they make passive income, and then he's just able to do these big clients, three, four a year, and that's kind of what he wants to do. That's like where his heart is, from what he said without me putting words in his mouth. But another option is you say fuck you to lawyers and you are more deliberate about scaling this. Now, how do you scale it? From what I have seen with the big guys that I've spoken to, it's garnering relationships. So what Tony would have to do is he would, instead of spending money on ads to generate leads, he has to figure out who to have a conversation with and get a shit ton of these marketing directors. Get yourself like four of them. Now you have a system in place. Now you have some repeatable. It's like every quarter I know I'm going to do two or three of these. So that's what I think has to happen. That's what I've seen with the really big guys.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my 2 cents. If that answers your question, as long as it gives you something else to like sleep on. Is like when you get to Tony's level where you have these big clients that sometimes just fall in your lap. Step one, it falls in your lap. Step two is now you have to engineer shit. So that means you have to have conversations, network, and figure out a way to manufacture these projects.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing is too, is that it takes like a year sometimes. Like I look back at like the first part of the conversation that I'm having with these big clients, and it's sometimes like a year to 9 months later that we actually close them and we're working together and all that stuff, which is horrendous. And I mean, I know I'll end on this, but my uncle writes for Law and Order. um, he is a professor at Columbia in New York for writing, and he says that one out of every 12 interactions um, that he has actually come to fruition in terms of a large film production. And you guys kind of already know that too, but that's what the beauty is of having those retainer clients. So I definitely have a goal, and Koshik and I have talked about this before this conversation about me getting back into figuring out how to get those 10 or 12 baseline clients. Because when you really hack those baseline clients, you can start to say no to other stuff. You can start to fish for those larger fish that we're talking about. And it is fishing. I mean, that's the thing too, is that like, I mean, I've already lived this life, I've gotten big five-figure clients before in 2016 and 2017 and 2018, but eventually it goes away when pandemics happen and when wars happen and when all the BS happens with the economy. Those are like the first people to say see ya, right? But if you've created a machine for somebody, right, that's giving them leads in the middle of a shitty economy, the last thing they're going to do is say goodbye to you. You know what I mean? But damn, if the marketing budget's not the first thing to get slashed at a big corporate level. So there is a balance in there too. And I think, everybody's to each their own. But I personally would prefer to have a retainer base and then the bonus of like a large client versus a large client as the retainer, or excuse me, a large client as the base and the retainers be the supplemental income, if that makes sense. Did that was that
So
full?
that
Okay.
was, that was perfect. I think, Eslan, does that answer your question in terms of, because I think that's where you were trying to get at, is like, okay, I know I have to niche down or I have to scale, or like where's Tony's head out with this? So did that hopefully answer your question, Eslan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Um, Anybody else have anything for Tony?
Cool.
Going once, going twice. Sold.
Heck. Thanks everybody for your time. I appreciate it. I'm gonna stick around and just be a fly on the wall for a little while and see what you guys are up to. And who knows? I mean, maybe we're moving offices right now. I got a really cool last thing I'll say, because I know it's time to hand this back off, but we did get a cool opportunity. I was spending about $22,000 a year on rent for a little tiny studio space and for our editing suite, right? Kind of unnecessary, being that I could kind of work out of home, but my wife also works from home, and I appreciate my time away. I appreciate my quiet time, and being able to take clients like this $50,000 client to a place that is like my business and not a shared office space, right? Anyway, we have a relationship with a real estate agent that has like a 300-person agency, and they had just massive, massive amounts of space. So we are currently creating like a pop-up studio within their office, just putting some soundboard up, putting whatever mics we had already, putting whatever lights we had already, all in there, make it turnkey so they can just turn it on and off as they need to. and we're canceling out our $22,000 rent per year. And the coolest part is we've already got one client out of that is on retainer just for content. They're going to come and do content. Um, not necessarily podcasts. We're trying to push people away from podcasts, even though that's what everybody wants to go in there for. But we're going to get new clients from that model, and we don't pay rent anymore, which I'm so, so thankful for. So food for thought. If you're looking to move out of your space or move into a different space, don't forget good old fashioned leverage and bartering.
Heck yeah. Congratulations on that, man. 22 grand in overhead slash, which is awesome. Awesome
Dude,
deal.
it's like my shoulders are like up here now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they were like I got a little weight off my shoulders now, and that's huge. That's a huge bit off the bottom line. So
Heck yeah,
thanks
man.
again, Koshik. Thanks to Mason virtually. You guys definitely helped me a lot through tough times during the pandemic and taught me to make a lot of money. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. Guys, again, one more time before you transition to Amma and Cam. Going once. Anything for Tony? Going once? Going twice? All right, forever hold your peace, guys. All right, Tony. All right, guys. So we will transition to Aman and Cam now. Aman or Cam, you weren't here the last time, but what I'd like to do is just like give a quick introduction. Cam, it's good to see you, man. By the way, it's been like forever.
Miss you too.
Heck yeah, bro. Yeah, so again, just a really quick introduction on Cam. We did Aman last week. Obviously, like Aman, Cam, you guys both want to chime in, feed each other in terms of this conversation, go for it. But guys, in terms of Cam's story, this is my POV. He was a duct cleaning tech for years for his parents' company. So he had built out a lot of sales skills by being in the trenches. So I bring that up on purpose because a lot of us guys, we've seen some of Cam's discovery calls, sales calls. I talk about Cam in terms of being an absolute shark when it comes to closing. This doesn't happen overnight, right? And then obviously him being in the duct cleaning niche and be able to coach people, again, there's a reason, right? Um, I think before he met me, he said something about this could be overly inflated, but spent about $30,000 in courses and coaching programs trying to figure things out because he wanted to be out of the duct cleaning tech world and wanted to be doing something else. I think for one reason or another, things just kind of fell through. He couldn't quite find like what he was wanting to do in terms of good fit. I think there was one thing that he did right before he met me where he did it and it was working, but he didn't feel like it was ethical. Anyways, hopped in, joined us July 2024, which again, it's almost 25, 26, almost 2 years now. He launched a six-figure 6 week. Like Tony had a few questions at the very beginning, but then once it clicked for him, like boom, deal closed. I think it was like 2 weeks that it took him to close his first deal. Then he built out his call funnel, which was really cool to do with him. And then it took us a little bit of time to dial in the ads, like what to find the winning ad, the winning targeting, copy, all that stuff. But once we did, boom, he was like getting really cheap book calls, closing deals. I think he's still running one of the ads that we came up with, like freaking 1.5 years ago. But like Cam and most of you guys in here, there are just certain things that he didn't necessarily like about the agency game. Even though he got to 10K, I think it was 10K or 15K per month. I remember his goal when he hopped in. I think it was either 10 or 15K, and he had hit that month. And I remember he had brought that up. He's like, "Koshi, I hit this goal." But again, there was just like parts of the business that he didn't like. And I think for him in particular, it was there were two parts to it. I think part of it was like, hey, you're teaching this model where you're charging 5K or $2,083 a month. You get to the end of the sales call and then they might not buy and you feel weird about it and don't feel good. And then if they don't buy, it's like time and energy and just blah, 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 don't feel the best about it. And then I think the other part of it also was just like the service delivery side, just like, hey, juggling that with also doing service delivery and just like that not being necessarily his favorite part. And then, clients maybe bitching and moaning a little bit. And so for a while he quit. And I knew it, right? Because I got a sixth instinct. And so Cam was he'd always be like the last one on these coaching calls, even if he had like freaking like 5 minutes worth of questions. But he was always sitting there like trying to absorb and learn as much as he could. But then I remember there was like a week or two where like he wasn't there, and I was like, what the heck's going on? And come to find out, he had basically seen some other people's ads on like becoming a high ticket remote closer, clicked on the ad, went, I think it was like for Brie Labrad or something, went through this whole free, and then he told me about it after the fact. And I was like, bro, you just got scammed. And he went through that program. And you see him nodding his head a little bit. He went through the program, came to find out it wasn't exactly what was promised and just issues that he had there. And then he was like, okay, well, I need to pivot back. And so he hops back in and gives their go. And then again, you guys already know Amon's story. I shared that, and then they kind of just like met at the perfect time where actually like let me take a step back. Like while he was in the, doing the agency game, he had Amon was a few chapters ahead of him. And so he was able to ask Amon a few questions on certain things like onboarding or tech or service delivery. And so he had already built up some, Amon had already built up some goodwill with Cam. But eventually he does reach out to Aman at a certain point. He's just like, hey, like, why don't you help me out with a few of these clients that I have? And then maybe we can work more closely together. And so I think Cam or Aman proposed that. And yeah, that's kind of what it was. Like Cam take care of the sales aspect while Aman take care of more maybe the operations, the back end. I don't know, maybe the editing of some of the content. I don't know exactly how they divide the workload. And then yeah, they joined forces. I don't know, maybe it's been like 6 months ago, and they're crushing it, doing great. Um, I praise these guys a lot, say a lot of good things about them. But that's my POV. Cam, if I missed anything, please share to fill in the gaps in terms of like, a little bit about yourself to give a little bit more context because there are some guys in here I think that may have not met you, like Eslan and Ronnie. But yeah, man, I wanted to go and hand it off to you. There's a lot of things that we already went over in terms of the coaching call with Aman. But if you want to like run through it, I don't know how you want to do it, whether you want to like run through it yourself or you want to just like talk about things openly about like that's maybe top of mind for you, or maybe you made some notes and things you want to share. However you want to go about doing that. But before I did, again, I just want to hand it off to you. And if there's anything you want to share in terms of like introducing yourself, because maybe I misspoke or left some information out. But Cam, it's you, man.
Cool. Yeah, it's good to see you guys again. It's been a while. There are some faces here that I don't recognize, but it's good to see all of you. But it's nice to see some of you guys again. Um, yeah, you pretty much covered all of it. I think I might have spent more than like 30K in courses before meeting Koshik. And I think the one thing that changed for me to actually go through with it, and also it was like perfect timing where it's actually like probably the best course I've ever invested in too, was kind of had my back against the wall with my now fiance finding out that she's pregnant. So it's like I didn't have the option to quit, which kind of got me through the hard stuff in the 6 weeks, six-figure sales funnel to where I did close pretty quick. And I was just kind of like tunnel visioned. And then, yeah, like you said, my background before that was a Dutch cleaning technician, and I just really, really enjoy sales. Um, so I got experience through duct cleaning and sales that way. And then I found this. I think I made like one video in my entire life. Luckily, I was able to send it to Koshik because I think he's like, send me some of your work so I can make sure that you're a good fit. So I like just finished this piece of crap video that apparently was good enough to get in. So I'm not really a videographer, but I like it, I guess. Um, and then I just started, made my first close pretty quickly. Um, then things are going decent. I had a couple clients in the duct cleaning niche. Um, and I think it just got to be too much where I was getting so many rejections one after another. And I felt like the presentation of the sales was like perfect. And they're like, they love me. They're basically saying yes before the price drop. And then the price drop was just too much to make it make sense. And I think as my sales calls went on, just the fear of knowing that that big price drop is coming and how many no's it gets, I eventually started just dragging my feet to the desk and work became like not fun. And sales is my favorite thing in the world. Everything else I do is pretty much just so I can have more sales calls. Like I love selling. And then service delivery is just something that I tolerate because I just sold something. I got to live up to it. Um, that's kind of how it went. And then as I was doing the 2083 or the 5K. Those are the two options. And as the price got closer and closer to the end of the sales call, like I just couldn't find the joy in it anymore. So um, it got super hard, and then I got these ads, and then it was like the perfect time to see these ads because it's everything that I'm struggling with. This is like heaven compared to everything that I'm hating currently about the agency game. So I went through with them. Um, without Koshik's permission or like walk by because I was like, I'm just struggling. I'm struggling so bad that no matter what I thought he would say, like it was not going to do anything. Like I have to leave. Like there's just nothing here that is I'm finding joy in. So then I just went with them. And it didn't go well, and it was a scam in a sense, but it taught me a few really good things. They make you go through sales training. This guy's name is Brad Leah. He has like 5 different businesses. He puts everybody through the same sales training, and these coaches are elite. And you basically pay a certain fee, and you have to go through a certain amount of Zoom calls, answer a certain amount of questions. It's like a 2 week thing, and then you can pick between his businesses once you're officially a salesman that he would actually take on to one of his businesses. So I learned a lot of good stuff through that. Um, but how I got started through that was they did the same pricing, so it was basically 5K to start. But what they did differently was um, they charged weekly. So that's kind of what gave me the idea after I learned that that thing was a scam, and I wouldn't have gone through with it if it wasn't weekly. And I'm happy to pay the 5K as long as I can pay as it goes. But I got all my money back after finding out that it was a scam. But it taught me that and a bunch of sales through the general training that they push everybody through. So it wasn't a total waste of time, and I got all my money back. But what I took that info that I learned from that whole experience back to my agency, and I started charging by weekly. So it made everything so much more fun, knowing that I know how good I am at the first part. It's just the price drop. And if the price drop isn't a problem, then I should just start closing. So my energy was completely different. And it was correct when I went to these sales calls when the price drop matched their experience leading up to the price drop. It's like I just was getting like close, close, close. I think I got like 9 out of 12 people from coming back after just struggling so hard. And then still wasn't a fan of service delivery, but I was tolerating it. I had like maybe 2 ads that I luckily found immediately just by taking whoever's ads were running for like 3+ months in Canada. Um, Copied that ad, literally just screen recorded it, chose a very similar copy, ran it. Thank God it worked. That's kind of what allowed me to keep a certain amount of clients on for so long. And then I met Amon. I think I got to maybe like 12K, maybe without him on, before I'm on. And then he kind of, I think I had a coaching call. I hopped on here. And then Amon was on it. Then he hit me up after. He's like, hey, like if you want some help with AI, something along that. I don't know if Amon, you remember exactly, but it was something related to AI. And then I was like, yeah, man, I'd love to kind of hear more about that. And then after that call we had about AI, Amon's like, hey, dude, like if you think about it, our skill sets perfectly match each other. Where all the things that you hate are all the things that I love and vice versa. And we're so good at the things that we're really good at. So like, what do you think about maybe making this thing like just maybe just consider it? And then went backpacking with my fiance and my daughter at the time, and I was like, um, the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Where I was just like, all the things that he's good at and he loves doing are all the things that I'm bad at. Maybe not even bad at, but just hate doing. So I have zero passion and I can't do AI. Like there's so many things. So then we gave it a shot for like, I think we did like a month trial or something. And then we just forgot about the month trial and it just all of a sudden got to this point. We're at like 6 months. And it's just been, I don't know what, I think we've hit 25K for 2 months in a row. Um, this past month we spent a lot and we learned a lot. But I think March is gonna be a good month. Um, but yeah, that's kind of our story. So I'm all sales. He's like all systems. I think when me and Amon met, it's like ideally in the perfect world, all I do is sell and I put them through the door and I know that they're going to be taken care of inside that door. And Amon's like, that's crazy because all I want to do is have people come through a door randomly and I can just show them how good my systems are. So I was like, okay. And it just kept on adding up. Like every single thing that he was saying, it was perfectly matching what I was hoping. And it just got way out of control in the best way possible. And I thought it was going to go great and it's going like way better. It's just been like yin yang perfectly to wherever we're headed, in that sense. So yeah.
Heck yeah, heck yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because like when Aman hopped on and even like some that I have on Slack is like you guys use very similar language like yin and yang and just kind of like perfect. It's like, hey, all the things I don't like doing, he likes doing. And Aman literally mentioned that the other day. He was like, if I could have it my way, I would just magically have clients land on my lap and I would just be able to do the work. And it's interesting that you kind of say it this way as well. But guys, like what actually maybe I can ask you a question and then I think might be good is like the guys can go around and ask questions. Maybe like as we talk, the more questions will surface. But what would you say are overall, like what are like the big three things or lessons that you've learned that you don't think are very obvious? So like to the guys that are here, it's like, oh duh, yeah, like work your leads. Oh duh, yeah, like close and collect cash on that sales call or else they're not gonna come back. But what are like three maybe not obvious things that you learned that you feel like, hey guys, like this is huge, like focus on this?
Um, I think in order to do more than what one person can do, or even two people, you have to, even before testing it and seeing for yourself, just having blind faith that if you create systems of calls that you have to have every single time with somebody, it's the same thing. If you create course material, like it can save so much of your time. Because in my mind, it's like, yeah, of course, like a course will replace what I'm currently doing, but it's like, will it work? Will it not? It's really worth just closing your eyes and doing it regardless and improve it after doing some testing and just like just find out rather than it's a lot of work. So I think for a while me and Amon were like, we definitely got to do course material, but like, and it was a lot of work, but it saved up so much of our time and it's paying off tremendously. So I think the fear is like, it's so much time and I don't know if it's going to work. I say just blind faith. It's going to be whatever amount that I have to put into it, but it's going to work. Like, just think about it like that. Because the reward at the end, if it does work, is well worth just forgetting about the fear. Because it'll save so much time and energy. So a third or second one.
I feel like one that I think of when I work with Cam, like the one I think the biggest thing that hit me was I feel like when I worked with clients and clients would say, "Hey, this thing doesn't work." I would kind of almost be like gaslit in a way and being like, okay, like this isn't working, or we need to change the ads, or we need to change the funnel and stuff, or change the AI how it talks. But working with Cam, I see how much he's just like really doubles down on all the systems. Like he doesn't even question himself. It's like the client's fault, like 90% of the times. And so just being so confident in the fact that like it all comes down to like the main principles, like work your leads, update your pipeline, double dial your leads. If they don't, go in there, make a Loom video, show them exactly what they're not doing, send it over them, be like, hey, you need to do this first. And yeah, I guess I wasn't as brutal in terms of that or as confident. And he's just like I don't even think like when I gave Cameron the systems in terms of like, hey, this is what I do. I double dial or I teach them double dial. They update their leads, all that stuff. Like like for me, I'm just like, I think this works. Like, I think this is best practice. For him, he took that and he never even questioned it. He's like, this is ultimately the best practice. And he just believed it so much where like literally our clients do get that 50% booking rate. They do make that like high ticket close on the back end. They book out their schedule. I'm just like, damn, I just had to believe in this more. Like, so for me, that was kind of like the big thing.
That's a good point because I think, well, what Amon says, like it's the client's fault. I think an important thing to note there is like making sure that if a client does exactly what we tell them to do in a couple different areas and they kill it, then it's the client's fault if
Yeah.
they don't do exactly those things. So that's what we made sure of, and we got evidence of that first. But then if I even do like a pipeline roast. If I do, I think it's like after 3 days we have automations. So after somebody gets their first leads, and we consistently do high volume of leads, like 99% of the time. So it's most likely they're going to have a lot of leads. So they're going to have experience to be able to manage them, organize them. So I go in there and do a pipeline roast after like day 3 of having the first leads and just basically just roast them. And we tell them that it's called a pipeline roast. So it's kind of a fun thing, but it's tough love where I'm like, why aren't you doing these tiny things to make so much more money? Like it's going to be harder for you to not make money by not doing these tiny things than just to listen to what I'm telling you to do. Um, so yeah, I think that's a good point. Like if you know something works, just really do your best to hound people. But after the pipeline roast, if people don't listen, I think me and Amon will remind them a few more times and we'll try to keep on them. But usually if it goes past like a little bit longer after that, it's like these guys
Yeah. We're just like,
yeah, they're just trash. They're essentially the same as like somebody who's just unqualified and doesn't matter. We'll just toss them to the side. It's very
yeah.
opposite from
Just
what we're
for
looking
like
for.
context as to what Cameron is talking about, like basically whenever someone gets their first lead, we have an automation where it's like if this is the first lead, then have a wait that's 3 days, and then it'll send Cameron a text after 3 days that says pipeline roast video to this client, and then he'll go in and then he'll like make a loom of their whole thing, and then it'll send it over. So that's how we automate that.
Yeah, how did you, so what I'll say is there's obviously there's a lot of things that you guys are doing that's like, holy cow. That's fantastic. But what I would say is like, obviously the course material and being able to automate onboarding is like, whoa, that's super cool. And obviously it's saved you guys a bunch of time and energy, but the pipeline roast is freaking genius. Like who came up with that? How did you come up with that? I see it's like another way. So like I was talking on the last coaching call about this, about like, whenever people hop in, your onboard has to be on point, and then they're gonna fuck up at the very beginning. Your job is to whoosh, steer them in the right direction. It's like you have a different mechanism, but you're doing the same thing of steering them and making sure that they don't fall off. And if they fall, it's like, fuck you, you weren't, this ship is not for you anyways. But like, how did you guys like come up with that idea?
I think we
I
were
think
just
we
doing
just,
it anyways.
I
And
think,
then we're like,
yeah,
why don't we just do this every
naturally.
time? Yeah, because some people
Yeah.
hop on and they're just immediately good. So we were like, all right. But some people, they're just, I probably shouldn't have onboarded them ever. I just didn't see something, or there's something underlying that will make them inevitably fail, whether it be like attitude, mindset, whatever it is, excuses. Then there's like the middle people where it's like they can do well. They just need like a little kick in the butt and know exactly where to go and why. So they can do it when I'm not even paying attention. Um, and then the other people are just sharks. We're like, they get it. The mindset's there. They're hungry. They're
Have
like, they
you
understand all the things that we teach. So the pipeline roast was just like, even if they're sharks, let's just make that a habit so that regardless of who comes in here, we do everything we can to make sure that if they can do well, we do everything in our power to make sure that they actually do that. Not just they can do well, but we didn't give them the right info, or we didn't push them the right way, or we didn't tell them this isn't how the way to do it, and that's why they failed. It pretty much just makes their success inevitable if they are a good fit.
Yeah, yeah. Have you guys come to find that to be true? Like out of every 10 clients, you have like one stud, you have like three duds, and then these people are just kind of sort of in the middle, like basically what you're saying. Like you're typically gonna have like one stud, a few duds, and then a bunch of people in the middle.
Um,
I
I
feel like
think the ratio's changed a little bit, but that's
maybe
pretty
like
close.
studs, like 2 or 3 studs out of 10.
Yeah, I'd say it's a little higher than, yeah, I'd say, I don't know if, I don't think it's 50%, but I think the way that we qualify people now is a little better. And
Yeah.
we've done better. That before it was kind of like, you got money, you got the equipment, like, just, I'll tell you what you want to hear. And then now it's like, I'll tell you what you want to hear if I know that you're going to crush it. So I can help you get out of your own way. Um, so
Yeah. Also, like, oh, sorry, Coach, were you gonna say something?
All I was going to say is I was just going to summarize, like the question I'd asked Cam was like, what are the three things that are top, like, hey, these are big things that are not obvious. The first one was like, I think Cam said, have time on doing certain things that like, hey, look, it might be a huge time investment, like creating course material, but just do it. The second thing I'm having a brain fart right now, but that's what you mentioned, Aman, was um, like
if
have
you
high
find something that
conviction.
works, like just hold down, just
Yeah,
push it on
hold down
people.
the fort, have a lot of conviction, and if you do, that goes a long way. And then what's another thing, Cam or Aman, that you're like, hey, this is big. It's maybe counterintuitive or not very obvious. That has helped you guys tremendously.
I have my
I
answer.
would, oh yeah, I'll
Here's
take one
what,
after you.
no, no, here's what Cameron's gonna say.
I was gonna say something that's we just thought of. I think me and my fiance were doing our annual what is it? Like when the year ends and you're trying to figure out what you want to do and like set goals. What's that called? Wait,
Um,
whatever that is.
New Year's resolutions
Yeah,
or
yeah, resolutions. Yeah. She was like, yeah, and we'll have like a wins chart. She was making a wins chart. Then I was like, why don't I do that for work? And one of my things was you get a win at work every single day. I was like, that's a pretty good goal to have for like the whole year. And I was like, then I texted him on. I was like, why don't we just set up like a wins? Because we already had a wins thing to like really, but they were like, we hit 10 clients, retainers, like big things. And it's like maybe once a week, twice a week, whatever. But we had a wins daily channel that we added on there for little ones. And I think that I don't think we've added anything into the wins channel in a long time because the daily wins channel, it's like every day. And it is unbelievably energizing and motivating. And it's so freaking fun when you see that thing light up. And it can be something tiny, like so small. Like I think one of my wins was like I had a an offboarding call with somebody. Like we lost a client, but it's just like tiny things where it's like first time, like almost none of them are negative. But the point is like you just put a bunch of stuff in there. And as the day goes on, if you go look in there when the day's done, it's like like you got to scroll to go find all that stuff. So I think the biggest thing that that's done for us is it's really easy to get roped into the negatives of we lost a client or this person is asking for calls with us all the time or it's always a text message that he could have just sent. Like there's all these things that you can find that kind of piss you off, I think, in a business. And I think once we have this and you constantly are looking to things to put in the wind channel, you can't wait till it lights up. Like I think my mind, I don't know about you, Amon, is triggered where if something happens, I immediately send it in the wins channel. So it's like my brain is triggered now, like looking for happy, positive, like exciting things to share with them on and just myself. I'm like, oh, sick, like another add on to the wins channel. So I think it's really helped separate the negativity that's always going to be there and really just find the positivity, which is what's going to drive your business so much further than like spending any time on the stuff that doesn't really matter. An example would be like, um, if a client leaves because he's not paying enough, we focus a lot of time on like trying to get those payments and he's not even that good of a client, but like we still need the payments. But instead, we can just cut him off, move him to the side, and take all that energy that would have been investing and trying to figure out what to do there and just put it towards getting more clients. And let's just ramp up ad spend and focus on getting more to replace them instead of like hanging on to these things that might feel like a desperation because you're in a certain spot. Um, yeah, I just feel like if there's a split screen in different universes where it's like you spend some time trying to keep this client on because you need the money versus just cutting ties and putting that energy towards turning on ad spend and putting that towards more sales calls, you're going to end up with so much more money and have a way better time doing it that way. Um, I don't know if that makes sense. I kind of went on a tangent there, but I'd say the daily wins channel is a must for everybody if you don't have one.
It makes sense in terms of like the huge psychological shift, and I can personally attest to that. I just want to clarify one thing. This wins channel, is it for you and Aman, for you guys, or is it the
Just
wins
for
channels
us.
for everybody?
No, it's
It's for
just
us.
for us. Yeah.
Okay, so
It's
what you're
almost like a diary in a way where we can look back on it and be like, oh, these are the wins we are getting at this time. Yeah.
so it's like instead of like the negativity of like it just allows you to maybe a little bit of like gratitude of like, yo, this cool fucking shit happened or that cool thing happened or this
Yeah.
is
So
it,
I could just like read a few if you want. Like just
bro,
looking.
share it. Share it. We want to see.
Let me see. So
I'm joking. If it's private, you don't have to share.
I don't think it's too private, but just in case if there is, we let's see, crazy this worked well. We made a video he posted online where he's just talking about like, hey, if you want to learn what our duct cleaners are doing, we have a Google Doc that we can send you, comment this. And someone randomly commented on it. We put that in the Wins channel. We're really excited about that. I never sent him the checklist in my head. I'm just seeing this now. I'm like,
Whatever.
yeah, I got some of the
Damn it, Amon.
we just lost a lead there. Um, let's see. So one big thing is the tech access call takes so long where I'm getting access to their Facebook. I made a video. I sent it to Cameron. I'm like, Cameron, just try to see if they can watch this before. If they do go through it, then cool. We save like an hour of time. And they watched the whole video. They gave me all the access. When I hopped on, it was like a 30-minute call. That was in the wins. That was really awesome. He put great coaching call. And then one of our new clients got two jobs over $1,000. We got notified. He said, finally, we have a client who has great CPL and deserves it. Mike and Scott are amazing. And the coaching call, Scott says to Mike, which are two of our clients. So Scott, client one, says to client two, I just want to thank you. I've been on this coaching call listening to what you're finding success in. I've copied the exact same thing and I've sold on every single call. So I mean, these are kind of like good wins. We do have like the mundane stuff as well. But yeah, kind of reading back on this, I'm like, yo, these are kind of good wins. But okay, like Greg just got booked his first job with 2 exclamation points. I'd say, it's a new client we just launched and he got his book. We put that in the wins channel. Second week when we get a client who goes from the trial onto a retainer, we make these funny AI photos of them where it's like the city's behind them. It has their logo. It's there. Like I take a screenshot from our Zoom call. It's like confetti and money in the air. And so every time they love it. So Cameron was second weeker, loved their AI pick, gets a great reaction every time. So those are just a few, just so you can kind of get an idea.
That makes sense. Yeah. I wish I knew about this. I feel like me and Mason would have like conversations where we would like share wins, like, hey, bro, this happened, that happened. And I think like systematizing like that is brilliant. Because like here's the thing, and this is important for the guys in here that you don't have partners. Because I think obviously most of us don't, right? Estalon, Aiden, obviously you have a few people that you work with, Tony, Ronnie, but like what has to happen is like if you don't have a partner that you're doing this with, you have to be very deliberate about journaling. You have to be very deliberate. And that's where I will like get this feeling of like gratitude and happiness is like I have to be writing it down and like remember like all the benefits, all the good things. So either you have somebody to celebrate with and you should engineer it like this, or you got to, be journaling for yourself and remind yourself all the good things because it's so fucking hard, like Cam said. There's no such thing as like with the agency game, just the way the game is, there is like fucking 20-30% bullshit and 60% good shit or neutral shit, right? It is part of the game. And so just doing something like this, I can see how like it increases your morale. Do you guys have like I assume you guys have a wins channel for your clients. How does like be honest, like how did or you don't? You don't? Oh
No,
wow,
fuck the
fuck.
clients, bro.
Damn. Huh?
Fuck the clients. No, okay.
Oh, you guys
Fuck the
should do
clients.
that. Okay, so this whole time, initially, I was thinking that's what you guys had, and you guys should totally do that because that hits different, man. Like when you guys have like a wins channel for your clients, it hits there. Try it. I mean, consider trying it. But because it's like two different things. One thing is like seeing the wins channel, and the way you're talking about the like lighting up and feeling good, that's how I honestly feel every single time somebody posts something inside the win. Like I just light up. It's like highlight of my day. I like seeing the video. I like seeing it makes me feel so good. But then there's a different feeling of like when I message something to Mason or Mason message something to me. Right. So there's just like two different feelings. So it's something you guys might want to experiment with. But anyways, um, I think was it Aman who was about to say the next thing that is like not obvious in terms of like something that's been like a game changer, really cool for you guys? Was there something that you were about to say, Aman?
Yeah, I was just gonna say how amazing the offer we do is. Like the 421 first week, they get into their first home, and then it's 7 days after that, and then it's 521 weekly. The reason I love that so much is just because when I did the 1250 a month or the 3K upfront, trying to collect that, it's like one. I feel like I missed out on a lot of good qualified people who I would have gotten good results for, but they just didn't, want to pay that money up front. And then two, it made me get stuck with a lot of people who were not that good quality lead. And then now I'm stuck with them for over a month and it's just like hell. Right. And so like I think what I really like about this first week is that we can comfortably take, say, like five or say six people, and even if three of them become a long-time partner, it's like we don't feel guilty for the other three. Like they gave it a shot, they paid the first week, we onboard them fast, and we're able, like kind of like Cameron said, like we kind of know our sales or we know our clients well enough now that we can filter out a lot of people and we can really just push for the ones who are a good fit. But we got this way because we got so many reps so quickly because how low ticket that barrier was. And so I feel like just getting that data so much faster. And it allowed us to just even have the opportunity to work with really qualified people who might not have thought we were worth, maybe 3,000 or 1,000 initially. And so, but the 420, it's like, Drew said a really great line the other day. It's like, if 420 is going to break your business, then you're probably not a good right fit for us. So it's like, yeah. So I think just how fast you get the data, and then how fast you get to your good clients, and then once they stay on, they're pretty much on forever. Like as long as we're getting them leads, they're going to stay with us. And so yeah, I would say it's just like how genius the
Yeah.
offer is. It gives us so much. I mean, that was kind of the charm of the free to fee that we were doing, is that you just like kind of like Drew says, like, hey, I need to get through like 3 to 4 people in a given area to find my winner. But once he's there, he's there. And that's kind of what I feel like we're doing in a sense. So that was my last thing.
Yeah,
My,
that offer is gangbusters in terms of like, hey, you pay 421, we're gonna get you a shit ton of leads, and then you don't have to pay a single dime until you've closed. It like translates to that. But I did have a question for you, and I think Tony's got something you want to try in, but just really quick. Um, I think because the offer's so good, I wanted to kind of pick your brain for some of the guys. So let's take somebody like Estalon, Riviera, Ronnie, who are doing portrait photographers. How would you structure your offer for them? And then two, let's take somebody like Aiden who's selling to, let's say, contractors, a little bit more higher ticket. Off the top of your head, can you guys think of offers that you guys would make for each of those two niches? Like, what would you say on the end of the sales call in order to have a similar effect or something? Can you guys think of anything off the top of your head? I know I'm putting you on the spot. If you don't have anything, no worries. I'm just curious.
So the people they have calls with, they're just, could they be anybody or are they businesses for portrait photography?
So portrait photography is the niche. So Essalon helps portrait photographers make more money. So
Oh.
So only
yeah.
once you go to your
Oh.
first shoot, then you get 7 days with us. So
What's
we'll
that?
launch our ad. And so only once you go to your first photography shoot, then 7 days after that is the end of the first week.
I see.
And then same with Aiden.
Yeah.
Like only once you go into the first estimate, then you've been to a house, you have that trust, and then only then is 7 days after. You get 7 days. Then your 7 days starts with us. I assume that's where
Yeah.
Cameron.
I think I'm thinking the same thing. Yeah. Cause it's like, if you're on the fence, because I think if you did a good job on the sales call, the only reason why they're going to say no is because of the price. So if you make that a yes with giving them an entry price point, but it's enough so they are committed, then they're going to listen to what you tell them to do, especially if the guarantees like,
How do you come up with the price point though? Like, I think like so one, what would the price point be? I was gonna ask something else. Yeah. What would the price point be for that? And oh, what would the price point be? And then two, Cam, do you use the word trial or do you not use the word trial? Free trial.
um, no, I don't use the word trial for some reason. I think I call it like a test week. You can test this out.
Okay, got it. But yeah, what about the price point? Like you guys do 421. Is there a reason that you went to 421? Like what was the logic behind it? It was like, hey, look, I just feel like that's a good number. Like how did you guys come up with that number?
It's pretty stupid, but the 521 is just 4 divided by 283. So I hit them with exactly like the 283, 5K, but what we do for all our newcomers, obviously that's not what you would pay. That's just for context. For everybody to try us out, we're a big believer in you should be able to sample the ice cream before you have to buy the cone. So what we want to do is give you something we call a sample week. So we chop the $2,083 by four. And to make your first week even better, it's not 521, it's actually 421. So you can actually try us out. The best part is you get paid before your first week starts, meaning we could turn ads on. We're going to get you trained. All the stuff I just showed you is going to happen. As soon as you feel confident, we're going to turn on your ads. A bunch of leads come in. If you check out our testimonials, the number one thing you're going to notice across the board when I ask them what surprised me most when starting with us is how fast leads came in and how fast we booked our first job. So that's what you're going to experience. So that's why it's important for you to get trained through the course. You're feeling fully prepared. Once you get your first jobs on the books, you could be 3 weeks booked out and still your first week hasn't officially started with us. Only when you decide to actually go to one of these jobs and complete one of them, get a 5-star review, make $1,000, like Assad did. You can check him out. He made $21,000 in his first week with us, and he's 23 years old. Yada yada yada. That's when your first week starts, and you have 7 more days to do exactly that. Um, Originally it was 421, or so it was 521, and we were doing okay with that. But then I was like, I think it would be a bit sweeter. And me and Amon talked about we're okay with taking that $100 off if it really makes you feel that much better about going through. So we were like, let's just do it. And it doesn't matter. The 421 doesn't matter. Neither does the 521. It matters that they stick towards moving on. So that's we're like, yeah, it's an easy choice. They just need to try us out. And it ended up going from 521 to 425. And then we were like, what the, because I think 425 was like a rounder number, which was stupid. So we're like, what do we, and I've had some people be like, why is it, you said $100 off? That's like $94 off. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. So we just changed it to 421, but that's kind of how we got the number. Um,
Got it. Okay,
yeah.
cool.
And it was $100 just because it sounds good. I don't really know. I don't think much thought went into it, but it's working. So
Like Jorge, he once taught me how he does the jujitsu like sales process, and he has like he stacks up the value. He does the big drop down where he goes from like 10K to today it's only $800 a month. And just because it's Easter weekend, we're actually doing it now for 400 today, right? It's kind of like that double drop down is like very sweet. I think Cam just kind of naturally started doing that. And yeah, I don't think for us,
yeah.
like we care too much about the front end. We're just trying to find our winner. So if it was 300, I think we would be okay with that. But we were getting people like if people didn't go on the 421, it was never because of the money, I assume, Cameron.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because they just hated us. So
Yeah,
I
we
think
sucked.
you guys don't need to worry about until like later on in the coaching call, I'm going to share like more number stuff with you guys, but you guys are not in a position where like it matters. You guys need to, in my opinion, you guys just need to get a shit ton of volume in and really figure out your numbers, right? Figure out like what percentage of people ascend. And then once you figure that out, and then your cost per acquisition cost per lead, like it'll matter 6 months down the road. It'll matter 12 months, maybe a fucking year down the road. It's not going to matter. The front end price will not matter where you have to pivot or tweak it. And again, I'll go into that here in a little bit, but Tony, you had a question, man?
Yeah, and it might be, it's super simple, but you start at 421 and you go to 521. Do you have a new transaction, or is that something that you build into GHL or ClickFunnels or whatever you're using to intake money, to where you program it to start at 421, wait a week, and then 521 from then on? Because I know and this might just be me not knowing the system, but
No, that's a good question. Yeah.
when I've changed from like, because I think I did a lot of $2,500 setups, right? Again, this is like slower, larger ticket stuff. $2,500 setup and then $5,000 a month after that. Obviously, that's like a new transaction. But maybe you've figured out a way, or maybe there's a way within ClickFunnels or GHL that you're able to make the service fee and then reoccurring revenues fee after that, or something like that.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a 421 link that we send them. It's just like a Stripe. Amon made it like fancier, but it's just a Stripe 421. That's it. And then, like I said in that kind of sales pitch there, we get everything built out for them for 421. We lock in their location, get their ads built out, get them trained up. We turn on their ads, the leads start coming in, they start booking jobs. Once they go to their first job and they complete it, I get notified based off of Amon's trigger they set up. Super sweet. That the first week has started. So 1 week after that, on day 6, my phone gets another notification saying this person's on their last day. Send over the 7-day week trial. Amon's a genius. So what we do after that is we send this, and it's a very simple text, but we just look at their numbers in their pipeline. And I kind of just show them the highlights of what went on. These guys smashed it, so this is a easy text to write, but all the things that are bolded here are the things that I change. Everything else stays the exact same. So you guys can read it if you want, but it's just basically showing the highlights and letting them know that this was the hardest week. Think about that. Like this, you guys did this, and this was the hardest week. It was a new font. You guys had to learn how to go high level works. The course makes it easy, but still, it's a new learning curve for everybody. New offer, new system, new fun, all that stuff. So that's why this text works so well, because it really just puts it on paper so they can read it of how well they did and make them understand that it only gets better. If you guys even had an okay time, next week is going to be good, right? And if next week is good, it's going to be great the next week. Like it only gets better from now. So really take a look at how far you've come and just know that the future is way brighter. And this is already bright. That's kind of the idea behind this text. And then if they decide to move forward, this person, so Scott said, yes, thank you. We send over, what do we do, on? Yeah, so I send this, use this link to start week 2 and become an official partner of the direct agency, complete by end of day. I'll show you the text, actually. That's a good point. I'm on the Whiz Kid made us made us look official. Before it was just a Stripe link. So
We can't see we
oh,
only
you
see.
can't see this?
No.
Okay.
Also, to kind of answer that, Tony, it's two separate, like it's not one automation.
Yeah.
No.
Cool. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's just one.
It's smart.
We
I mean,
send
you
this one,
want to
so it's
check in
separate.
anyway, right? If you get, the more you can
Yeah.
check each transaction, the better off the client and your relationship's going to be in the end. Instead of just some automatic payment that they forget about, that they're like, oh shit, I forgot about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. That answers my question. I can see the new Stripe link now too. So thank you for. And then one follow-up. I don't mean to hijack this, but retaining people in Slack or any sort of communication platform has been really tricky long term, even for great ones that we make really easy money for. And this might be for Koishik as well. Like what tricks do you have? Or maybe I would like to hear from Aman and Cameron first. about like retaining how many clients you have being actually using Slack versus ones that just are getting leads and be like, yeah, the machine works, like FO, I don't mess with Slack, which is a lot of times what happens to us.
That's another thing that me and Amon, I'd say it's pretty similar to like we work with a lot of people who love WhatsApp and they want us to hop on a lot of calls. And we're pretty strict. We're like, if you don't want to come into Slack for an answer, then you're not going to get an answer.
Mhm.
And if they want it bad enough, they always come to Slack. You just can't give them that inch by going to WhatsApp after they've asked you for the fourth time. You still on the fifth, you doesn't matter. You just have to stay in Slack. Um, so I think it's just holding your ground because if it's important enough to them, they can go into a separate app and ask you if that's your only request to get them this massive thing that they really want done. It's a pretty micro thing if that's actually how they're feeling. And what we find is most of the time, if they ask us to hop on WhatsApp and we just don't, that they don't even bring it up again because that problem just fades on its own. So there's like a lot of irrelevant stuff that doesn't need to happen that they feel like does need to happen. And if it's big enough, they're gonna come to Slack, and it's such an easy thing to do. We've done all we can do to make it as easy as possible for them to reach us in Slack, and they know where to find us. And our response time is so fast. If they don't want to come to Slack and that's a deal breaker, then like we'll just flick them off. It's like,
I think
um,
it depends on maybe my onboarding process is a little bit different. I know I spent like maybe less time like pushing your cohort, Tony, about like onboarding, but like I really drill everybody these days on onboarding. And I always say, like, the sales call is the most important call we'll ever have. The onboarding call is literally the second most. And so it's really about drilling that. So we kind of talked about that. It's drilling them on the onboarding and saying, hey, you cannot text me, message me, do anything. My brain just, I can't fathom because I just have so much shit going on. You have to message me here. No ifs, ands, or buts. And again, it's that energy that, Cam has of like, hey, this is just how we do shit. You either fuck with us in our way or you don't. And then within the first week or two, if they get off, steer off ship, hey man, I need you to be in here. I'll answer you through text, but like I need you to be in here. Like really quick, I need you to be in here. And then, but the third variable though, the third thing is like with you, Tony, I can see why you would ask that question because I think maybe part of you is thinking about like your niche of lawyers. And like these lawyers are very different than their niche where Cam and I'm gonna have to be a little bit more hands-on. They have to do the roast, they have to do all these things. There's communication is important versus you, it's like kind of set and forget it. And like they don't bother you, you don't bother them. And so it's like, oh, why do I need to download Slack? And they just completely forgot about it because they're not really talking to you. So I think it's probably if you wanted to do that, it's probably making that part of your culture where you say, hey, you're a lawyer, I know you're busy, but I need to check in once a week. I need you, or maybe set up some kind of automation or some shit. Like I know you're busy, so I'm gonna set up an automation for you that's gonna start a conversation with us. And it's gonna be within Slack, it's gonna ping your phone. And so you kind of brainwash them into behaving the way you need them to behave to keep it in Slack.
Yeah, especially email and text that they prefer over Slack. You know what I mean? Which I totally understand because some of the clients are like 60, 65 years old and they're just used to their ways and they don't want to download new apps. And I get them started on it. And then like a month or two, they just like fade away and be like, oh, I lost my login or whatever. And
You
that
have
is
to
on me because I don't have,
you have
sorry.
you have to keep the communication. If you
Yeah.
wait, yeah, that's the trick. Is if you set them up and then they wait a week or two or a month to communicate with you, it's not going to work. You have to force communication where they're speaking to you multiple times a week, and then before you know it, now it's a thing where it's like the top app that they use.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've established, I mean, I definitely took that to heart from your courses, like onboarding, probably the most important part of the sales call for sure. Or not sales call, but sales process, the sales flow. And we definitely, dialed that in, made sure that people knew not to text us. I mean, it just never ends. You know what I mean? It's different every client, and I think part of it is that we don't have as tight of systems because we have different niches of clients,
Right.
right? It's not all, dog groomers anymore. It's not all duct cleaning folks. It's, pharmaceutical representatives and non-clinical pharmaceutical people who would never download an app on their phone in their lives because they're like worried about infiltration of other entities looking at their information on their phones, right? So there's all sorts of reasons, but yeah, that's I just general idea of like if everyone else had problems with fall off. And I mean like month, 2 month, 3 month down the line where they stop using Slack after using it a bunch at the beginning.
Yeah.
One thing
Go ahead, Aman.
I was gonna say one thing like we noticed is that in the beginning, we do get a lot of people who like before we launch the ads, they will try to message us through text, so they'll try to like message us in like separate chats on Slack, right? And so I would say in the beginning, if say we message a client on Slack being like, hey, this is what your ad looks like, please respond. We don't hear responses from them, then we'll send them a text saying, hey, we sent you some messages on Slack regarding your ads. And then they'll go on Slack and they'll message us. So that's like one thing we do. If they try to like message us on a separate chat that's not in the main group chat that me and Cameron both are, we'll literally screenshot their message and be like, and just put it in the main chat and be like, hey, moving the conversation here. So it's just like stuff like that where you're just saying like, hey, I just like if someone texts you, you could text them back saying, hey, I replied to this on Slack, and then they'll go back to Slack. So it's just that you only have to do that in the beginning, and then I noticed after that everyone is pretty much using Slack consistently.
With most people.
Well, the thing that I would say also, Tony, is make it as easy as possible for the people who don't like Slack. So what Amon does is it's part of the SOP when somebody gets onboarded is he made a video teaching them exactly kind of like where the channels are, how to turn on your notifications so that when I do send you something, you get notified. So it kind of helps them not feel like they don't know what's going on and they get frustrated, which the older they are, the faster they're going to get frustrated, especially when it's technology. So make it as easy and dumb it down so they go into the app, knowing exactly where everything is, and they actually start to like it. I think the learning curve is where people fall off and they get pissed and they just get angry and fight you on it instead of if you teach them right the first time, there's no negative feelings that come up where they're just like, all right, yeah, and Slack it is, But if they don't know how to use it, I don't think it would last very long, especially if they've been doing the same thing forever and it's been working.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Good insight. Thanks, dudes. Appreciate it.
I definitely
Yeah.
think, but everything that they said, I 100% agree. But I will say, Tony, like, yeah, definitely the fact that it's not like multiple niches, everybody's a little bit different. I could totally see how like a big pharmaceutical director who's got a bajillion shit on their plate, Slack is probably not the highest priority thing. It's, again, every niche is a little bit different. So, I definitely see your point there too. So yeah. Guys, I've been kind of hogging all the questions. Who wants to ask? I mean, actually, before questions, like Aman and Cam, like or Cam, like what do you maybe want to talk about? Again, I kind of gave you those bullet points. If maybe you want to provide your 2 cents, or again, Cam, Aman already kind of shared a lot of his perspective, but how is there anything you want to say before maybe some of the guys just rapid fire ask you guys questions?
I'd say coaching calls is something that I'd recommend highly. Um, like I think if you guys have any, I don't know what you guys do. I'm sure everyone's doing something different, but if there's any aspect of you need the client to do a certain thing, have coaching calls. Like have a date where if you can do everything that you can do on your end, but it'd be so nice if you could also tell them certain things and actually, I think the biggest difference between coaching calls for us is actually getting their side of the story instead of like it's not working, yada yada. When you hop on a coaching call, you really have the opportunity to find the actual problem and dig into it. And if they think that's their problem, after they start to talk more, you're like, that is not your problem, dude. Like your problem is this. If we don't solve this, you're gonna fail if we solve this thing that you think is the problem. So I think just having that power over our clients is allowing our churn rate to be, I don't know, I think we like 50% of all of the people that we bring through go ahead and like some of them are duds. So the ones that actually have potential, the coaching calls save a lot of them, in my opinion. And it's also really cool because you're eventually going to build a culture kind of like this where people help each other out. Somebody's at the point where this newbie wants to be so they can, and that person who's at that point feels good to teach other people. Our last coaching call, we had like 8 people on, nine, I think. And one guy gave like a master class of his experience because his first month was so solid. And we had some newbies and the newbie took everything from those calls and applied it and he smashed it. And this is somebody who was skeptical, who didn't want to run low ticket offers. They've been doing the same thing forever, feels misleading, yada, yada, yada. And then hearing someone else's perspective that's also in the same course as him, it just completely transforms, I think, somebody's way of thinking and belief in themselves, which I think is so influential when you're starting to go to your first homes and trying the things that we teach in the course that other people have had success with. It's cool to see it firsthand. But yeah, I'd say just getting down to the real problem that our clients are facing if they're not getting the results that they should be, especially based off of who I know that they actually are as a human and how they should be performing. It's really, really good. It's also like Amon said, the things that we hold true, like the three pillars on how to book as many jobs as possible. It gives me the opportunity to go into their pipeline and like expose them if I want to. Because like it's like if they weren't doing it before, they're gonna do it now. Um, and we know that if they don't do certain things, they're not going to succeed. So it's really nice for me to actually dig into live what they're not doing or what they are doing. I think made us probably like it's made us a lot of money and kept a lot of people on for us. Um, and yeah, so coaching calls is what I recommend for sure.
If you don't mind me asking, just out of curiosity, like how many clients, you probably have said this a handful of times, how many clients are you able to hold at once? What's your turnover rate like with the current? Because I know when I met Aman, he was doing med spas, obviously HVAC and duct work a little bit different. I think it's brilliant personally. Like I don't think I got a chance to say this last call because I didn't really get to hang out too long, but those ads are everything, right? Like when you touch somebody's point that has kids and dogs and all that stuff, and you go, "Oh shit, that's what's in my HVAC system right now." Like, where do I sign? Right. So that
Mm.
alone, that like we're great content, or convincing content meets good salesmanship is where you guys have sort of landed, which I'm like, wow, great job. Right. There's a few other things that are like that. Power washing is another one, super satisfying to watch. Obviously, a ton of competition in that world. Maybe we don't discuss that today, but like, what are you, the two of you, because you're just the two of you now, right? What are you able to maintain, and what's your churn rate like?
Um, I'm on.
I think we're at 12 recurring clients
Mhm.
monthly. And to us, our thought process is we could probably get to 30 just with us two. So right now it's not even like we're at capacity. We're trying to get to capacity with just us two. So that's what we have. And then our churn rate, I think we were just doing the math today. We are looking at like some of our past leads, and we had, I think, 10 people who got on recurring. Um, and then three have churned so far in the 5 months that we've been together. So I feel like once they actually get on the recurring, like they pretty much have sold themselves. Oh no, I think only two people have churned. Um, and so yeah, we have like now we have I think 11 or 12 people on recurring, 10 since we've been together. Have been new recurring clients, and then of those 10, two people have turned. Um, and those people weren't even that solid to begin with. I feel like those people were like more in the beginning phases, but
Yeah, that's my bad.
no, we didn't know. Yeah, because I feel like we thought they were amazing at the time.
Yeah,
So
Yeah.
like a
yeah,
good
so
interview. Okay, that's awesome numbers. I'm sure Koshik will tell you that retainership is like absurd. I think when we were doing the course and we were doing dog grooming, we onboarded 14 within 2 months. Um, but we maybe maintained 7 for 3 months, and then it went to like 3 after 6 months. So you seems like you guys are doing pretty well. So good job, and good for you
appreciate
for
that.
finding a partner to like complements what you don't do great, both of you, it seems like, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Um, and I made the mistake previously of finding someone who's a lot like me, who does a lot of the same things and the same skill sets that I have, that didn't complement what I did. So kudos to you both.
I feel like it's a very
Thank you.
natural one to do for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, we
Cameron,
got super lucky.
Yeah.
yeah, Cameron,
Yeah.
you should talk about the maintenance week because I feel like that saved us quite a bit of time.
The
Um,
maintenance week.
or yeah, like kind of the last resort that we've done for Melvin and Aviad,
Oh, like the repair week
the
or
repair.
month. I think it's like repair month. Yeah. So when there's a client that we know can crush it, like we just know it, but they're not. And we know that it's a training issue and they just need more reps and they just gotta hop on more coaching calls and whatever. We know that we can help them. They just need more time. Like we believe in them. Um, what we do is we kind of call it a repair week where I hop on an offboarding call with one of them to really understand what to try to like set them up for success, and I'll lend them to new agencies and just try to brainstorm what we can do for them. But the last thing that I pitch to people is like a repair week. Like we do have this thing that we call the repair week where I think it's instead of 521 weekly, we drop it down to like 300 weekly.
Yeah,
It's
like
like
I
almost
think we
half.
have done 250 before, but yeah, like
Yeah. Yeah, and the reason why we do that is because if we in Amon's thinking anyways, is I think we could train this person in a month, and also if the less we charge them, the more they're going to have in their pockets to really help them get that advantage. Where at the end of this repair month, if we give them help alongside financially as well, help for our services, the exact same, they're going to come out as a partner that we're going to have for life. They just need to get through this tiny thing. So we call it a repair month, and that has saved us from one person. I've only had to do it once, but it worked. So
we also did
that's
it
an
for
idea.
Meta too, because you
Oh
did it
yeah,
for
we did.
them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You did
I
it for
think
them.
for I think we
Mhm.
did it for them, but I don't think it was a repair month. I don't think it had like the title. I think it was just one free week, and then half off the next week if they still need some help. But also those things always come with conditions where it's like, we are willing to do this for you because we believe there's zero downside on their end when they hear this. But the conditions are you have to show up and do all the things that me and Amon know they need to do to be successful at the end of the repair month to make it worth our while. Like you have to show up to the coaching calls. You have to be updating your pipeline. You have to be doing speed to lead. Like we're going to monitor you like a hawk. Like you have to be the person that we know will succeed if you want this repair month to happen. And it worked.
How do you initiate this? This is like somebody message you said they're about to churn. You're like, okay, sounds good. Let's do your offboarding call, and then on your offboarding call, like, how does this initiate?
Yeah,
Mhm.
this one situation, yeah, pretty much exactly like that. Like, hey guys, we can't. One person asked us for a an extension. That was the one that we gave a free week off to and a half a week. And then the other person, they just kind of said like they can't do it any longer. They have to, like what they really loved us. They're like, if it was up to me, I'd keep you guys forever. I've never met somebody who cares as much as their clients as us. The coaching calls, all of it. But I just cannot make it work. What are the next steps that I need to
Yeah.
take to make sure that we offboard properly? So then I just,
So,
yeah,
so the other ones that churn where they just stop paying or whatever, you don't you don't do an offboarding call, and you don't do it because you are just like, I don't necessarily believe in them anyway, so I'm just not going to do it. And these people you specifically chose to do it. Or I assume
yeah,
that what you're talking about is you're talking about people that make it past the 2 weeks. Obviously, anybody that doesn't make it to the first two
yeah.
weeks, like fuck you. If you don't hop on, you don't hop on. You're talking about specifically about the people that make it past the 2 weeks that stay with you. But do you do it for every single one of them, or are you just like you were selective with these two, and the other ones you're just like, ah, we'll let them.
That's a good point. Yeah, so we're selective. So it's pretty much per person. This repair month thing is we've tried it once. We haven't had to do it since, but it worked that one time. So we don't really have much intel there other than it worked 100% of the time so far. So that's why we do it for that person. But um, with so there's a couple different situations. If we know, yeah, like you said, if we believe in them and we know that this repair month could be it, and me and Amon are like, it's worth it to invest time and give them a cutoff, like give them some slack on the finances to help them get ahead. Because I think that after this month with the repair month, with everything that the repair month is about, there'll be a long-term client afterwards. So it's a worth investment for us. But the people who we don't believe in, who we aren't like, it's not gonna be worth it. Like these people kind of suck anyways. They're resisting the way that we do things. Like they don't do the things that we tell them to do, even though we know it's the only way to do it. That's why they're failing, or whatever the reason is. We just say like, okay, sounds good. Like honestly, half the people just ghost us, to be honest, which is fine
Yeah,
because it's
yeah.
whatever. But um, you asked a question at the very start. Does that answer your question for that? Like in terms of after the second week? For the first week, what we do is it really depends on who it is. If we believe in them and they're good to work with, in terms of believing them, since it's the 421 and all we have to do is monitor their ads, which is pretty low barrier considering everything else, we pretty much let them go until we know that they're going to say yes in terms of the amount of revenue that they've collected. So even if they completed their first job 7 days ago, if we take a look at how much they've made and it's not much, we're like, they're not going to continue on. But we know that these are good people. Like they're not really causing us much energy. They're not a pain in the ass. Like let's just let them continue on and improve their sales eventually to the point where they are making a bunch per ticket, per job. And then once they have a good full week where we know that they've made some good ROI, then we'll pitch the 521 because then it's almost for sure yes if we play our cards right. And that's the investment that we play where it's like we'll let some people go for a month even if we know that they're not an investment for time and energy and we really don't even notice that they're there but they're just working on their sales. Eventually we're like, oh shit, what about this guy? We go look and they've made sales. We're like, hey,
first week's over, and they're like, oh, okay.
Like a month
But yeah,
ago.
yeah. So
I think one wording that works really well for the repair month is like if the condition is that you have to hop on the coaching calls. If you don't hop on the coaching call, then the offer's off the table. And so if it's like a 2 week
yeah,
thing or a 3 week thing and they don't show up to that first coaching call, then they lose that offer. So we try to do that to incentivize them to show up to the coaching call, really be on their A game. And so then I feel like that's worked.
Yeah, it makes sense.
yeah,
And I will tell you guys, I can, for anybody that's watching, I can attest to this as well. There are so many guys that I'll extend things for. Jeremy's not here today, but I think the first like month I could barely get that guy to do anything, and I had to extend things another month, and now he won't leave. Right? So there's an example of that.
yeah.
Um, and so yeah, it works. You have to just be able to understand, and what they're sharing is super high level, guys, because a lot of us, we're just kind of of the mindset like, oh, I need my recurring revenue. I need this. They don't pay. Fuck you. We're so used to that, but it's like you have to use discernment and understand who's worth putting the additional time and energy for and who's not. It's an art. And it also takes a lot of reps so that you understand who talent is and what their potential is. But it's worth it. It'll make you a lot of money in the long run. Drew had his own iteration of this, right? He had a client, he has some clients where sometimes he'll spend more money on ads for them. He'll beef them up because he knows that they have potential and that if he just gets them a good month, gets them out of the slump, well, then boom, they'll stay with him for months and months. So it's about being able to recognize talent, to be able to recognize your A players. And that comes after, again, I've talked to you about the magic number of 30 clients. You guys got to close 20, 30 clients in order to be able to spot talent and understand who's worth, spending your time and energy with. So anyways, I do have some things in terms of like offboarding and stuff. I made some notes on that, so I'll share that with you guys as well. I think it'd be beneficial. But yeah, what else is top of mind that you guys wanted to share that you guys think is pretty cool things that you guys have learned?
Um, we've been giving gifts out to people. So we have like milestones where we send people stuff when they hit certain points, which people love. And I think that adds, even though, because I don't know, like I'm basically in a storage closet over here, but in their perspective, I think we put on like a really professional high-end agency. Um, and I think that's important for just the relationship because they're already getting great results, but then you add in this extra little flair. So our profit margins are so high. It's like we might as well put that towards keeping them on long term and building that relationship even more. Because they know that we don't have to do that. And we don't even really just tell them. It just lands on their doorstep like a box of cookies and a nice message to fire them up for the next milestone. So it's kind of like almost like gamify it for them. And when they don't expect it, like send them stuff that everybody loves, I think is important and recognize there's certain milestones. So it's not just they're doing it for themselves, but we're watching as well. And half the time people are like, they come to me and I'm on and say like, hey guys, I got my first job, like 1,000 exclamation marks. Cause they know that we want to see them win. Um, and it feels good to let's, cause we're like, you're going to do great, dude. Like, yeah, I think you're going to go through the course. I'm super excited to see. And then they say it like, it's like a little kid showing off to your parent. That's honestly, I think the culture that we've built here and they come to us rather than us having to go to them and ask how they're doing, which is super cool. And I think the gifts is a good tribute to that.
One
Do
thing,
you
Cameron, sorry.
when Oh, you're good, man. When it comes to your gifts, do you guys brand in a certain way? Like, hey, here, this is a surprise. Here, this is your gift for completing X. Like where they know, like, oh dang, I'm gonna get
Yeah,
positive reinforcement where it's like every milestone they hit, they know to expect another gift. You guys like do it that way or no?
yeah,
Show
yeah.
what
I'm
the
on.
message.
I'm on. I'll probably share a screen. Yeah.
Let me trying to find where you can actually see our that's fine. You can't see it here, but
Like the message.
yeah, you can see the message, but you can't see our cool signature on the bottom that we're so proud of. Can you see the message here?
Dear Scott and Trina,
Uh,
we give you a warm welcome to Duck Games. Enjoy these goodies as a token of our appreciation. We're rooting for you. Also, to make it a little bit more fun for us, send us a message when you hit 25. Hey, I like that. Very smart. Good shit.
Very Koshik thing.
I was gonna
Very
say,
much,
learn from the
very
best.
much a what would Koshik do? And so
That's
yeah.
so. That's
And
so.
then we
That's
have
so.
our like we have a photo where it's like our signatures and then the duct agency. And then this is basically it's just like a cookie box, which is a lot of fun.
Nice. Heck yeah.
One thing I like that Cameron does a lot is we have an automation where whenever they hit over $1,000, so they update their value and go high level that we train them to do. Whenever they hit over 1,000, it sends a text that says like big job completed. I'll say the name and I'll say the value, right? So I'll say like 1,500. And then every time Cameron screenshots it, sends it to them and be like, was this a mistake or did you actually hit this? And they're like, no, this is actually real. And so that's kind of like reaffirming
Yeah.
that like we're watching you kind of thing, like but in a good way.
Yeah.
Nice, very nice.
Yeah. I'm like, is this a typo or is this real? Like I hit that with
Yeah.
like a couple question marks and they're like, it's freaking real. And I'm like, I know. We're just working you like a puppet. Um,
What?
yeah. Yeah. Um,
Like just now,
what
we
else is
have a
there?
client. Like if you check the Slack, Cameron Gregory just messaged us. He just started like yesterday. He's like, I just got another $500 close. Um,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So super cool. That's actually a good point to maybe consider the wins channel. The duct cleaning world is very like dog eat dog. So um there's like I just don't want people sending stuff in there that's not a win. And it's like,
yeah,
wait a minute, how many leads are you getting? It's like, I'm
yeah,
not
yeah,
doing too good. Are you doing good? It's like, yeah, I'm doing good. And they come to us complaining. So um, but it's definitely a thought that we could try out.
You should
yeah. I
you
feel like
should do a test pilot. The worst thing that happens is you shut it down.
they're like, all right, you guys fucking suck. Just shut it down.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Everybody leaves.
What
Have you
else, guys?
have you guys considered doing this on your own, running this business on your own yet? Meaning starting up with
Like solo?
no, sorry, running one of these duct cleaning agencies yourselves. Like
Oh, like business, like run our own ads and then go to the jobs.
yeah. Not you go to the jobs, but you know,
My
creating a team.
team. Yeah, I've had so many people ask me that, like a lot, almost on every single demo call. People are like, why don't you just do this yourself? And to me, it's like I can spend so much time with my family. I'm at home. Like I'm butt ass naked right now, fellas. Like I can't do that at a house. It's like there's so many things that this job has with it that I don't want to deal with like too many people. You have to manage a lot of people, complaints. Like I
Mhm.
just feel very in control. I can do the same thing that I'm doing right now in Italy if I wanted to. The exact same. Like nothing changes except for my chair. Um, I just think so many benefits to this that I wouldn't want to
There
bother
is a
myself with.
there is an equity play that you guys could consider if you wanted to, right? So there is that if you guys wanted to. Not sure if you guys do or care for it, but if you guys took a few of these duct cleaning agencies or duct cleaning businesses, put them together, sell it for a multiple, probably something you guys could do if you guys wanted to.
So I'm thinking, I mean, because Drew, I understand. I mean, I was I was in coaching with Drew as well, so I'm very familiar with his system. He could definitely do the same thing, and he kind of does it in a weird way where he sets up a mock or um a channel system of creating concrete pours in North Carolina, right? So he's already got the site, he's got the Google business link, he's got everything else minus the actual LLC. Could be a very easy carry through for you guys too in the future where you're just selling those leads if it becomes too much, but you could like set up like a truck and a couple operators and dispatch everything yourselves and then you're making like what money your clients are currently making, but maybe it doesn't make sense. Maybe that overhead or that bottom line isn't as good as the time that you put in now to create new clients and you know you can make more money doing what you're doing currently, and if so then by all means don't do that. But yeah, I'm just starting to think in terms of stuff like that. Like I'm like considering laundromats. I'm considering vending machines. I'm considering things that are just passive income that give me 500 or $1,000 a month. Nothing
I don't,
crazy.
I've seen just my perspective, Tony, is like I think it's like we run the ads, we generate the leads, and we're like, bro, you're making so much fucking guap. Like you lawyers are making like 30,000. And then it becomes like, why don't I just like run ads for myself and just do this myself? But then there's like all these like there's the hidden cost. there's all these hidden costs. Like you said, you kind of alluded to it as you're talking to yourself. Like there's probably like limited overhead or limited downside. Or there's always these shadows lurking in the corners. And I've heard so many stories. Again, it's like my same thought with partnerships. Most people that come to me, partnerships are ships that just, drown out for the most part. There's like some kind of saying behind that. It's like rarely do I see a partnership where I'm like, yeah, you guys are gonna survive. I see it with Elman and Cam, but like rarely do I look at somebody and I'm like impressed. But anyways, um, impressed is not the right word. Do I have like confidence that I will see that this through 4, 5, 6 years down the road? Um, anyways, sorry, I'm like off tangent here, but like I think what I was trying to get at is like I've heard so many stories, like this partnership stories where they you have an agency that runs ads for med spas and then they open up their own med spa, and then before you know it, 3 years down the road, they say it's one of the biggest mistakes they've made. And it's because of all the ghouls and goblins around the corners that you cannot see until you get in the trenches. I think maybe that's a little bit of what Cam is alluding to without using like words. There's certain words because again, he comes from his parents owning I think, 7-figure duct cleaning business already. And
Okay, got it.
yeah, and
Didn't
so
know
he was and so he was a technician there for many years. And so he's kind of been in the trenches. It's like I can't maybe articulate or say the right words, but I just know there's gonna be bullshit there. Right? Maybe that's kind of what he's saying in different words.
And the clients that you're getting,
Yeah.
you're digging your clients out of a hole that they've already dug within that world that are already dealing with all the hidden costs and fees and everything. And by creating more leads, you're kind of digging them out of that situation they've gotten themselves into.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a nutshell, they want more work, we give them the work. But I think why I don't I think I just grew up with my parents and they're just so unbelievably stressed. And kind of
Mm.
like what Koshik said, I don't know what those ghouls and goblins are. I just know my stress compared to their stress. And I can't even see each other when you look at the gap. Like it's just so far. So they're very happy people, but they bust their ass. And so do we. But just the capacity on their mental health, it just seems like they wake up and they work, they eat, they go to sleep, they work. It just seems, and there's problems all the time. This person's doing this. With me and Amon, it's like me and Amon know exactly what each other are doing, and it's the right stuff. And we know what the mission is. There's nobody I think there's just so much room for people doing stuff that's not in our control that I don't like. And I think that's what a lot of their stress is.
Yeah.
They have to hire somebody to do something that they don't have time to do, but that leaves the gap for them to do whatever they want. And it's so hard to manage so many people the more that you get. And it's just a whole
I
thing. So
don't
I
I
think,
don't
yeah, Koshik said it, but
I don't think I feel like I know sometimes we don't like what we're doing, but like man, I would say running an agency, selling coaching, selling digital products it doesn't really get better than that compared to like most brick and mortar businesses. Honestly, it really doesn't. Most brick and mortar businesses, these home service based businesses, there's so many ghouls and goblins and all this bullshit. I've seen my parents
yeah,
with they did with Airbnb, and and again they would tell me, why don't you do this one? I'm like, I don't want that stress. And so
Mm.
it all looks good on paper until you do it. And I think the trick, and again, I share this with Estelon, I share this with a few guys. I literally have like a thing of like this many business ideas, like fucking like 12 or 13. And I always just like I write them out, they all sound good, and I I spend my time and energy dissecting them and finding the bad. Like she's a 9 out of 10. She's cute as fuck, but I'm gonna find your fucking skeletons. I'm not
Mhm.
marrying you. I'm not
Yeah.
no, fuck that. Like I'm not giving away 50%. No, I'm joking here, but I'm looking at the negatives always, and I almost always find them. And I'll get more into again. I keep alluding to like I'm going to share some stuff with Aman and Cam, but like that's just where my mind works. Is like how do you take something that works and then make it more passive? How do you get reoccurring revenue? How do you affiliate marketing? Like that's like where I would think the real passive income is. When you open up a brick and mortar business like a laundromat, this and there is bullshit. There is bullshit. In my experience. Now, I do say like there's a way to have your cake and eat it too, and I think that's about structuring offers. Like I said, if Alman and Cam wanted to, they could totally keep doing what they're good at, which is the marketing and sales and all the shit that they're good at, and then get these business owners to do the operations that Cam hates, and then put them together and have an equity play and sell. Like that is like for sure. Like they're already doing the damn work. Learn a few more skills, and you could have a big exit if they wanted to. That for sure, I believe that.
Sell
Um,
it. That's where my head's at too. But it's again, I mean, he knows, and maybe it's something down the road, you know what I mean, that it just becomes too easy and like you hack one big location. I think that's what it boils down to as well, is that like if you can start to own Los Angeles or Minneapolis or New York, you know, if you start to own those area codes in terms of like the leads, that itself is IP inequity, regardless of if you actually have like established people working for you. Just the fact that you're the one getting all the leads is enough to sell for a large sum. So that's kind of where my head's at, is like, how do we turn one of these things into something that almost it already is that service, let's say, or at least the facade of that service. Maybe it's just an entity that communicates that service to other people and vice versa, right? But that's very sellable. So just putting that out there, and you answered my question for sure.
I feel like a lot of times when I think about like other things we can do, like other businesses, other products, one question I kind of come back to is, can I hit my revenue goals and lifestyle with what we're doing? And usually it's like, yes, like we could probably get to that 30 clients. And then like we're talking about like the funnel, like, you know, the call funnel versus this two-step funnel that we're doing where they're getting information. And then ultimately, what made me decide to just keep going with the call funnel was like, I think we can hit, or at least our initial revenue goal that we kind of are setting for ourselves with this alone. And we can probably go way past that. And so it's like, okay, well, in that case, I don't even have to think about the other stuff right now. Because there's so much I can achieve just in this thing, and then I can still have my like lifestyle and freedom and stuff. So that's where my mind goes to a lot.
Yeah. I feel like if you're happy and you like your job and like what Amon said is true, then I think everything else is just shiny objects that you should try to avoid. If you think about it, kind of.
Mhm. No, you're right. No, if it keeps working, don't fix it.
Yeah.
I just want to sell a business for like 3.5, you know.
Yeah.
Me too.
So I asked.
Me too.
Why,
Yeah.
why settle there? Let's go for 7.4.
All right, fine. So
I mean, I think that is me and Cameron's goal. I think we do want to create an agency where we can remove ourselves from it and then
Yeah.
and then be able to sell it for that kind of thing. So,
Mhm.
but I think we can get there with just this vehicle alone.
yeah, and not creating a brick and mortar or
Yeah.
that makes sense.
It's creating like the agency and like, you know, probably adding like other like diversifying the marketing with like Google and stuff down the line. But um even if we just did social media, I fully believe that we could probably get there. Um but yeah,
Yeah.
You mean social media ads or just straight up social media?
sorry, social media ads, not content.
Got it.
But we do have a lot of fun ideas for the agency. We just kind of see things in projects. So it's like, okay, right now this month these are our big projects, like our big dominoes, and then it's like, oh, okay, that's a project that we got like later on. But yeah, I don't even know if that's answering your question.
Oh, I
That's
totally get
actually
that.
a good point. I'd say it's like another nugget that I'd say I've learned is just doing one thing at a time until it's done, instead of just
Yeah,
getting so excited, putting a bunch of stuff on paper and doing none of them. Because
yeah.
it's just
We
that's how my life's been. Um, yeah, just focusing on one thing. Like Amon said, like we have the project for March. The project for February is to like get everything registered, talk to CPAs, like get all that figured out, free up Amon's time. Like, and then it's like, oh, we finished that project. Let's find that list and add the next one. It's like a fun thing to try to complete the projects, and it's all in chronological order. And you can mix and match depending on how things change. 'Cause that's life, but the idea is like you know where you're headed and you're actually ticking them off while you're doing like Amon's doing all of the system builds outs. I'm still doing selling, and we're still handling these projects in the background that's allowing us to grow, which is super cool.
Good for you,
yeah,
man. Yeah, that's why most people fail. I mean, that's what film school was a bunch of people starting projects that didn't finish them. And then the 5% of us that are still here were the ones who finished them and delivered. So good for you for recognizing that.
yeah. Like
Cool.
we would
Yeah,
have like
appreciate that.
3 projects at a time, and then we just like it would take us so long, we'd be so scattered, and we're like, okay, we're just gonna knock the course out. Like that's all we're gonna focus on. And then like it would get to a
Yeah.
point where Cameron would be like skipping sales calls and stuff. We would be like rescheduling sales calls because we're
How
just
long, how long did that take you guys to build out this course? And then two, who scripted it? Obviously, Cam was the camera on camera. Who edited it?
Oh, this is a good
Oh,
spot.
that was the worst. Oh
Yeah.
no, the thank you page. No, that was I don't think that was the chorus I'm on. I think that oh yeah, it would have been the chorus. The thank you page video was the hell. Like it was so bad. Um,
The course is
but
pretty good
yeah, the chorus felt pretty smooth sailing. Like Amon does like the Canva, he builds out the thing. Scripting, I'm pretty sure. I think we collabed on the scripting, so like we both agree on it. We both give our tidbits, and then I basically just record it the best I can so it sounds natural, and then Amon just pieces it together and then puts it in the chorus, amongst like
too.
a bunch of other
How
sprinkles of
I
stuff.
remember the course stuff is that you what you did first was you went to ChatGPT, then you would do a long voice note to ChatGPT saying exactly what needs to be in the course. He would read the onboarding,
Oh
read,
yeah,
and then it would try to create the onboard for us. And then Cameron's like, hey, like here's the onboarding, like let's turn into slides. And I'm reading it, and I like send him a whole Lumbity. I'm like, dude, like this is the most ChatGPT-esque like wording. Like
I
I don't
thought it
even
was
know what
good.
no, it like pissed me off. I'm like, dude, this doesn't sound like it's not hitting. Like when you talk to me and you're like coaching me, or you're like, I hear you do the onboarding with other people, I hear how you naturally talk. It's not coming across in this. And so I made him just
Yeah, yeah,
rewrite everything from scratch. And then once he rewrote like pages and pages of like onboarding stuff, I turned into slides. And then I told him like how I would have a section with the notes. We'd have the slide, what was on the slides. Then he would record everything bit by bit. It was like a 2 hour long video where he's just repeating onboarding slides over and over, just so he can have multiple takes. And then I took that, just took the best of everything, and then just made it into a concise video. So that was kind of the dynamic there.
And
yeah. I forgot about that.
how long did that take you guys?
It took like
I'd say with active work. Oh man, I honestly I think we were pushing that off for a
yeah,
while. Like I
yeah,
think that's kind of why I think we really grabbed it by the horns, and I think we've structured it in a way where it's like this is this project. And if we finish it early, we add the next project. It's like a game. Because before it's like, fuck man, I do not want to do that. Like that sounds horrendous. And then you do it and it's exactly what you thought it would be. It is horrendous. And then it's like you just avoid it. So I think just make
Can't hear you.
these.
Oh, no,
Can
you're
you hear me?
good. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, like it's worth it just to miss out on potential opportunities just to get it
I'm
done.
still waiting for the amount of days and weeks. I think I've asked this question like 5 times. This is like
I
here.
don't know, man. I
dude, it was a blur, man, because like in the
it was a
beginning,
blur. I don't.
it was like a month in the beginning we were going back and forth. I think we made like the initial presentation and we're just like, this isn't hitting. And then I think when we really buckled down from there, probably took like maybe 2 weeks. I want to
That's
say
not
like of us like really writing
Yeah,
things
yeah.
out, and then me creating the slides, and then him filming it, and then me editing. That was probably like we really buckled down on that, and that probably took like 2.5 weeks, like 2 weeks, 2.5.
basically it's like if one person were to do it, it would take a month of their time. I
Yeah.
got it. That's not bad. That's not too bad. But
Well,
and the thank you page video, you said that was a
yeah.
nightmare. How long did that one take you guys? Why was that a nightmare?
That one was more of like a technical issue. We had to record the same thing. Oh no, that's not a technical issue. We did the first round, pretty much the same thing. I think we made like a full, basically, my mom's probably told you about Forever Booked, those guys. We took their like 30-minute sales pitch video, which went over price, it went over everything. And we tried to make our own version of that. Took so long to write, took so long to film, took so long to like match together the video, and only when we were finished editing, which took an unbelievable amount of time. Can
Cutting out again.
you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, Once we had the final video, me and Amon were we both watched it together and we were like, this is cheeks, dude. This is so bad. This is not gonna work. Like it just doesn't have the feeling that we thought it would when the idea was brewing before we actually started to build it out. And funny enough, we ended up going back to basically Amon and my original thank you page video, just new and improved,
I saw.
which is
Yeah.
hilarious. Um, so that's how that went. And then when we recorded it, I had to record it like 50 times because my camera wasn't working and Amon's not here. So like I had like three webcams in my room and one's following me like AI. And it's like the first time Amon's ever seen my full body. He's like, holy shit, you have legs? And I'm like trying to figure out how to hook up the cameras and stuff. Um,
Ronnie, are you
yeah, it was
listening?
more.
Do you hear how much bullshit they went through to create their thank you page video?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it
It's like
sucked.
kind of what I'm going through right now. I'm trying to get this video together, and I definitely can feel their struggles on that.
Oh God, it blows. If you want to, I don't know if you've seen ours, but you can have it.
He has. I showed Ronnie your thank you page,
Okay,
and we're
because
modeling something like that for him. And so I was just like, dude, the shit that you're going through, Ronnie, is like a walk in the park compared to probably like what they went through. And you guys are, because I saw how highly edited it was. I saw what the fuck, I'm like, there, that wasn't easy to put together.
Yeah, the
If
video
you
is
had to
really
just
nice.
if you just had to put like a time though, like just for Ronnie's sake, like what would you say? Like it took you guys a week from scripting to filming to editing. Obviously, you guys create two versions, but like that final version, how long did that take you?
the
Like
final version, maybe like 1 day of writing the script, and then like 2 days of just filming it 1,000 times because my camera sucks.
2 days of filming it, 1 day of scripting it. How many days of editing it?
Ooh, pretty
editing, I think
quick. I'm
I
on
edit
this
it pretty fast.
fast.
Yeah, I edit in like a day or
Yeah,
something. Yeah.
So
but I think for
basically,
the average person, probably like so long.
so it's like a 5 day project for two people. So Ronnie, if you wanted to make something as good as them, that's like a 2 week project. That's what it takes. That's what's required to make a banger thank you page video. And again, that video, as they will tell you, is like an invaluable asset because they have it and they show it on these sales calls, that probably helps Cam a shit ton in terms of like his closing. Um, so yeah, this is just one of those things where it's like it sucks balls to make it, but it's so important. And once it's done, and you use it forever. So yeah.
I wish we
Um,
could find the Loom recording where we're like setting it up because you could just see us going
Oh,
back and forth. I'm like, turn the settings like this. Like we had this like webcam. He had me through the webcam. He's trying to like set it where I could see the Sony camera. And then he would switch back and forth between the two cameras or something like that. It was
Yeah,
something
it was the worst, but it'll
real.
be fun. You'll love it, Ronnie. It's good.
Just
Yeah.
to play devil's advocate, you're allowed to change it down the road.
Yeah.
Like, because you're gonna find things that you want to change. I mean, not to like not say it's super important. Of course, it's super important. And if you get one that you can keep for months on end, then you can concentrate on the business. But I think like we think in terms of like definitives too much, and it's like everything is changeable, right? Especially in the age of the internet and social media and everything. Like take the post down, put it back up. Like take the ad down, put it back up. Like take thank you down, put it back up. Like it's cool. Don't put too much pressure on yourself to do it, and it'll probably turn out great. And then,
Yeah.
a month down the line, you have like three clients that complain about like one specific thing. They're like, oh, you didn't say this on the onboarding, or this was on the thank you page and you're not delivering it. Sick. We're either gonna take it off or we're gonna make sure we deliver it. So just fucking do it.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Ronnie, I'd say if you saw our other video, like not as good, but the other video was shit. Like it was so bad. I think our offer is 20 jobs in 30 days, and that's what I was showing off. That was like my first client. I was like, "Oh my God, you got 18 jobs and it's only day 28." Like that was the best thing I had, and it worked. So this next one, and it was just a Loom video, that's it. This
wow.
one, there's like colors, there's fonts. We got like somebody 200 jobs in 30 days. Everything's changed. And it's probably like the amount of effort to what it does for you, it probably isn't as big as you would think it would be. Like that one worked for us. We could have left it. This one's better, but the other one was working. So just know that.
Okay.
Like not edited. If you want that one, I can send you that one. Just if you're like, oh man, that thing seems like a big hill to climb after seeing like the perfection of it. But it doesn't need to be that big at all,
We
and you'll
closed
still
on
see some
work
good stuff.
with his old video. That was just a Loom video. So
Ronnie, what it is it's the script. It's what is said within the video, and it is the clarity of explaining the mechanism. Step one, two, three, four, five. As long as you have that, like the video works, right? So that's kind of
Okay.
what I'm
Okay,
wanting
that
to.
makes sense.
And so the mechanism video
Wow.
we have right now is like, again, it's just not very clear. That's why the issue is what the issue is. And so again, they're telling like, hey, we closed some of our biggest job with the original one without fancy editing. It's because it works, because of the script, because it's a proven process, because you're it's clearly explaining how everything works.
Because it has like really
Yeah.
in-depth step-by-step details of like what like to do.
Yeah.
Arguably, I would say that there could be a potential advantage. We haven't tested it, but there could be an advantage of actually having a real, it's just a Loom video. I have my tabs because it's very human. And if you're wanting them to show up to the coaching call that they just scheduled or book a coaching call after that, that's the CTA. It's like this person is somebody that I could talk to. With like the theatrics of our old one, it's working, but I could also see at the very start we were worried because it's like this seems like a lot. This person doesn't seem like I can connect to him. Like there's these like is this even real? It seems almost too good to be true. It's working, but I think there is something to just having a raw, butt naked video of a human being at his computer showing decent results that when they're watching, they're like, oh, I can have a conversation with this guy. I'd like to learn more. I have this need. He's saying that he can fill that void. I'm gonna talk to him. Like I feel like I'm on a call with him right now. So I think there could be something to that. Just have that in mind as well when you're making it. Like it doesn't have to be this whole production.
Okay, got you.
I'm on Cam.
But both work.
That's why our clients do so well. Even I'm hyped.
You guys, what other golden nuggets do you guys have or things that you guys wanted to share, um, that are top of mind for you guys?
Um,
This is something we're working on. I met with our Orlando client and I did a shoot with them. And we made like a very Orlando specific ad where he's talking to the camera and stuff. One thing I told him, I was like, hey, we're actually looking for duck cleaners in Orlando to shoot a bunch of content with so that we can make ads for all of our partners. If wanted to extend that invite to you first, and if you're willing to make ads for us that we can use for other people, then we will make you Orlando specific ads. And they were like totally down for it. He's good on camera too. But right now I'm only testing the Orlando specific ads, but like they've been stuck at like $20 a lead. And at least initially from yesterday and today, this new ad has gone like what is it called? Like I don't know, $4 leads or like $5 leads. And so I don't know how it's gonna do long term, like consistently, but I am very excited to like turn a lot of like the hooks that we got and like the content with him with just the polo and not his brand and use that for our other clients. Because if we can get that to work, that's something that I don't think any other duck cleaning agency is gonna have like this quality of like content and ads. Because every ad is the same that I see. Huh?
Like funnel hack, like how did you, because obviously you guys have proven ads, they work for your clients. I mean, I want to kind of think through, I don't want to ask too many questions, but like the first question is like, what is the problem that you're solving by even doing this? Obviously, I think the answer is like, hey, some of our clients, the cost really just too high. I want to see if I can bring it down. That's the reason that they churn. And then two, like, how do you know that this will work? Because like, what research did you like? Did you funnel hack? How did you come up with the idea for these creatives?
So I funnel tagged and they're all the same, which is like these montage videos of like AI narration and stuff. And one of our videos that crushes every time is a video I made because of that research. But this video I made where he's talking to the camera, he's walking through the house, he's talking about his process, was not anywhere that I saw it. The reason I felt confident in doing it is because when I did the med spas, all my ads I created for my clients were just personalized ads. I would have them send me footage in order for us to get started. And that, like, I never had an issue with leads, but I've noticed I've had an issue with leads with, with like the duck cleaner. Not everyone, just like few clients, like Florida specific. And I just know, like, just psychologically, if you watch a video that's like, hey, Orlando, we're in your area, versus just a static ad, like you're going to get a little bit more trust and people are going to see you as more the expert. And so if I can just kind of like recreate that feeling as much as possible, then it's not something I would start my clients off with. It would be something that where like once their ads start dying down, now we have this like tool. And I just know like people talking to a camera, I've done ads long enough and I worked at the agency where I've just made so many ads every day. So I kind of know like I just have a feeling more than what the research shows. And my theory is if we can make it work, then it's something that no one else is going to have. And so
That answers the question. And then my first question, again, this isn't, I'm just curious, like,
yeah.
and I'm gonna bring this up later on, but like, what is the problem that you're solving when you decided to venture? Like, I think it's really cool that you guys have like these projects, like February project, March project, these big things that you guys like understand, like we need to tackle this. So like, this is obviously a project, not something under that you guys undertook. But how did you guys make that decision of like, hey, we need to carve out a whole month to do, or however much time? Like, what is the problem that you're solving how did you think through that? Like, hey, this is a problem that we're having. Let's go and do this.
I think it was just the Florida clients. Was that where your answer was gonna be, Kevin?
That kind of sounds like a separate question. Are you talking about like you're talking about what made us decide to do this whole monthly
Yeah,
project thing?
it's
Not
the question I always ask is what is the problem that you're solving for? Like, what is the thing that you're solving for? Why take this endeavor? Because there's a million things you can spend your time and
Oh,
energy. Why solve this problem? What is the problem that you're solving?
so in Florida specifically, we've had a high CPL across the board. It is unbelievably hard to get a low CPL in Florida. And that's like almost half our clients are in Florida, funny enough.
Yeah. Wow.
So
What
we're
a week.
like, if we can find a way to figure this out, investing time to extend the life of all those already existing Florida clients, it's going to be so worth it for us to do that. And it's such a good opportunity with the client that we did it with. He's like super good on camera.
Got it.
Yeah,
Makes
pretty
sense.
much that. We just needed, it's kind of like with the lifetime value for us. To us, lifetime value is just how long can we keep their CPL at a good point. And then if we get to a point where we ran out of ads, ran out of duplicate ads, all the things that we've learned up to this point, what's the next thing? So this is kind of the next thing. I think that's the way I see it. We're just Sure is the name of the people where I think they kind of hit a point where we've had this a few times before with them, but now it's kind of like, I don't know, like we can make new ads or we can take this opportunity it'll be very fruitful long term. Because once this works over here, we can just go. And
Right.
the agreement that we made with this guy is we'll do it for free. It's like Amon's experience is so valuable. Like you'd have to pay so much for this. It's going to benefit your business. We're come out there for free with the exception that we can use this for our other clients. And it's not your competitors. So that's why he's okay with it. So it's a big benefit to him. He's a great person on camera. So that's kind of where it's just
Makes
extending that
sense.
lifetime value.
Yeah, I
It's
think
like, what's
yeah,
that next thing we can
yeah.
try?
Based off of like what you guys did, why you guys did, and how you guys played it, like super smart. Like hats off to you guys. Like that's super makes a lot of sense. Super smart. Good solid play. Like keep us posted. Like post inside the value drops and or whatever. Just let us know like how that's working for you.
I want to
Super.
see how I can show what the ad looks like, just because I'm very excited by it. I also wrote a completely new copy for it, and that is beating our old copy, and
Oh,
that's been
really?
amazing. Yeah, it's I can show you too, but it's like a long form. Like if you guys follow Sabri Sukmi, he has this super long copy on his ads, and so I wanted to create something like it, and that one is doing pretty well. But I'll show.
While you're pulling that up, what is high CPL for you guys out of curiosity?
Like 25, but I think our highest is like 31, but they are selling like $1,000 or more per job. So it's good for them. But I'd say in Florida, people are happy to do like 18, 20-ish, 25 would probably be the highest for our average Florida client.
And
We're
it's
getting
because
like,
there's so many HVAC people that probably just service HVACs. That's one thing I learned from doing all this. If you are niche adjacent, it still counts in terms of Meta or in terms of Google, right? So if you were like selling basketballs, you're competing with basketball arenas as well, if that makes sense. So even if it's
hmm,
not just like duct cleaning only or HVAC repair people that don't necessarily handle ducts or duct cleaning, they just do like straight repairs on machines. You're still paying for the same lead, right? So Meta like takes that as the same. So if it's niche adjacent and you're specifically looking for duct cleaning agency or duct cleaning firms, right? HVAC firms. If the HVAC company is running ads just to be repairing an HVAC system, you're competing against that money as well. Does that make sense? And you might have already known that, but it's just good for people to know.
Yeah, I'm very like tunnel vision, so I like just see what the numbers are in front of me. I'm like, okay, how do I bring this? um, let's see. Can you see the
Yeah.
screen? Okay, so this is the one that's crushing. We did a bunch of hooks, and then the body is the same for all the videos.
Attention all Central Florida homeowners. If you're in Winter Park, Lake Mary, Windermere, Sanford, anywhere in Greater Orlando area, let's get your air ducts cleaned. It's time to check them out. We have the negative air machine set up to the unit. So we're pulling suction through the duct system. The next step is going to be to seal off the ductwork. So it's going to close the duct system, which gives us more air pressure, which just means a more effective cleaning. They have enough suction here that this vent is being held to the roof with no screws in it. Once we set up the machine and we get all the equipment running, we usually let the vacuum run for about 45 minutes to an hour, which is plenty of time to remove like any loose dust or debris that might be in the system.
The biggest thing I was trying to get across is I want them to visualize this guy in their home, because this is the guy that goes out. I mean, they don't have to know that, but so I don't feel like most ads were conveying that, where he was like talking through like step by step. I don't know how valuable the rest is going to be well played.
We're doing $97 air duct cleaning specials for a limited time only for Orlando homeowners. Go ahead and click below.
Excellent, love this. But and then you'll see our copy is extremely long and it's crushing. At least right now it is. Can't even zoom in, but.
And you said that you'd be able to use this for other clients. Like, let's say they would like to go down this route. This guy's cool with using his face for those clients. Did I get that right? Or
so what we did was, you see how he's wearing like a polo here and it's blank, and then he's wearing like the logo. We shot like the same hooks and like his Just True Air shirt, and then we also shot it in the blank polo. Obviously we didn't call out any areas, but we're like, hey, when's the last time you got your duct cleaned? Or like, do you have a family and they're sneezing? Like, we filmed a bunch of that with the blank polo. And then we also like kind of mix and match like him doing the half the job in a normal polo and then half of it in his Just True Air shirt. So like for this ad specifically, I'm using like a lot of the Just True Air Orlando like angles where he's like calling out the area, he's wearing his logo. But we did film a bunch of content that I still need to edit that's like non-branded, and then that's what I'm gonna test to see if it works in other areas. I don't know, like maybe it only works because he's just calling out the area, but I'm gonna find out.
But yeah, he's cool with it.
Yeah, he's cool with it.
Yeah, I recognize this guy. He's the guy that you did the testimonial ad with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool.
I have a buddy that started a window cleaning company, and now it's like 7, 8 figures now. I think they expanded to Florida. If you guys have seen Mint window cleaning down there, that's them. I don't know, but he was telling me that they did an ad that is a lot like this, for their window cleaning, and that is what absolutely crushed it for them. Is like just like you were saying, Amon, was like visualizing the process, is kind of what it seems like is super valuable for the service-based businesses. And so anyways, I've seen that a few different times, and I don't know, I haven't been great at implementing that myself for our clients, so I need to get on that. Because yeah, that's like what works.
Oh, thank you for telling us that. I feel like that's gonna hype me up.
It's good to hear.
We're in the dark. We're just like, we think this is gonna work, but just that it's gonna really get us going. So also, Aiden was the one that kind of brought up the whole gift giving thing again. I thought about it. Me and Cameron have talked about it.
Oh, nice.
He brought it up. He's like, yeah, like it's crushing for his clients. And then that's where I was like, dude, we need to act on this. So thanks for that.
Yeah, it's been working great. Thanks, Aiden.
Guys, what else?
I don't know.
Revere, Tony. You guys have questions? Jorge, you guys have a question? Aiden, you guys have questions?
No, just to circle back, because maybe my point wasn't, I didn't articulate my point well enough. But I have a good for instance, at least when we were running mobile grooming ads for mobile dog groomers in Los Angeles versus brick and mortar dog groomers. The CPL was like $29, which is almost not worth it for somebody in that field, right? because they're going to average at least $60 to us before they get their $120 lead back. And by the time you do the math, it's no bueno. The point being is that mobile groomers and brick and mortar groomers are completely different, right? Like the mobile groomers come to your house, you have to go to the other groomer. So we had to differentiate the mobile grooming coming to you. We did like a lot of grand opening stuff that like killed, by the way. Like we did a grand opening in Texas for like a year and a half. And I just never turned it off because it just worked really, really well. Not necessarily the point, but good side note. But I'm trying to like hack this with you. The bad CPL in Florida, I don't know. Maybe you have to differentiate yourself from the people that are just HVAC
Right,
installers and HVAC folks and just the cleaners. I don't know how you do that. You probably have to study their ads. But that's what we ultimately had to do in Los Angeles, and it worked. We did ads for this person for like a year, where we were doing like $19 CPL, which wasn't great still nationally, but in Los Angeles it was great. So
Did you differentiate yourself like by specifically saying we are not those things, or did you just really lean in on the unique things about, or both maybe?
the keywords like coming exactly kind of like coming to your house specifically, like this is what's different, like how would you like to like come outside tomorrow morning and like have your dog groomed in your robe, or like, for what it something like that, just really digging into the home thing. So I don't know what that is for you guys. I mean, it does take research, but that's what we did was we saw what the major box shops were doing in terms of dog grooming in Los Angeles, and then kind of tried to do the opposite as what they were doing in terms of messaging. And it did eventually hack that, because that is a problem. And that we got hit up so many times for specific areas that were high CPL already, because they've already gone through what we've done and didn't hack it, didn't get lower. So once we got lower, we kept that client for like a year, and it was cool to have hacked it. So that's all I was trying to get across, not to beat a dead horse.
Yeah,
But
okay, that makes sense.
again,
Yeah, essentially looking at like the adjacent niches and being like, okay, well, we sound too similar to them, like if that is the case, of course.
yeah, or just know that you're paying for the same pool of fish.
Right, same pool of people. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you can tell those fish that it's different food, then that's the difference. Because every meta thinks it's the same food, and the fish think it's the same food until it's not. Until they
Right.
finally get down to the middle of your funnel or the bottom of your funnel.
Yeah, me and Cameron were thinking about some wacky hooks, like there's 40 pounds of dust per year in your home.
Dude,
Or
what
like
got
just
me
dust.
full tilt, man, like was the whole like pulling the shit out of the ductwork
Yeah,
where it's like 40 feet, and it's like the earwax thing where you see the
yeah.
right? And then you're like, damn, I need that thing for my ear, because what if my ear has all that stuff in it? Same thing. I mean, with the kids and the dog and everything else in my house, I'm like, I'll throw you $600 right now to pull all that shit out of my HVAC, because I don't want to be breathing that stuff. So that's what got me interested in this niche in the first place, or at least like thinking it's anything. The whole like full circle thing here is like what content drives free leads, right? It's not necessarily like always free, but like close enough to free. So if you can find that content that's like the dude pulling just like go to like the gnarliest trailer park in Nowhereville, Florida, and
Yeah.
like run a service.
Well,
And
actually, we got a scope camera. Camera, I don't even know if I told you I did this, but I did buy the scope camera with the wire. I brought it to the house, but the duct's already clean. So I told him to take it and just film in the dirtiest homes. And he's just gonna put his camera
Oh,
to it.
nice.
Yeah, and I've been meaning to tell you that, but I really
and match that up with like a $600,000 house in Ocala
yeah,
or whatever.
exactly.
You know what I mean?
That's
Like
why we film in like a nice like home, because I'm like people are gonna resonate with the nicer, like the houses you want are gonna resonate with this. And even just like we were looking up like trends on TikTok of like the hook that we're doing well is like first time getting my dryer vent cleaned in 17 years. Like that was crushing. So it's like, okay, we gotta lean into like stuff like that. So
good for you, man. Yeah, that's what Gary Vee would do, is just find what works like organically and then just
yeah.
put money behind it. So you guys are doing the right thing. I'm stoked, and I was glad to join today. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'll we'll transition back, but I wanted to go ahead, sounds like Tony, you might have to head out. So I wanted to just share this before while everybody's still here. But this is what the thing is that was top of mind for me. And it's I'm so happy because like before I say anything and I'm like pointing my finger, it's like you guys already know some of the issues. You guys already know some of the things and you guys corrected yourself. Another like for example, talking about the call funnel and what you guys did there. Another thing is I know you're gonna get this because Cam, now you have like that experience where you're coaching people and then people think there's a certain problem. And then your job as a coach is to identify the problem so that people don't waste their time because most people are not successful, not because they don't do the right things, but because they spend too much time and energy doing the wrong things, not allowing themselves to do the right things. Um, so I just want to kind of preface that before I share any of this with you guys. But again, I think that this can apply to Tony as well. But right, so I made this note as you guys were talking. I kind of share this with Eslan is like when it comes to your offboarding calls, what you can actually do is you can actually mention this on your onboarding calls and you can say to people, hey, look, we have offboarding calls with every single member. And the reason for that is because of you can frame it as like intellectual property and stuff intellectual property, this, that. That's why we have to do it. And if you don't do it, what we're gonna do is we're gonna charge you a fee. It's kind of like you come in to a house and you leave it messed up, we're gonna charge you a fee for that. So you can frame it in that type of way. And so that's why, again, if somebody ghosts or whatever, you have the ability to like handle that or prevent that from happening. Or if they get charged, well, they're now they know. Again, you can reflect back on the onboarding call where it's recorded so that they can't bitch at you. Anyway, this is not what I wanted to go over. I just brought that up really quick because I shared that with Eslan because he had somebody that like a lot of times you'll have people that will ghost you, they'll be really short before they leave. But again, I think it's super crucial where you take as many people as possible and you offboard them so that you can sell them the next thing. Super crucial. And you guys have seen that experience where you, again, you have like that week where you take people and you keep them from, churning and boom, next thing you know, they're with you for a long time, right? So I just want to go over that really quick, but that's not the main thing I want to go over. So, um, basically, when you first mentioned this someone last week, and when I saw it actually, you didn't mention it for the first time last week, but you mentioned it before where you were like doing different things. I didn't think anything of it. Even last week when you talked about it, I didn't think anything of it. And then just found it like naturally like thinking about it. And what it reminded me of, Aman, is like our old days. And again, you've changed a lot has changed, but it reminded me of the olden days where we spent a lot of time, energy, and resources fixing problems that didn't exist. And so that's kind of what I was alluding to. And so, we never want to focus on like fixing things that are not broken. Your client acquisition isn't broken, right? It never was broken. So like those thoughts that you had of like, it made sense to me. I'm like, oh yeah, go to like more warm or go to more cold. Like people are not ready to buy or like nurture them. That's great thinking, but the thing is, nothing is broken, so don't fix it. Like that's like my thought process again. And you've said the words yourself. I was like, hey, everything else is shiny object syndrome. I can have the lifestyle I want to have. I don't need to do X, Y, Z. I can just keep going. That's just so true. It's like I don't think anything is broken in your client acquisition until you are less than a 3-to-1 ROI in terms of return ad spend and 2-to-1 cash collected. Until the moment you guys are, look, the truth is that for you guys collecting 25,000 per month, you would need to spend like 13 grand on ads where things got scary and you're not spending 13 grand, not even close right now. So like your numbers are like very good on the front end in terms of client acquisition, right? So just kind of like, use like numbers to make decisions on in terms of like client acquisition. So I just want to kind of go over that really quick before I delve into what I'm going to share with you next. So it's like, again, the key thing is like just like don't fix things that aren't broken. That's not broken for you guys, not even close. So the question becomes, well, what is always broken? Because something is always broken in every business. And I alluded to this like years ago with you, Aman. Um, there was like the snippet where Alex Ramirez is in a video talking about like one of his friends that like or acquaintances that owns like a 1 billion dollar company. And that billionaire, or either it was a billionaire or billion dollar company, was telling Alex Ramosi, like, hey, profit is so unnatural. And Hormozy's like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, profit. Maybe you guys know what I'm talking about. And I said, kind of nod your head. Where he's talking about like, hey, as you scale a business, you eventually get to a place where there's like no fucking profit, and you're using venture capital, and that's why you have things like, have a public thing where people are voting and giving money to the business so that they can invest. Like as time progresses, like it's kind of like anything you throw up will eventually come down. Any business that you have will eventually profit will go to zero. It just happens. Why? Because you hire people out, this, that, whatever, inflation, everything just goes to zero. So what does that mean? Therefore, LTV is always broken, and you always need to figure out how to make your clients more valuable. Once you right, that's the thing. Is like because your profit will always dwindle, right? This is your cost per acquisition, and then this is your LTV. And so your LTV your cost per acquisition will always increase, and then your LTV, if it doesn't increase, well then eventually this is the gap. There's no gap, there's no profit left. And so what you therefore must do is, as this is increasing, hopefully this increases at a slow rate, and hopefully you're figuring this out faster to increase the gap. But eventually you will get to a place where, again, this will happen. Hope this is making some sense so far. So in my opinion, what you guys should do, and everybody should do, is once your company is stable, your primary focus should simply be on that, which is increasing the LTV of your client. That's it. That's the number one task. That is the number one fire to always put out. That is the number one thing. And then you should be juggling that with the fires that come up or like the projects that you guys have. So what I'm trying to get at is like your main focus, in my opinion, is how do I get more cash out of my clients? That is it. That is the North Star. That is the number one focus at all times. Everything else is a second to that. If your business is stable, which it is, your business is stable. If it wasn't stable, I would say something else, right? But it's stable. So you want to increase profits for your clients, which will allow you to increase profits for yourself. So the question becomes how, right? So I just want to go and set that up before I get into like the how. But first, the what. I think that this is a significantly better idea than the filter that we were kind of like tossing around a few years ago or about a year ago, Cam, and then that me and you were talking about on our coaching call yesterday or last week, on. If it because it why? Because it ticks off the boxes that would apply to filters as well. It's something that they're going to be incentivized to do because it's going to make them more money and it's going to be passive for you. And it's less, but what's better than the filters, why it's better than filters is because there's less overhead. There's going to be way less operational complexity to fulfill on this, and it's way more profitable for them and you. So the question becomes like, what is that thing? If you saw this coming from a mile away, it's literally this simple. It's selling a $297 per month white label website that has everything they need in order to run their business, and they can't operate their business without it. You put them in golden handcuffs. Tony, this applies to you as well. I know for your lawyers, you basically rank them on Google My Business, but you did not pitch them on this, which is like, hey, your website is fucking broken. It doesn't have AI. It doesn't have this. It doesn't have, let me rebuild everything from the ground up and then get it ranked for you. And essentially, you put them on golden hands. Like, for example, we all have like websites. We all have funnels. For us, right? Imagine we all need Facebook ads. Without Facebook ads, or water. Without water, we're fucked. So if you can take a business like, a duck clean business and they need a website, they need a calendar to like fucking get shit booked. They need a CRM, like some kind of way to collect payment. Whatever the fuck is absolutely mandatory. We're like I need my website hosted on GoDaddy. Like I'm never gonna that subscription will never cancel until I'm dead. So it's like even if they leave you, they still need these things. And so where's this idea coming from, by the way? There's already a business called stonysystems.io. If you guys want to study them, funnel hack them, they're already doing this, and they're doing this for the general contractors niche, and they're building their company to exit. So right now, I think they're at like 250 per month or something like that, 250,000 per month. This is literally all they do. They don't try to, and they do this on the front end, and on the back end, they try to sell people paid ads. So if you were to, for example, take 20 clients at $297 per month, you would basically have $6,000 monthly recurring revenue, and you'd be starting for profit every so month, regardless of what happens to them, regardless of whether they churn. Because right now, again, you have people that like fall into two buckets: people that churn right away within the first week, people that don't churn. But these people that don't churn, they stay with you a long time, but eventually they do churn. So even if they eventually, so we're not talking about these people that churn within the first 2 weeks. We're talking about the people that churn month, 2, 3, 4. Even if these people churn, guess what? You still continue to get paid by them you still get to continue to get paid by them 297 a month every single month. And again, I still have people from like fucking 5, 7 years ago that still pay 297 to ClickFunnels. Like it just never stops. Why? Because without ClickFunnels, they probably have a lot of shit where they can't get rid of it. So the question becomes like, how do you do it? Step one, you close people like you're currently doing. Step two, you onboard and you set proper expectations. And for a 4-week one-on-one, that's what I would do. I would set up a one-on-one 4 weeks out. You say, hey, at the 1 month mark, me and you're going to sit down and we're going to talk about all the things you're doing well, the things I see where you have profit centers that are, you could put profit centers within your business where you can make a lot more profit. You're leaving money on the table, all that kind of stuff. Step three is you retain them for 4 weeks. On week three, you remind them about the one-on-one. You get that scheduled out. And then step four is on that call, you have to create depravity, right? So what you do is you say, look look at the consistent traffic you're getting from meta ads. Wow, you never had that before. Look at how AI is helping you make more money. Wow. So traffic, AI. Three, how much do you think you're leaving on the table by not having traffic on Google? You got Facebook figured out, but what about Google? So this is a traffic play. Three, how much do you think you're leaving on the table by having a broken website where there is not an AI thing that's nurturing people that are visiting your website? So the AI play. How much do you think you could make if one, your website was optimized to sell just like our ads are optimized. Two, you're on the first page of Google, and three, you had AI on your website that's going to be able to nurture people and get them for you to close. And then you make a sale. And so there are just like a bunch of different offers. I thought about a few. You could typically we charge $297 a month for this, but so long as you stay with us, we're gonna go and bump our service down to, and right now it's like 541 or whatever. We're gonna bump it down to 341. In other words, you're only gonna pay an extra $100 per month. So it's positioned as like, hey, it's only $100 a month extra, but like imagine you close like 5 people from your website from just doing this. How much more money would that be? And guess what? It's only, again, it's just $100. Now, if you do leave, guess what? It goes back to 297, right? And so again, there's different ways you can structure offer. Hey, it's 297 and a $1,000 setup fee. We'll go and waive up the setup fee and knock off $200, so it's an extra $100. Offer three, typically we charge 297, 1K setup fee, so long as you stay with blah, blah, blah. Like different ways you can structure it. But the main thing that they need to understand is that you need to figure out in your communication where you have to tell them like, hey, look, if you guys churn and don't work with us, you're going to continue to be charged 297. So maybe there's like some billing thing that they have to figure out where there's a fee from you, the agency, and a fee for like this software, like for example, like GoDaddy will send us an invoice like once a year or whatever, a receipt, and then you figure out how to bill it. So I hope that makes sense. I'm not saying this is perfectly dialed in, but what I am saying is that if I were you, again, the most important thing is to figure out LTV, figure out how to make way more money from your clients. When you said, Aman, you said it like twice, figure out how we can step out of the business and replace ourselves. Bro, the day you guys do that, I will come to fucking Florida and I will smack the both of you. I will go to Cleveland. I'll be like, stop, don't do that. Because I've never seen every single agency when they get their guys, like it's just like unhappy. It's unhappy. It's bad. And you guys have such a good thing going is like double down on what's working. Like make way more profit. Figure out how to make way more profit by making your clients way more valuable. If you try to scale up and then remove yourself from the business, you're gonna do people that make 100,000 per month walk away with like fucking 15K per month. I've seen it every single time. The number, that's just what the numbers are. Anyways, I'm going off tangent, I'm rambling, but like this is a way for you guys to start tackling the idea of increasing LTV. Figure out other marketing channels, Google ads, Google My Business is what this is, like other thing. The thing about this is like you're tracking that you're attacking the Google channel and you're making it passive income by selling Go High Level, or you know, you're basic the way your position is like, hey, we're gonna give you this website that does this main thing, but it also comes with Go High Level or Google My Business and Game Ring, or you could upsell that. I don't know. But the idea is that if you get somebody to like get on this website thing, you have them literally in golden handcuffs. You're replacing their entire website, their infrastructure, everything, and it now belongs to your hosting it. They need you like GoDaddy.com. Anyways, does this make sense? Or you guys have questions, comments, concerns, thoughts?
Yeah. So what would you recommend in terms of when to pitch this?
Exactly, right here. So the key to making this work is week 4. Why? They have to see the AI in action. Because remember, the two parts to making this work is, hey, you're getting consistent traffic on Facebook and you're having AI. These are the two components that are making this work. So imagine AI on Google. So you
So
have
you're
to sell
saying they
them
would
on,
need AI first
so that you
before
have to sell them on AI because what are you guys doing?
yeah.
Your AI is they are
We're not
being they
using
are
AI.
bought into AI. Yeah, exactly. They are buying into AI because of how your shit works. So by week 4, they're like, bro, AI is so fucking cool. Look at all this shit it's
No,
doing.
no, we're
Imagine
not.
if I had AI on our website.
Yeah, we're
They're
not
gonna,
doing AI.
Yeah,
you guys are not doing AI?
no.
Oh shit. Well, fuck.
Well,
I thought you
when you
guys were
say
doing AI this whole time.
when you say AI, are you referring to like a chatbot Quishik on like a GH? Because I assume like I'm thinking in terms of GHL site builds is what you're pitching, right? Just some kind of AI, like GHL has a AI site build function now that you're basically like vibe coding a site in 5 minutes. You guys probably know that. Is that what you're pitching? And then on top of that, second question would be what AI are you referring to? Because I mean, when people I teach part-time at like a film school, and when they were like, oh fuck AI, it sucks. It's like, dude, you've used AI 75 times in Final Cut Pro to get to this point, or like Adobe After Effects or whatever. Like that's all AI straight. So what are we considering AI? And I know that I'm not like faulting you being like, well, that's not AI. I mean, everything we're doing is AI, right? What we're doing right now is AI in some ways. But like, what does that play and refer to? Just out of curiosity.
So I don't know if this is incorrect. Answer correct. I want to first answer kind of like close the loop in terms of what I was sharing with Aman and Cam. what I was under the impression of was that they're running instant form ads, people are clicking, they're going to a CRM, and then you have an AI thing that is nurturing that conversation and then getting it to a place where all they need to do is book things out. That's what I thought. Is it AI? So it's not AI. Is it automation that you're leveraging so that they don't have to like manually text them and do all this stuff? Or is that just like in your marketing?
And coaching, really. Like the automations are kind of the same ones I had started with the med spa, and then I obviously did the AI for the med spa. It's been like one of our projects to roll out the AI, but it's weird. Every time we roll out the AI for our clients, their big thing is that they want AI to like be able to figure out routing for them too. So like that's like an added barrier where it's like if they schedule them, then there's the whole routing thing. So I mean, I don't think that's a limiting uh mindset, because I think we could just coach them on being like, hey, even if it books a time, you can go in and reschedule at a better time for you. But that's just like something that we just haven't gone to fully rolling out. I have it built out. I have like the whole thing, but we've just been working on other stuff. But yeah, we none of our clients are using AI.
So is it automations that are having, or is it like they're literally doing all the texting according to your training?
No, there's text automations that go out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think yeah, that's one of our projects. I think we did it for one guy and then like Mateo, and then something happened.
Yeah,
So I
he
think we
like
just got to do that again. Like I think we just got to do that more and more until we tweak
So,
it.
so I'll sleep on this for you guys, but regards the end destination does not change. The pathway will change depending on like I was under the assumption, like I said, the whole time that you guys sell people on AI. So by the time they get to week 4 and they're like, holy fuck, look at AI and how it's helping me book all these jobs. Now imagine if that AI on my website. That was the whole idea. But the idea is that you're still selling the end product, which is again, uh, essentially a website. Like
right.
that's kind
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
key.
yeah.
Like what go high level white label.
Yeah.
And so the question becomes like, how do we get there? So if, for example, I'm not saying it's the right idea, but like let's just say theoretically you set things up where there's a shit ton of automations and everything. The moment people click on the ad, and it's like, hey, you're selling them like, hey, without the automation, the shit wouldn't fucking work for you guys. Would make a shit ton of money. Now your website's broken because your website doesn't have a chat widget with automation and shit. Imagine if it had that. It's kind of and so that's why therefore you need a website. We need to fix your website and optimize it, right? So that allows you to get to the same end goal of white label websites.
Right. Yeah, yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah. So, Tony, what were you asking, man? I don't know that I answered it.
Sorry, wife was going to bed. Um, once again, I get like guilt shamed into being here a little bit longer than I should be. I got to catch up too, man. Oh, okay. So I didn't know because we could say we're using AI for anything, which I don't think is a farce, right? Like you said, I mean, like the way we edit video now, we utilize AI almost every step of the way. We're using AI. So I don't think using that claim is necessarily wrong. I was just interested in like what you were kind of referring to, and if this was like utilizing the internal chatbots of GHL or ClickFunnels in this
That's what
case.
I thought they were doing. That's
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
thought. I
Okay,
thought they
cool.
were using go high levels internal because I know Aman was doing that for his clients in the med spa niche. So I thought they were doing something similar for the duct cleaning space.
Cool. Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. And I'm obviously like a year behind or a year and a half behind this class or in front of, depending on how you look at it. So we haven't utilized the latest AI techniques in GHL necessarily. We're using more basic versions of, or not basic versions, but like a basic understanding and automation using that. We haven't gone too deep.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot to learn with AI. There's so
Mhm.
much.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, I just want to share that really quick. Again, main thing, guys, is just like think about the LTV. Like that's my biggest thing to you guys. Like, you guys are in such a good place, and I see so many people. I feel the same way. Like literally, what I'm sharing with you guys, I'm so passionate about it. If Mason was there, he would tell you I fucking yell at him all the time. I know what his revenue numbers are. I know what his profit numbers are. I work with so many business. I know what their revenue. I know what their profit. I work with so many agency. What their and so when I hear you guys and I see you guys in a place, it's kind of like somebody comes to me and they say, Kushik, I'm about to get in a partnership. I'm like, dude, don't fuck up your life. Kushik, I'm about to get married. Dude, don't fuck up your. I'm just kidding. For the guys in here that are married. Um, But yeah, I see you guys seem like you're in a really good place. And just like when I hear things like, oh, remove myself from the business, I just like, guys, you know, that whole journey, that whole path that, it's not, most people are not cut out for that. That's the Hormozy life, guys. That is the Hormozy life. There's no life balance there. And so it's just like the easier thing to do is the hard thing. The easier thing is the hard thing. The easier thing to do is make your clients a shit ton more money. That is the fucking easiest roadmap. It is not building out teams and removing yourself. It is not. But some people just have to experience that, go for themselves. Um, and yeah. But what else do you guys have that you guys wanted to chat about on today's call? I know it's getting late. Are there other things? If not, do you guys have questions, Aiden, Tony, um, Ronnie, Jorge? Why is everybody so shy all of a sudden?
So for the so I know there's an automation with the, you get them in at 421 or whatever for the first week, right? And then so long as they close, it's like officially starts or whatever. So then, you know, UCAM will get texted or something. How, just because I know how my experience with the clients and, like how true to the, I mean, if you do everything correctly and the person's on it and I'm assuming that they move it to a pipeline stage that says they closed, and then that kicks off the automation, to my understanding. Like how do you yeah, how do you just not make sure somebody just like closes and then they just never move it? So therefore they're getting free days. That's my concern. And just because I'm trying to think of ways, maybe this is potentially something I implement down the road. That's kind of the thing that pops up in my head, just so they don't like, they gotta close, but then they're kind of keeping silent about it. They haven't moved it in the go high level, so you're not aware of it. Um, yeah, do you guys have ever experienced that? And if so, or maybe you guys don't have an issue or problem with that. But curious, on and also correct me if I have it wrong on how your process is.
No, that's accurate.
Yeah, it's a good question for Amon.
Yeah, I would say just from what I've seen is that so you say, okay, well, what if they just want to get 3 days out of us and they don't move it to the completed section? I feel like if they're not using the go high level at all, right, then we're gonna call them out on it like very early on. And then Cameron is really good about just following up many times and being like, hey, like, did you guys go to your first home yet? Like, let's update the leads. Like he'll remind them multiple times. And then, if they are booking appointments, they're gonna stack up their booked appointment pipeline, and like one of those is going to have to go into completed not that long after that. So like we kind of have a good eye on like if they have like 7 in the booking and then nothing's in the completed, we're going to be following up like, hey, when's your first, like we saw you got a bunch of bookings, like when's your first job? So I feel like it's very rare. I feel like most clients luckily have been very good about just moving things to the completed. But yeah, I think just naturally, like if they're not moving, either not moving their stuff and they're calling them out, or they are moving their stuff into like the booked appointment. And so we'll just typically ask when we see they start getting bookings, like, hey, like what's your first job? Or if they put into the calendar, we can literally see the dates. And so when I'm like initially doing the ad report, which is not even something we've talked about, but like when I'm doing the ad report, I'll look at their accounts and be like, okay, like their first date looks like it's this date. And so we'll just kind of keep that in mind. But I'd say for the most part, everyone's good about it. And if they aren't, I don't think it's because they're trying to like squeeze the juice out of us. I think they're just bad at updating their go high level leads.
I don't think most people revere, like most people do not have like the wisdom to even know to do that. They're not sneaking up to even know to do that.
Yeah, I probably made it seem like it was intentional, but no, more so from the fact that people just forget, and then then it's like you kind of have to set the fire under them. But it sounds like they're kind of doing their due diligence, and if not, then you're already calling them out on probably just the pipeline in general.
Yeah, I think we monitor it pretty good, and the ones who don't update it or honest or who don't give us honest when we do ask, usually they're just doing horribly anyways, so it's not a right fit. And the ones who are doing well, if it does slip past us and we're not doing our job by really monitoring and actually checking ourselves, for the ones who don't update the pipeline, it's kind of like we want to keep them. And at the very worst, maybe they get an extra day or two or three even sometimes, but it's like an easy close that way, you know? So
Yeah.
when we throw out the it's the end of your first week, even though it's been 9 days and you made so much money, it's like it makes the yes so much easier. We try not to do that. If it's a yes and we know that, we try to do it on day 7. But like I said earlier, if it goes past, it goes past. It just kind of adds to the yes even more.
Okay, cool. And is the 421 for the first week? Because I heard 521 a couple times too. So I'm assuming it's 521 weekly is the normal, and then 421 is
Yeah,
just him in the door type
for
of
the
thing.
first week. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
cool. Oh, sweet. Yeah.
Um, and yeah, we do ad reports every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Well, Amon does, bless his heart, and he kind of lets you know what's going on. And I think that's been super helpful for probably both of us to like really have keep tabs. Because I think when you lift off and just assume things are well, that's when things slip through and you start to relax and you get used to relaxing and things get big without you even really noticing. So it's nice that we kind of have the habit where I don't know, I'm on side, but it seems like it's such a habit at this point. It's kind of just something that we do where
Mhm.
it's kind of designed to squash anything from blowing up. And I think it's been doing its job like very, very well.
I thought I would hate doing it because I'm like on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, like every week. But for some reason, it feels very productive and it's very easy to do. So it's like one of those like procrastination things that like I can easily do the monthly reporting because it feels very productive. And so I like do it. But then, when I send the video to Cameron, like in the videos, I'm usually like, hey, like, wasn't there this thing with this client that we need like information or updates on, like what's going on with them? And then so he'll hear that in the video, pause the video, and then he'll reach out to them. So like it doesn't just help us get a pulse on the ad side, it gives us a pulse on the client themselves. Because I'll
Yeah.
notice that once I send him that video, Cameron's like following up with a bunch of clients on things. And so I think that alone has been very
Yeah, it's been
helpful.
huge. Yeah, it's been game changing.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And one thing I learned about working with Cameron is you need someone who's very like one of their strengths is shamelessly just following up with people and like asking for things or like I'm very bad. Like I'm very much like if they're not messaging me, then I don't have to be then they must be good, right? Where Cameron's like, if they're not messaging us, something's bad. So let's reach out to them. But I'm like,
Yeah.
if I feel like if I message them, it's gonna open a whole can of worms. But Cameron's like, it has to be done, so he does it. And so that's been very nice that he just will reach out. And poor Cameron, I've seen him get chewed out for, following up. Like there's this client who he would always follow up with because he kept missing payments. He's just like, fuck you, man. Like you're not my fucking teacher. Like it was just like, damn, bro.
I don't have a boss. Fuck you, Mike. How about that?
Yeah.
I can't get in trouble for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So funny.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've noticed. Like half of these people, like you gotta treat adults like kids, like our clients. My God, it's like,
Yeah.
man, like do the things we tell you to do, or you're gonna get a bad outcome compared to if you do them. And it's like as a kid would do, they don't do it. But then it's like they complain about the results, and it's like, dude, you idiot! Like I'm telling you to do this, you don't do that, and you still complain about what's going on. It's like I'm gonna smack you, dude.
I
But
remember Cameron was sending a pipeline roast, and he was literally like, "I'm gonna check tomorrow, and these are not updated. I'm gonna send you." I was like, "Yo, Cameron, chill, bro." But the guy did it. Like he did it, and then we didn't have a problem with him anymore. So, yeah, you do have to just. They're good people.
I
They're
think
good.
people
I think
can
you got to find a balance though. Yeah, yeah. I feel like I hold my cool. Like if someone is like pissing us off, it's like, all right, you're making our life bad. I'm gonna just let you. Like if we lose you, it's kind of a nice thing right now. So I'm
Yeah.
just like, here's my last straw. Um,
people can tell,
but
like you can tell when you're being assertive, but you care. Like they can tell, And I think, Cam, you obviously do a good job giving off that tone, you yeah.
cool. Yeah, I can't really think of anything else that we do. Um, yeah.
What's your experience with? Because this happened to me a few times where they just keep running the ads. They stole IP, so
Oh,
they
we
just
just
run
had
that shit. Have
and
you guys dealt with that before?
Koshik brought up a good point right before he deleted that first line in his notes. I was like, on the onboarding, have a video where you're talking about these are your assets. Like when you leave, these get behind with you. We now created a terms of service page where at the very least, when they make the payment, they have to check that I agree to the terms of service and that terms of service has everything. But we do need to make a video for the onboarding because we just had a client who literally like continue running our ads, and then he took our entire snapshot of our Go High Level and moved it with a different company. And they're using all the same automations every day. I don't know how they did it. They took all the conversations, they took everything, and like we just
Yeah, I
didn't have
don't.
anything in place to really be like, hey, these aren't yours. He's like, what do you mean? Like you already they're already created, they're on my thing or whatever. So that's where we created the terms of service. But like we need to go, like we need to create that material on our onboarding that says like, hey, when you're, when you leave, all this gets left behind with you.
They
So
shouldn't
yeah,
have
Yeah.
shouldn't be able to do a snapshot unless they literally like their new agency saw their old snapshot and they were in talks before they left you and then they were literally manually doing it. Or
I
they
don't know
had
how they did
maybe there
it.
was a setting that wasn't because there is like a when I do a snapshot, there's like so many there's like a I haven't tried them, but there's a couple of different options where there's like I think there's like different wording, but I'm pretty sure that you can make it so they can't create a snapshot link. But I could be wrong.
I don't know how they did it because they're not like admin or anything. Like I don't know what kind of.
That's
Well,
crazy.
there's this
Yeah.
I'd be curious to what you guys can think of for this because my thoughts are like even if we have this terms of service, even if we have a contract, if somebody still decides to take our stuff, they're gonna take it. But like I'm not going to court, you know what I mean? So do you guys have anything that you can think of that isn't a ton of energy? Or maybe
I
I
I thought I solved it. I thought I solved it. And I was telling Esto to get on it and do shit. And basically what it was I started making ad accounts for people so that I have full control. So when they churn, I just boot them off. But then I came to find that there's like limits to
yeah,
how
you got
many
a limit.
create
Yeah.
yourself. So that was the only thing I had. And then once I didn't have that, I was like, well, shit.
Yeah.
That was my only if we were able to
Like
raise that,
unlimited, yeah.
dude, I would pay money for that shit.
Yeah,
I
it'd be really
think
nice.
I think the one thing that comes to mind, which would be really hard to get somebody to sign off on, would be have that agree before they actually pay, right? You have your terms and service. And then part of the next agree button is like automatic $5,000 payment charge to this credit card if we find that you guys are continuing without us with our same IP.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but
So it's
then
five
again, like
grand.
there's just so many things that like they can challenge it at the bank. Like we've had people challenge 421 a few times and it's worked. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? It's like
totally.
that's kind of the thing though. It's like I just can't think of a way other than like scare tactics at the start where it's like if they commit and they say, no, we're taking your ads, like we don't care about the contract. It's there's not much you can do other than like that first impression of like
Please
so
don't take our stuff.
I bet Koishik has been hacked more than all of us combined, but we definitely got hacked on every single type of funnel we made for every single niche. And, some of the sales calls were just like really smart people just recording it themselves and reverse engineering it when we were done. And that's life. But, Koishik, maybe you have more sage advice on being hacked hundreds of times.
Somebody stole my six-figure, 6-week sales funnel. They started selling a $16,000 program. They still exist. Somebody else stole my wedding ad strategy and they're selling it, and Aiden bought his program and then Aiden shared it with us. I'm like, oh, this is my shit. So yeah, it's happened a lot. All I can tell you is Cam, you're right. Nobody's going to fucking court because it costs literally more dollars, time, energy to take somebody to court than to. So your only tactic is the front end tactic of that fee, and you make it legal, and you take that 50-50 chance with them not being able to here's a trick, right? So what you can do is you can always get somebody's debit card instead of their credit card. So if they put it on credit card, usually the credit card bank is going to favor them. But if you get a debit card, it's not necessarily that, they can charge back or all that stuff. Does that make sense? I don't know if you guys know that. Credit card companies side with you can do chargeback stuff like that. Debit cards not as easily. So you try to get the debit card and you scare the fuck out of them on the front end. And yeah, you do what you say. You fucking charge them. You say, fuck you. That's what you do. That's it. You make it worth your while to be stolen from.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Like, even if they get the charge back, it's like, oh, that was fucking hell to
Right.
deal with these guys. Yeah.
But again, you remember there's a less likelihood that they will be able to charge back and actually win if you get a debit card. That's kind of the key to understand. Versus a credit card. Credit card, it's more going to be off. It's more often going to be in their favor than your favor. But it's a toss up either case. But yeah,
Right.
They put in their
Okay.
address kickoff form. We could do something with that.
Were you gonna go keep their house?
Yeah,
I mean, if it
yeah.
becomes a problem, if it's like once a quarter, then you just pretty much have to say fuck it. If it's like once every other lead somehow, then you start putting that $5,000 in, people are gonna start being like, ah. But as you know, it's harder to get a yes the more stipulation you put on that, especially with a $5,000 random fee when you have their credit card.
Yeah. That's
Honestly,
yeah, that's
it's been firing me and Cameron up where we just got a client in the same location and we're like, we're gonna make him personalized ads. We're gonna create ads that no one's ever even thought of before, just so the guy can see it and be like, oh shit, like these are competition now.
Does
yeah.
he hack you before you even started him as a client, or was it?
No, he was with us
He's
for
a
a long time.
yeah, he's honestly a good dude, and he probably did something that I would do. Like he's just a business guy who had another opportunity. We didn't really put our foot down too much. I would do the exact same thing. It just sucks to be on the other side. Like it's totally fair what he's doing. It'd be ideal if he didn't.
Yeah, steals leads and fucking sell them back to him twice as much. I mean, like through ads, obviously, create better ad content, take all the leads, and then you can sell them back. Be like, actually, the price is this now, and you want the system back.
You
I
should
think I
have
prefer to
taken
take
all
his
of his
kneecaps.
existing
Yeah.
leads. And be like, you should have taken all of his existing leads and the completed and booked jobs. Be like, send them all text to our CRM, like, don't work with this guy, show his face.
Yeah.
Like, don't work with this guy. He scammed us.
Yeah, there's a
It's
couple
maybe
things
happening
we could
more and
do.
more when people can backwards engineer stuff with Claude very easily, or GPT for that matter. It's
There
That
is
makes
like
me, makes me
one
feel
thing
nice to know that Cushy got scammed too. I can sleep at night.
when it happens, it happens. So one thing that's like a nightmare is like negative Reddit threads. So I had like a negative thread read created about me like 2019. I leveraged the fuck out of it. I had a bunch of people go in there, leave a bunch of testimonials, and now it would make me sales. And so that guy eventually shut that down. But I had somebody else create another negative thread. And again, I had to kind of engineer the same thing. I bring this up because at first, when I didn't know how to handle it, that was like my bane because I had so many people on like sales calls with me who were like, "Hey, Kushik, I saw your fucking Reddit," and I had to like know how to handle it. So I bring that up because another scare tactic that you can use is again, you can spring up a Reddit and like scare the fuck out and show them like, hey, here's what will happen to your business. This is not something that we take lightly. We will do this. We will make sure that there is a Reddit there and you cannot take that down. So regardless of what the fuck you do, this will stay with you, this will follow you. So again, it's scare tactics on the front end, but sometimes that'll scare the shit out of people because they understand they can't really do much about that, like a Reddit thread. So it's another little tactic. Everything goes back to fear. Would you want to be feared or loved, respected? Like fear. Be scared, bitch. It's always the answer. Anyways, I'm joking. But
I know that across like the agency industry, I've seen that people will also charge the ad spend in addition to the monthly fee. And to me, that's like the only surefire way that I've seen, like 100% surefire, foolproof way to um, like have where you only have access to the page and you are paying for it out of your like one of your ad accounts or something like that. I just did that with a custom home builder, um, and I don't know, they were fine with it. And it kind of just depends on how you want to run your agency. But like I don't know, that's the only other way that I've seen that is like you would be able to keep that from happening.
Yeah. I know Drew, he does like everything on his ad account and runs all of his clients But I feel like that's so much more painful. I'd much rather someone take all of our stuff like once a quarter than to
Yeah.
do that, honestly.
I think what we could have done too is if there's any light of our relationship is done, have it very clear. Like you pay for our services, you get our services. You stop, like we are just gonna delete all the campaigns like immediately, like fast. And that's kind of like the only saving grace we have. Like, oh, if somebody's taking over, it's like I think with this situation we were very courteous and accommodating to like helping them out with their new agency, giving them access, like letting them have a couple days. They're just like, yeah, we're gonna delete your ads as soon as we get it figured out. They obviously didn't. Um, so I think if we just went in there hardcore, it was like, if you work with us, you get our stuff. If you don't get our stuff. And we just clear that. Like we're friendly guys, but if you're not with us, you're against us type thing. So
There is something, I don't know if this necessarily is going to solve your problem, but remember there was something Drew shared on last week where he uses an AI software that communicates like if somebody's card is
Oh,
whatever. Yeah, so you could probably set something up like that
we
where it just like
we've been
deletes their
I
campaign.
started trying to build that out because we think it's such a great idea.
mm,
Basically, where if the payment doesn't go through, the ads shut off automatically, and then once they make the payment again, it'll turn on automatically.
yeah, it's so
Um,
nice
yeah,
if it works.
Yeah.
For what it's
But
worth, we get all of our ad money straight too. I run through all of our ad accounts, and it might be a little bit more of a PIA, but with certain clients, we have like guaranteed leads. So if we've hacked the leads in that particular area, and it's 7 leads, and it doesn't take us 2 grand to get there, it takes us 1,500 to get there, we get the 1,500, or excuse me, we get like the extra 500, you know? So I don't know if that's an option for you guys, and it might not be worth it right now with the workflow that you have. But to Aiden's point, we're currently collecting every single penny and then dispersing it as needed.
yeah. I just really liked that we can make like 2K from our clients, and then they also spend their own ad spend, and then we can
yeah,
increase it, we can decrease it based on how many people that they want. It's like we have so much more flexibility in terms of managing their ad campaign versus like I feel like anytime I've tried to do it where I would spend my own based on what they give me, I just feel like it was always stressful because I'm like, okay, well, I'm spending too much or um it's a lot to keep track of. Whereas like I can set it and forget it for like if they pay for their own ad spend. So
Mhm.
to me, that's personally worth it.
Yeah. As long as you're not getting like hacked over and over again. If it starts
Yeah,
happening
it's
where
been a while.
everyone thinks that they can do it, right? But yeah, one per quarter is nothing, and that's gonna happen no matter.
Yeah.
yeah. And I
What
also
about
don't really care about somebody hacking us, especially because we're very exclusive in one area. One of our clients could take it if they had multiple, but like in this situation, we just got a new client in the same area as the guy who hacked us, and he's already getting great results. So to me, it's like that's the really only thing that I care about, or else I'm just spending like energy in this place that it's more so revenge that isn't getting us anywhere at all. In
Mhm.
fact, the energy over here is not where I'm putting it over here, which is going to grow the business. So it's kind of like let's just be better than them and put that
Yeah,
time towards that. But
agreed.
for
See,
sure, I yeah.
that is what it is. Is like there's bullshit that happens, guys, but it's like you said, it's not worth the time. Like you figure out all these scare tactics, you do all these things, and then if it works, great. If it doesn't, fuck it, and you just move on. Right.
Yeah. Terms of
But
service, maybe a yeah, even I think terms of service is honestly probably close to the extent that we're probably ever gonna go because it's like let's just keep moving the train, you know?
I mean, honestly, the copycat thing, if it really starts to be a problem, just be like, hey, if you do a full-on copycat of what we created here, it's like an automatic 5 grand charge to your card. And even if it is just litigation and it goes back and forth, like that is a major pain in the ass for somebody. So it's incentive for them to be like, hey, I want to buy the system. Then you have an opportunity to sell the system to them. I want to get out. I don't want to work with you dudes anymore, but I do want to continue to use it. How do we make that work? You
Yeah,
give us some.
Yeah.
I always think of a downsell in terms of like, okay, they don't work with us, we downsell the system and the ads and like, you pay 500 a month or something, but then you can just continue running and using the Go High Level, but we just you get kicked out for Slack or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, or a one-time fee of 4 grand to hand it off to their new marketing agency, their cousin or whatever. You know what I mean? Which is always what happens. Somebody else moves in that knows better, that actually doesn't, and they swoop them in for another year or so.
Yeah.
But again, if it's you guys are moving at the speed of light, and that's exactly the speed you should be moving at. So, it's going to slow you down to do
Right.
mitigations,
Yeah.
litigations, things like that. So just keep on going. And if it
It's a
becomes
non-problem for the most part. So
good,
yeah.
What else, guys?
Cameron, what do we have this week? Are we doing anything fun this week? I'm editing the ads for the non-branded and the payment thing.
I don't know. I think just coaching calls. Got to get some more content out.
What about I do have to head out of here in about 7 minutes. Um, but just I guess like really quick. I mean, we've been talking so much about the agency game and stuff like that. What about your personal lives? Like, what are some things that this has unlocked for you guys for your personal life? Like, what are your maybe goals for the next 6 months, a year, 2 years? Um, in your personal life that are a result of what you guys have figured out the last year or so.
Ooh, that's a good question. Cameron?
Cameron's having another baby.
I am having another baby.
Are you really?
Yeah.
I knew it.
I think moving out of this house, we're still like with Dakota's parents. Um, so yeah, like in terms of the business, I think hitting like 10K each consistently, like take home would be so sweet. Um, that'd be pretty, and we're pretty much there. Like we're honestly tickling it. Like I think in March we'll probably hit it. Um, which is super exciting because I think that was Amon's goal, like when starting this partnership. Mine's 15, so that's the next one. And I'm sure when we hit 15, it'll be 20 and so on. But I think 10K would be super sweet. I think long term, like in 2026, I think we want to be hitting around that 400K mark annual. It's like 200K take home, or like 150 to 200K, something like that. I think we did the math, and we have to have like 17 to 20 clients or so on generally from what we're collecting weekly across the board to be hitting that 200K take home each, so 400K total. Um, that's like starting from the very beginning of the year though, so we probably have to go over that because we only have 12 right now. But that's kind of the goal, I think, in my mind, and just protecting that personal business life so as much as we can. Um, but yeah, definitely move out, have this kid. It's good goals, simple goals though.
Thought you were gonna say like, oh, dude, I'm about to buy this Ferrari F1 450. I got this Rolex I've been looking at.
No, I actually moved
I'm
back to my
kidding.
parents' house. So I was paying rent at my sister's house, moved back here. I'm like, this is perfect timing because like now this is blowing up. And then I'm also saving a shitload of money. And like, I think Tony was talking about this earlier, how much it's been like how much weight has been lifted. And that's how it feels for me. Like even with my girlfriend, just being able to plan steps ahead and know that I can actually do like create the kind of future I want. And I think me and Cameron are simple guys. Like I don't think we really want like the big things. I think we just want to save up for our homes and buy a home and have a family. Like
Yeah.
that's
So no Ferrari for you either, huh?
yeah. My Toyota Camry is gonna. It's like when that breaks down, it's like another Toyota Camry, you know.
That's smart, man. Like I'm glad you decided to move home and stack your cash. Super smart, man.
Yeah. Yeah, feels good. It feels like my savings is going up and just feeling good about like, oh, I can actually visualize. Before it was just like I can't even think about my future because I just have to think about what's in front of me. But now I can do both, it feels.
That's kind of what I was getting at is like how has like things shifted in the past few months now that you guys have like a stable business, and so it sounds like before you were like felt like you were drowning, like, oh my God, how do I survive? I gotta put out this fire. You're not really planning for the future versus now you're like starting to be able to like dream a little like, okay, well, at the pace that we're going, I know I'm gonna have X dollars saved up, and then with those X dollars, I'm gonna invest in this. Sounds like you guys are kind of in that mindset now, which is great to hear. It's good,
Yeah,
man. It's good.
yeah.
I'm happy for you guys.
Appreciate it, Koshik. We wouldn't be able to do this.
Yeah, man. Super grateful.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for letting me yell at you guys.
Yeah. Trying to send him in.
It's 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 win-win. It's fun. I get to this is like the most ethical way I can be a bully, So I'm just kidding. But yeah,
You
what
have to
else?
be a bully. If you're gonna be a bully somehow, this is the best vehicle.
Yeah.
Either
Yeah,
way, you're gonna be a bully.
yeah. This way I get to, get to do some good things. And Cam
Yeah.
seems like he has a taste of that, with his roast session. So
Yeah.
um but yeah, guys, anything else you want to leave us with? Um in terms of like personal life or anything like that, guys?
Yeah, not much. Don't give up. I don't know where all you guys are at in terms of your stages, but just don't give up. I think there's a couple people in here that gave up, and I remember Mason was just like, it's like, don't do it. Because like I'm on the other side of you. If you make this decision, you're not gonna taste the fruit. And it's like you just don't do it. And a lot of the guys did. I don't know where they're at now, but I know they're probably not here because it takes not giving up in those times that's all you want to do, and that's the obvious choice by how you're feeling at the time. But yeah, just keep going because it's so worth it at the end. And
Yeah.
we're just getting started, and still like I'm on. It feels like I'm starting to be able to think about things now. Whereas before, like, how am I gonna pay rent? How am I gonna do this, do that? Where now it's like, what am I gonna do? Like, I have this. What am I gonna do with it? So it's definitely a big shift. Um, yeah,
Yeah, for me, it's just prioritize skills over money. If you're still figuring things out, just prioritize your skills, stack up your skills. Like, when me and Cameron worked together, it felt like everything kind of happened overnight, but it was literally like a year of us building our own skills and lean into your strengths and you know yeah, just keep prioritizing and just like Cameron said, keep going, just keep going. It's kind of like a luck meets opportunity kind of thing.
And that's what they say. Luck is when.
opportunity and preparation meet or something.
Yep, yep, yep. That's right. But yeah. All right, guys. Well, today was a banger. Appreciate you guys all coming on. Tony, Aman, Cameron, thank you guys so much for sharing your wisdom, being vulnerable, and just all the time that we spent. This has been a long one. And then everybody else, Riviera, Ronnie, Eslan at the balance. I don't know if Jorge's still there, but hope you guys got value from this. And we owe Tony, Aman, and Cam a round of applause before we end things. All right,
Thank you
guys.
guys. It's been fun.
Yeah.
See you
All
guys.
right,
We'll see you.
peace. Good seeing you guys.
All right.
Have a good night.